Porcelet, Lies, Tarasov Bratva, Book 1, Lisa, Lovell.
I accidentally delivered the wrong package to the Bratva boss. A bunch of adult toys, if you catch my drift. And now, I'm pregnant with his baby. My life fell apart when another woman answered my fiancé's phone. "Leave my boyfriend alone," she said. Just like that. My perfect future shattered into a million pieces. So when I locked eyes with a devastatingly handsome stranger, I decided to do something reckless for once in my life. One night. No names. No strings attached. Just scorching chemistry and skilled hands that made me forget my broken heart. By morning, he was gone. Good riddance. Time to rebuild my life. Until my brother calls. Terrified and desperate. I stole from the wrong people. He whispers. The Bratva wants their money back. No, in a heartbeat. I'm begging my cheating ex for cash to save my brother's life. When I arrive at the address with the money, my heart stops beating. Because the most feared man in the city is the same one who saw me naked just days ago. The same one who made me scream in pleasure all night long. But that's not even the worst part. When he opens the bag my ex prepared, there's a thin layer of cash covering something else entirely. A certain type of toys. Dozens of them. The most extreme kind. My ex's twisted revenge for leaving him. Now the most dangerous man in the city thinks I'm mocking him. Your brother's debt just doubled, he says coldly. And you, Zaychik. You belong to me now. A. Chapter 1. Stella. I pace between half-decorated tables. My heels loud on the marble floor of the grand ballroom. Around me, volunteers hang streamers and arrange centerpieces for tonight's charity gala. But my attention stays locked on my phone screen as I hit redial for the 10th time. Come on. Gianni. Pick up. Buenas. The call goes straight to voicemail again. My stomach churns. I haven't been able to reach him all day. This isn't like him. The decorations for the children's cancer benefit mock me with their cheerful colors, bright balloons, and glittering stars that should lift spirits. Not remind me how much could go wrong. A volunteer struggles with a banner near the stage, and I take a deep breath. Come on. Stella, these kids deserve better than your scattered energy. Need any help? I call out, lowering my phone. The volunteer shakes her head, finally securing the corner. Got it. Miss Fairmont. Oh. First, I nod and check my watch again. 3:45 p.m. Less than 4 hours until guests arrive. And my keynote speaker is MIA. Gianni had promised to deliver an inspirational speech about his commitment to funding the cause. The families coming tonight need that message of hope. My thumb hovers over his number again. Everything okay? Maria, my assistant, approaches with a clipboard. Gianni's not answering. I twist the silver ring on my right hand, a nervous habit I've never shaken. He's supposed to be here for sound check in 15 minutes. I am no. The phone stays silent in my palm as I stare at the time again. 3:47 p.m. I adjust another place setting, fighting the urge to check my phone again. The crystal glasses catch the light from the chandeliers, creating tiny rainbows across the white tablecloth. I force a smile at the catering staff, arranging the table numbers. Miss Fairmont? One of the servers waves me over. Should we leave space at the head table for Mr. Maranzano's personal assistant? The mention of his name twists my stomach. He usually travels alone. I smooth my blazer, but maybe leave one extra chair, just in case. In a tent, Maria rushes up with the donor placement chart. The Hendersons want to know if they'll be seated with Gianni. They're considering doubling their pledge. I'm sure he'll be here any minute. I smile tightly, praying that he will be. Traffic from the airport. You know how it is. But his flight touched down hours ago. I already checked the schedule. Twice. My phone buzzes, and I snatch it up. But it's just another text from the florist confirming delivery. The time glares back at me. 4:03 p.m. The sound technician needs to test the microphone. Another volunteer calls out. I wave toward the stage. Tell him we'll have to do it later. Our speaker is... I glance at my phone again. Delayed. It's Sid. One more call. The rings echo in my ear before hitting voicemail. Again. I need some air. I hand the seating chart back to Maria. Can you supervise the centerpiece arrangement? Make sure they alternate the tall and short ones as we discussed. With that, she nods. Concern etched across her face. Of course. Should I try calling his office? No. I'll handle it. I'm already walking toward the terrace doors. Behind me, I hear whispers from the staff, probably wondering why I'm not more worried about my fiancé's disappearing act. Oh, I'm worried, all right. If they only knew the knot growing in my chest wasn't just about tonight's event. Gianni can sometimes be distant. His job is high pressure. But he always takes my calls. Always. Is something wrong? Did he miss his flight? An accident? Maybe? God. Not that. I shake my head, pushing aside my increasingly irrational thoughts. Then, I slip into the quiet alcove near the service entrance, away from the bustle of preparations. I need to pull myself together. I never let myself get this frazzled and over nothing. Because this is nothing. I'm certain of it. My fingers trace over the diamond on my left hand, remembering the night Gianni proposed, the way his eyes sparkled in the candlelight at Spago, how he'd arranged for the violinist to play our song. You're my forever, he'd whispered, sliding the ring onto my finger. Just last week we'd toured that brownstone in Pacific Palisades, planning where we'd put the nursery. Gianni had lifted me onto the kitchen counter, kissing me as sunlight streamed through the bay windows. 2 kids, he'd said. A boy and a girl. His hands had settled on my waist. Hazel eyes, full of promise. The memory warms me, but something cold slithers through my chest. That morning he'd seemed distracted, checking his phone constantly during breakfast. When I'd asked about his business trip to LA, he'd changed the subject. No, I'm being paranoid. Gianni loves me. He wouldn't miss this, not when he knows how much the Children's Cancer Foundation means to me. Not after all the work I've put in. My fingertip traces over his contact photo, us laughing on the beach in Malibu. His arms wrapped around me from behind. The anxiety churning in my stomach pushes me to try one more time. I press call, holding my breath as it rings. My steps echo through the grand foyer as I check the entrance doors for the 100th time. Any moment now, Gianni will burst through those gleaming brass handles. Arms full of white roses, my favorites. He'll have that crooked smile, the one that makes his eyes crinkle at the corners. Traffic was insane. Tesoro, he'll say, kissing my cheek. But I wouldn't miss this for the world. Is no clawing. A delivery cart rattles past, yanking me from the fantasy. I turn back to the ballroom, where Maria waves frantically from across the room. The projector's acting up, she calls out. And the silent auction items need final pricing. I nod as I weave between tables to the offending projector. The tech team huddles around the temperamental equipment while I adjust bid sheets. But my eyes keep drifting to those doors. Maybe his car broke down. He could be stuck somewhere without service. Or there was an emergency at work. Those venture capital deals can be unpredictable. But he'd find a way to let me know. Wouldn't he, Ms. Vermont? A volunteer holds up tangled strands of fairy lights. Where should these go? Around the stage pillars. I demonstrate the spiral pattern with my finger, before glancing down at my screen yet again. All right. I'll try one more time. Then I really need to stop acting like a hysterical girlfriend. Scrap that, fiancé, and get down to work. I hit the call button. The screen lights up. Call connected. My heart leaps into my throat as Gianni's number finally connects after hours of silence. Gianni. Thank God. The words catch in my throat as an unfamiliar female voice cuts through the speaker. Who is this? Sharp. Cold. The hostility in her tone makes my spine stiffen. I'm calling for Gianni Maranzano. My voice stays steady, despite the tremor in my hands. This is his fiancée. Was this it? A harsh laugh crackles through the line. His fiancée? That's interesting, considering I'm in his bed right now. Oh, the floor seems to tilt beneath my feet. I grab the edge of a nearby table, knocking over an empty champagne flute. It rolls across the white tablecloth but doesn't fall. I don't know who you are, I say, heat rising in my cheeks. But this isn't funny. We have an important charity event tonight, and, oh, honey, I know all about your little party. The woman's voice drips with condescension. Gianni mentioned it this morning, right before he told me how suffocating you've become with all this wedding planning. End quote. My free hand clenches into a fist. Put him on the phone. Now. I fight. He's in the shower. She pauses, and I hear rustling sheets. But I'll tell him you called. Again. And again. And again. I do. The rage building in my chest surprises me with its intensity. Listen to me very carefully. I don't know what game you're playing. But no games. Her voice hardens. Just truth. Maybe ask yourself why he's been working late so often. Or why he always takes calls in the other room. I knows. The memory of Gianni stepping onto the balcony last week during dinner. Phone pressed to his ear. Flashes through my mind. I push it away. You're lying. It's Maud. Check his Instagram. The private one. Not the public profile he lets you see. Under. Maranzano. Due. Then we'll talk about who's lying. It's still. My hands begin trembling so violently I nearly drop the phone. The woman's next words echo in my skull. Leave my boyfriend alone. Boyfriend. The ballroom spins around me as black spots dance at the edges of my vision. My legs wobble, and I stumble backward until I hit the wall. The cool marble against my spine does nothing to stop the violent shaking that's taken over my body. The word comes out as a whisper. I clear my throat. Try again. I don't understand. She laughs. The sound like broken glass. Let me make it simple. Gianni's been with me for months. The ring on your finger? It's just for show. Something about keeping his investors happy with a stable image. End quote. My stomach heaves. I press my palm flat against the wall, focusing on the solid surface as my knees threaten to buckle. The diamond on my left hand catches the light. sending prisms across my blazer, mocking me. Miss Vermont? Maria's voice seems far away. Are you all right? I blink several times, then nod at her mutely, hoping she'll leave me be. I can't answer right now. All I can do is listen to the mocking voice of the woman on the phone. My legs give out, and I sag into the nearest chair, gripping the edge of the table to steady myself. The woman's voice continues, each word a knife twisting deeper. The apartment you toured? He's already signed the lease. For us. She pauses, letting that sink in. Those business trips to New York? I went with him. Check the Four Seasons reservation history suite 1242. You'll find my name right next to his. What it? The room tilts sideways. Suite 1242, where Gianni always insisted on staying. Said it had the best view of the city. Stop, I whisper, but she continues. The jade pendant he gave you for Christmas? He bought the matching earrings for me. Her voice softens with false sympathy. Oh, and that private wine tasting in Napa last month when he was stuck in meetings? I still have the photos. Hey, it has... My stomach lurches. The morning after that, business trip, he'd kissed me goodbye, pressing a bottle of Cabernet into my hands. A souvenir, he'd said. From the distributor? My chest constricts, each breath shorter than the last. The phone slips from my trembling fingers, clattering onto the table. Miss Vermont? Maria's voice breaks through the fog. The caterers need. Not now. Maria! I choke out. I bolt from the chair, shoving past her. My heels catch on the carpet as I stumble toward the nearest bathroom. The door barely closes behind me before I'm retching into the toilet. My body, rejecting everything, the lies, the betrayal, the months of deception. The cold tile bites into my knees as I grip the porcelain bowl, my engagement ring clicking against the surface. The sound makes me gag again, pushing myself to my feet. I stumble to the wash basin and splash cold water on my face, watching droplets trail down my neck and onto my silk blouse. My mascara is smeared beneath my red-rimmed eyes, my lipstick smudged across my chin. Get it together, I whisper to my reflection. Those kids need you tonight. Oh, my hands still shake as I dig through my purse for concealer. The diamond catches the fluorescent light, and I yank the ring off, shoving it deep into my bag where I won't have to look at it. The indent on my finger feels like a brand. The bathroom door creaks open. Stella? Maria's voice is tentative. The first guests are arriving. My stomach clenches. Through the door, I hear the murmur of voices in the foyer, the clink of glasses, elegant laughter, children's laughter. Too, the young patients and their families arriving full of hope for tonight's fundraiser. I close my eyes, steadying myself against the counter. Those families scrape together money for gala tickets, believing in our promise to fund new treatment research. They don't care about my imploding personal life. I'll be right out. My voice comes out stronger than I feel. I reapply my lipstick with practiced precision. Dust powder over the blotchy patches on my cheeks. I pull in a deep, steadying breath. I've dealt with upheaval before. I can do it again now. You can do this. The woman in the mirror transforms shoulders back, chin lifted, professional mask firmly in place. Only my eyes give me away. But in the dimmed ballroom lighting, no one will notice. I smooth my blazer and open the door. Maria hovers outside, clipboard clutched to her chest. The Hendersons are asking about Gianni's speech. she says carefully. Tell them there's been a change in the program. I stride toward the growing crowd. I'll make the keynote address myself. It's speed. The crystal champagne flute trembles in my hand as I work my way through the crowd. Donors in designer suits and cocktail dresses mill about, their faces blurring together as I nod and smile. My chest feels hollow, each breath a conscious effort. Wonderful turnout. Mrs. Henderson beams, touching my arm. And such a beautiful venue. Manistard, thank you for coming. I smile. The children's ward will benefit greatly from your support. Tellinghouse, a small figure in a wheelchair, catches my eye, Sophie. One of our young patients, her head wrapped in a bright purple scarf. She waves, and something inside me shifts. These kids don't need to see my pain. They face enough of their own. I crouch beside her wheelchair. That's a beautiful scarf. Purple's my favorite color, too. It is proud. Mom says I can watch the whole program if I feel strong enough. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. Then we better make it worth staying up for. Right? Maria appears at my elbow with the revised program. I scan the changes, crossing out Gianni's name with perhaps more force than necessary. The pen tears through the paper. The silent auction items are ready. Maria whispers, "But the projector's still. I'll handle it." I set my yaw. Technical difficulties won't stop us from helping these amazing kids. Ointum. I keep my chin high as I make my way to the tech booth. Inside, my heart may be shattered, but outside I'm still Stella Vermont. Event Coordinator Extraordinaire. The show must go on. I grab the microphone, testing it quickly. In 10 minutes, I'll welcome these guests. I'll tell them about our brave patients. I'll inspire them to open their hearts and their checkbooks. And not one of them will know that my own world has just imploded.
Chapter 2. Alexei. The whir of servos fills the room as Bobek's new chair responds to his command. Papa. Look! His eyes light up as the chair smoothly rotates. Following his voice pattern, it understood me perfectly. I windu. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, watching him navigate the space between his desk and bed. Pride swells in my chest, but I keep my expression neutral. The technology cost millions to develop, but seeing him move independently makes every ruble worth it. Try the gesture controls. I tap the armrest panel. Show me what you've learned. Thanks for watching. Bobek's thin fingers dance over the surface. The chair responds instantly, gliding forward, then executing a precise turn. His dark hair falls across his forehead as he concentrates, reminding me so much of myself at his age. Except I could walk. I've been practicing the programming interface too. He guides the chair to his computer setup. Did you know we can modify the AI response patterns? I've been studying neural networks, and he launches into an explanation that leaves me lost after the first sentence. I move closer, resting my hand on his shoulder. The familiar ache hits my chest. He's so brilliant, yet trapped in this wing of the house for his safety. But his mind roams free through worlds I barely understand. The other day, I was reading about quantum computing applications in medical. Medellino. Slow down. I squeeze his shoulder gently. Save some discoveries for tomorrow. Malish. Beating, he grins up at me. That pure smile that makes me forget every dark thing I've done. Will you bring me more books about artificial intelligence? Of course. I'd bring him the moon if he asked. Whatever you need for your research. I go. I settle into the chair beside Bobek's bed as he spreads out the glossy pages across his lap. His fingers trace the detailed illustrations of prehistoric beasts. voice rising with excitement. See these markings on the velociraptor's skull? New evidence suggests they had feathers, like modern birds, and their hunting patterns. He flips to another page. They were pack hunters, using complex strategies. In files, I nod, letting his enthusiasm wash over me. The technical terms blur together, but his face lights up with each revelation. He's memorized every detail, every theory. And look at this one about black holes. He reaches for another book, carefully balancing it against his chair's control panel. Scientists think they might be portals to other universes. The math behind it is fascinating. Show me. I lean closer, breathing in the familiar scent of his shampoo as he walks me through the equations. Most of it is beyond me. Numbers were never my strength, but I recognize the sharp intelligence in his explanations. The gravitational forces would tear apart anything that crosses the event horizon. But theoretically, he pauses, catching my confused expression. Papa, are you following this? Every word. I lie, making him laugh. You have that look again, like when I tried explaining quantum entanglement. Is that? I check my watch. The motion automatic after years of timing these visits. The numbers mock me. Another precious hour gone. Mailish. I start. His smile dims. He knows what's coming. Just 10 more minutes? I haven't shown you the new theory about dark matter. Hysteria ver. The plea in his voice twists something in my chest. But routine keeps him safe. Structure protects him. My attention shifts from Bobek as Olga enters with a tray of drinks, her sweater hanging loose where it used to fit snugly. The shadows under her eyes have deepened since last week. Drinks for everyone, she says brightly. But for some reason, her voice catches my attention. She hasn't been herself lately. Although, to be fair, the mother of my child has never been a strong woman. It's probably why I insisted they both stay with me, even though it was clear that she and I would never be more than a fleeting dalliance. And, of course, after the disaster surrounding Bobek's birth, I shake my head. I don't want to think about that right now. I watch Olga's trembling hands as she sets down our drinks. Her wrists look skeletal, bones pressing against paper-thin skin. The weight loss is dramatic, her once healthy frame now swimming in clothes that fit properly just weeks ago. You should sit. I gesture to the empty chair. I'm fine standing. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Dark circles beneath them tell a different story. As Bobek turns his attention to his books, I turn to her. When did you last see a doctor? She busies herself arranging the glasses, avoiding my gaze. Don't start. Alexei, I don't need your mothering. What? This isn't mothering. You're sick. He's said. I'm tired. There's a difference. Her hand trembles as she pushes hair from her face. The gray pallor of her skin sets off warning bells. Tired doesn't make you drop 30 pounds in 3 months. Is the Rend, please. The sharpness in her voice catches me off guard. I don't need this right now. Not from you. Has it? I lean back, studying her. The defensive posture. The way she angles her body away from me. She's hiding something. Bobek needs you healthy. Don't. Her fingers clench around the empty serving tray. Using our son to manipulate me won't work. I bite back a response. She's right. I'm pushing too hard. But watching her waste away, knowing what it could mean for Bobek, at least let me arrange for some tests. Nows, 90 I can manage my own health. She straightens, summoning what strength remains. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other things to attend to. Hurry tells I let her go. Already planning calls to my medical contacts. Whatever she's hiding, I'll find out. For Bobik's sake. I have to know. My focus shifts once more as my son tugs at my sleeve, chattering happily as he shows me another diagram that makes no sense to me. What makes sense, though, is the depth of my love for him. My cold heart warms a little when I'm around him, and that's something that rarely happens anywhere else. I watch as Bobik's enthusiasm gradually wanes. His eyelids droop despite his determination to share one more fact about quantum mechanics. Papa, did you know that, he yawns, struggling to keep his eyes open. Time for rest. Malish. I take the book from his lap, marking his place before setting it aside. His new chair whirs softly as I help him transfer to his bed. But I'm not. Another yawn interrupts his protest as I pull the covers up to his chest. His dark eyes, mirror images of my own, fight to stay open. Sleep. I run my hand over his hair, remembering how my mother used to do the same for me. Your books will wait. Is within moments. His breathing evens out. I adjust his blanket one final time, then step back. The security monitors need checking, a ritual I never skip, even though I know that the system I installed in Olga's place is state-of-the-art. I roll up my sleeves as I prepare to inspect every camera, every sensor, every guard position. Moving through the space, I verify each security measure. Bulletproof windows, panic room, emergency medical equipment tucked into false cabinet panels. Cameras monitor every angle of the place, all feeding through to a 24-hour control room. I pause at Bobik's bedroom door, remembering the night I learned this lesson. 3 years ago, the Chechen Brigade thought they could leverage my weakness. They'd caught wind of rumors about a child, my child. Their mistake was sending only 4 men. I still hear their screams as I made examples of them. But the message was clear. My enemies would use Bobik to destroy me if they could. Because they know. A bullet I can handle. A knife. A beating. Torture. All occupational hazards. But Bobik, my son is my heart outside my body. Vulnerable. Defenseless in this chair. One successful attack and my jaw clenches. I force the thought away, focusing on the security panel's soft glow. The fortifications aren't just walls and weapons. They're my love made concrete and steel. Every lock, every hidden camera, every escape route exists because I cannot lose him. I lean down, pressing my lips to Bobik's temple. His skin is warm, peaceful in sleep. My hand lingers on his hair, memorizing its softness. These moments, they gut me every time. Spislatko. Sweet dreams. Malish. My whisper barely disturbs the air. The door clicks shut behind me as I tear myself away. Memories flash. The hospital room. The concerned group of medical specialists. Their faces as they stammered excuses. These things happen. Unfortunate situation. Pizda. I don't care what they said. This wasn't an unfortunate situation. It was negligence. Criminal fucking negligence. I should have ripped out their throats then. My fists clench. The familiar rage burns hot, demanding blood. But violence won't fix Bobik's spine. Won't let him run or jump or play like other children. The irony cuts deep. I command an empire built on fear. Men tremble at my name. Yet here, watching my son sleep through bulletproof glass, I'm stripped bare, exposed, No amount of money or power can shield him from his own body's betrayal. I force myself to move, one foot in front of the other, away from his door, away from the only pure thing in my life. As I leave the warmth of the home he shares with his mother, the night feels empty around me, but experience has taught me shadows lie. My eyes scan the darkness, parked cars, rustling trees, the neighbor's security light clicking on. The cool metal of my Glock presses against my ribs. Comforting. Not like the broken vodka bottle my father used that Christmas Eve when I was 8. The jagged glass had torn through my shirt, left scars that still mark my shoulder. A shadow moves nearby. My hand twitches toward my weapon before I register the movement. Paranoid bastard. But paranoia keeps people alive. My mother used to say that. Too, before she disappeared, always looking over her shoulder, flinching at sudden movements. I'd thought her weak then. Now I understand. She wasn't paranoid enough. The memory of her last morning hits hard. Tea growing cold on the kitchen table. Her chair empty when we got home. Father's knuckles raw and split. No one ever found a body, but I always suspected him. A car turns onto the street, headlights sweeping across the houses. I melt into the shadows, watching. Just a neighbor returning home. But my pulse doesn't slow until they're gone. 25 years since my mother vanished. And here I am, standing guard like she used to. But I'm not weak like she was. I have resources she never dreamed of. Power she couldn't imagine. The scars on my back itch, a phantom pain from another of my father's rages. But I'm not that helpless child anymore. My own son will never know that fear. Never trace scars in the mirror and taste copper memories. I slide into the driver's seat of my Bentley, letting the leather embrace me. The report from Bobek's medical team sits heavy in my mind. The endless physical therapy exhausts him. Yet his progress with mathematics amazes his tutors. Still, they worry about his social development. Isolation is necessary for safety. But at what cost to my son? One day I'll know the full story behind what happened to him. And then there'll be hell to pay. The engine roars to life as I turn the key. Its vibration pulling me from the red haze of memory. I need to focus. Bobek needs a father, not an agent of vengeance. I pull my phone from the Bentley's console, checking for messages from Diana. My sister always knows when I need her. Twintuition, she calls it. My thumb hovers over our chat history. The last message glows on the screen. How's our little genius? She'd sent it hours ago, before my visit with Bobek. I type out a response, learning the new chair controls, showing off his quantum physics knowledge. His liner, the message, sits unsent. I delete it. Try again. He misses his aunt. Delete. Olga looks worse. Delete. Blyad. Even with Diana. The words don't come. Aside from Olga and a few trusted employees, she's the only one who knows about Bobek's existence. The only one I trust with this secret. Yet here I am, choking on simple truths. The phone screen dims. I let it, watching my reflection fade to black in the glass. Diana would understand the weight crushing my chest after these visits. She'd pour us both a drink, light one of her joints, and listen without judgment. But she's away handling business, and I'm alone in this car, surrounded by security measures. I slip the phone back into the console. Some burdens even a twin sister can't share. I grip the steering wheel tighter as my car cuts through the darkness. The Bratva's code echoes in my head, hard rules passed down through generations of harder men. No weakness. No vulnerability. No mercy for those who can't pull their own weight. Disabled children are burdens, liabilities. How many times had I heard the older Vori whisper about putting down their weak offspring, saying it was mercy, kindness even. The thought makes my teeth grind. They'd expect the same from me, the mighty Pakhan, required to set an example. If they knew about Bobek, a truck cuts me off, and I slam the horn, channeling my rage into the blaring sound. These are the same men who knelt before me, swore loyalty with blood and vodka. Yet they'd turn on me in an instant if they discovered my weakness. They'd see my protection of Bobek as softness, a crack in my armor. Let them try. I accelerate. The engines growl, matching my mood. The Bratva's rules mean shit compared to my son's safety. I built my empire on their ancient codes, but I'd burn it all down before I let their barbaric traditions touch my boy. I check my mirrors again. Muscle memory from years of watching my back. No tales. No threats. Just the night and my thoughts. Both equally dark. The city lights blur past as I merge onto the main road. Somewhere out there, some doctor lives a comfortable life, probably sleeping soundly while my son struggles to sit upright. Years of searching, following leads, burning through contacts, and still, that bastard eludes me. The vehicle responds to my foot heavy on the accelerator, engine growling like the monster I become when I think of that pizda. But Bobek's tired smile flashes in my mind, his eyes bright as he showed me his physics diagrams. Such brilliance, trapped in a broken body. Dermo! I slam my palm against the steering wheel. Diana says he needs friends his age. Someone to share his passions with beyond his books and computers. The weight of his loneliness settles on my chest like concrete, because it's something I can't fix. The moment I expose Bobek's existence to find him companions, I paint a target on his back. All because of the doctor who couldn't do his fucking job. If I ever get my hands on that motherfucker, he'll regret the day he was born. I force the rage down, letting it simmer where I can use it later. I should get my act together. I'm already late for the children's cancer charity event I promised to attend. After all, even men like me need a good public image.
Chapter 3. Stella. The woman's venomous words still echo in my mind, replaying on a loop, no matter how hard I try to focus on the event preparations around me. Leave my boyfriend alone. Dald, boyfriend. Gianni is her boyfriend. Not my fiancé. Not really. I'm just a business prop. The realization knocks the air from my lungs. My trembling hands fumble with the clipboard as I try to double-check the catering order. The sound of approaching voices makes me jerk my head up, and I force a smile onto my face as a group of donors enters the venue. I straighten my posture, willing my legs to stop shaking as I greet them with practiced charm. Welcome. Thank you all so much for being here today. I gesture to the colorful decorations and the smiling children playing in the corner. We're so grateful for your support. Please, take a look at the board for your seating arrangements. Well, the donors murmur their approval, already reaching for the champagne flutes a server offers. I excuse myself, clutching the clipboard to my chest as I slip away to a quiet corner. Gianni's face flashes in my mind, his warm hazel eyes crinkling as he smiled at me, his strong arms pulling me close. How could he do this to me? As the foyer empties and guests filter into the ballroom, I find a dimly lit corner and sink down onto a plush armchair, my head falling into my hands. The tears I've been holding back finally spill over, trailing down my cheeks. I should have known something was wrong. Gianni's distant behavior, The way he'd been evasive about our wedding plans. I shake my head, cursing myself for being so blind. God, I'm such a fool. Boyana, I whisper into the silence. A picture forms, blurred at the edges, as I visualize the face of my childhood companion, the sister I'd always imagined I had. Now isn't the time to feel sorry for yourself. Her voice floats back from the recesses of my mind. How am I supposed to get through this? I breathe out. The way you always do. You're strong. Stella, pull yourself together. I rub my eyes, wishing I felt as sure of that fact. I'm probably too old for an imaginary friend. But old habits die hard. And tonight's circumstances are tougher than usual. A gentle hand on my arm makes me jump guiltily. Stella, are you all right? I hastily wipe at my eyes, looking up to see one of the event volunteers standing over me. Her brow creased with concern. I'm fine. My voice breaks, and I clear my throat. I just needed a moment. Inamand, she nods sympathetically. Take all the time you need. Is there anything I can get you? Water. Perhaps. I manage a weak smile. No. Thank you. I'll be right back out. End quote. As she walks away, I take a shuddering breath, willing my racing heart to slow. I can't fall apart. Not here. Not now. These children are counting on me, and I refuse to let them down. Squaring my shoulders, I push myself up from the chair and head back toward the main event space. Gianni's betrayal temporarily pushed to the back of my mind. I weave between clusters of donors, my lips curved in a practiced smile, as I make small talk about donation tiers and program initiatives. My body moves on autopilot while my mind splinters. He played us both, didn't he? Boyana's voice cuts through the chatter in my head. Not now, I whisper under my breath, nodding at something a donor just said about tax write-offs. You always choose the wrong ones. Sestrika. Remember that boy in high school who stood you up at prom? I excuse myself from the conversation with the donor and grab a fresh glass of water, my fingers trembling around the stem. This is different, I thought. I really thought he was the one. I pause. Maybe this was a mistake. Maybe he never meant to trip and land with his dick in another woman. God, that's a horrible image. I try not to groan. Men like Gianni don't change. Stella, they just get better at lying. His side, a waiter passes with appetizers, and I instinctively reach for one before pulling my hand back. Stress eating won't help. Not now. You're better than this. Boyana insists. You don't need him. It's certain saded, but I trusted him. My voice catches at, and I quickly turn it into a cough when a nearby guest glances my way. We were planning a future together. To Maver, plans built on lies will always crumble. It's say. The string quartet starts playing a familiar melody, the same one Gianni and I danced to at the charity gala where we first met. My chest tightens as the memory surfaces, his confident smile, the way he twirled me across the dance floor. How safe I felt in his arms. He never deserved your trust. Boyana's voice grows gentle. Deep down, you knew something wasn't right. End quote. I press my lips together, fighting back fresh tears. She's right, there were signs I chose to ignore. The private calls, the extended trips, the way he'd changed the subject whenever I brought up wedding venues. He was never going to marry you. You're a fool if you thought so. It's Boyana again, her voice reverberating around my head. Stop it. I clench my fists, ignoring the odd stares that have turned my way. Just leave me alone. It is Reld. Suit yourself. I'm at foam. The voice switches off abruptly, and I'm left feeling oddly empty. And then a memory hits me. I'm 10 again, sitting at our formal dining table in St. Anne, Petersburg. The heavy silverware gleaming under crystal chandeliers. Uncle Igor's face is flushed from too much vodka, his words slurring as he points his fork at my father. Tell her about Boyana, he says. Sauce dripping onto the pristine tablecloth. She deserves to know about her sister. In Fortney, the room goes deadly quiet. Mother's wine glass freezes halfway to her lips. Father's face turns a shade of purple I've never seen before. Get out, he his, rising from his chair. You're drunk. I do. The girl in the photograph? Uncle Igor continues, ignoring my father's warning. The one you gave away. The crash of my father's fist against the table makes the dishes jump. I said, get out. I shrink in my seat, watching my dad grab Uncle Igor by his collar and drag him toward the door. Mother's crying now, silent tears streaming down her face. Ask them about the hospital records, Uncle Igor shouts as my father shoves him out. Ask about. The door slams shut, cutting off his words. When Dad returns, his hands are shaking. There is no Boyana, he says, his voice ice cold. Your uncle is sick in the head. We never speak of this again. You're alive, but I'd seen the photograph he mentioned. A baby girl with my mother's eyes, tucked away in Father's study drawer. Miss Fairmont? I blink. Our old dining room in St. Petersburg, dissolving into the present. One of the event coordinators stands before me, clipboard in hand. The silent auction is about to begin. We need you to make the opening announcement. That's right. Of course. I straighten my blazer, pushing away the echoes of that night. The ballroom buzzes with conversation and clinking glasses. Children's artwork lines the walls. Bright splashes of hope against cream-colored paint. I'll be right there, I say, my professional mask sliding back into place. I move through the crowd, focusing on the artificial details to keep my mind occupied. Mrs. Abercrombie's too-tight facelift makes her perpetual smile look painted on. Richard Maxwell's hair plugs catch the light at odd angles. The Prescott twins' matching nose jobs still haven't quite settled. My mother used to say you could judge the wealth of a room by counting the original noses. Right now, I count exactly 3. A flash of gold catches my eye. A woman's statement necklace that probably cost more than my yearly rent. Her diamonds glitter as she laughs, head thrown back to showcase the fortune draped across her throat. These people wear their wealth like armor, thinking it makes them untouchable, just like Gianni does. My stomach lurches. I grab a champagne flute from a passing server. Not to drink, but to have something to do with my hands. The bubbles rise and fall, hypnotic in their steady climb to the surface. Each one reminds me of a promise he made, bursting just as easily. Looking pretty rough there. Sis. Izas. I freeze at the familiar voice. Nick materializes beside me, his usual disheveled self somehow managing to look both expensive and unkempt in what I recognize as one of Gianni's old suits. The sight of it makes my chest tight. What are you doing here? I hiss, glancing around to make sure none of the donors have noticed him. The last thing I need is my brother getting drunk and causing a scene at my biggest event of the year. I'm on the guest list. I'm a donor. Remember. He frowns at me. What's up with you? I'm fine. I snap, turning away from Nick's scrutiny. Just tired from organizing everything. It's bullshit. He steps closer, lowering his voice. You've been crying. And where's Loverboy? Thought he was supposed to be here playing supportive fiancé. Ininder, my hand tightens around the champagne flute. Don't. Come on. Stells. Your makeup's smeared and you're shaking like a leaf. Nick gently pries the glass from my grip before I can crack it. What happened? The genuine concern in his voice, so rare from my usually self-absorbed brother, makes my carefully constructed walls start to crumble. My voice catches. I swallow hard, forcing the words past the lump in my throat. He's been seeing someone else. I just found out when she answered his phone. Nick's face darkens. That son of a bitch. The wedding's just around the corner. It's stewed. A hysterical laugh bubbles up. Apparently, I was just convenient. Good for his image at charity events. The tears start flowing again, and I hastily wipe them away. God, I'm such an idiot. Hey. Nick pulls me into a corner, shielding me from prying eyes. You're not an idiot. He's the idiot. I trusted him. The words come out in a broken whisper. We were planning our future together. Nick. A house. I press my palms against my eyes. How could I have been so blind? Because you always want to see the best in people. Nick's arm wraps around my shoulders, even when they don't deserve it. The simple gesture of comfort breaks what's left of my composure. I turn into his embrace, burying my face against his shoulder as quiet sobs shake my frame. I rest there for a moment, until I feel him stiffen. I'm going to have a word with our friend. He mutters grimly. Nick. Don't! I grab his arm as he turns, my fingers digging into the fabric of his suit. I don't want you causing trouble. Maybe Sovid. Let go. Stella. His muscles tense under my grip. Someone needs to teach that piece of, no. I'll handle it myself. I yank him back, positioning myself between him and the exit. I'm a big girl. Nick? Indiscreet. Nick's jaw clenches, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. So, we just let him get away with it? Let him laugh about how he played you? Lower your voice. I plead. Noticing Mrs. Abercrombie's head turning our way. This isn't the time or place. What? It's never the time or place with you. He tries to shake me off, but I hold firm. Always worried about appearances, about what people will think, because I have responsibilities. The words come out sharper than planned, drawing more stares. I force my voice down. Unlike you, I can't just blow up my life whenever I feel like it. End quote. Diza. A flash of hurt crosses his face, and I immediately regret the jab. But before I can apologize, Maria arrive. It's time. Stella, she says, glancing down at her watch. It's a subtle nudge to get the show on the road. I should have been up on the podium by now. On my way. I nod. Then look back at my brother. Just promise me you won't do anything. I fix him with a hard stare. He deflates a little. Fine. But I don't like it. You can razz it in if he says anything more. I don't hear it, because I'm already at the stairs to the stage. I step up to the podium, adjusting the microphone with shaking fingers. The sea of expectant faces blurs before me until I blink hard, forcing myself to focus on the note cards in my hands. Good evening, distinguished guests. My voice comes out clear and professional, a small miracle. Thank you all for joining us tonight to support Children's Hope Foundation. I head. Nick hovers near the back of the room, his forehead creased with concern. I look away, channeling my energy into the familiar rhythm of the speech. Every child deserves a chance to dream big. I continue, gesturing to the artwork displayed around us. These pieces were created by children in our program, children fighting battles no one their age should face. Yet look at the joy, the hope, the vibrant life in each brushstroke. The words flow easier now, as I describe specific cases, little Sarah, who painted dolphins during her chemotherapy sessions. Marcus, who discovered his talent for sculpture while recovering from heart surgery. I've practiced this speech countless times for other events, and muscle memory takes over. Your generosity tonight doesn't just fund medical treatments. It gives these children something equally vital, a reason to smile, to create, to believe in tomorrow. Neglected. My voice catches slightly on the word, believe, and I see Nick shift, uncomfortably. I power through, describing the Foundation's achievements this past year, our goals for expansion, the lives we've touched. Together, we can turn their darkest days into masterpieces of hope. Was video. Applause fills the room as I conclude. I manage a gracious smile, though exhaustion seeps into my bones. The emotional toll of the evening crashes over me as I step down from the podium, my professional mask slipping just slightly. Nick takes a step forward, but I shake my head slightly. Not now. I can't handle his sympathy. Not when I'm barely holding myself together. The donors rise for the silent auction portion of the evening, and I retreat to the edge of the stage, feeling drained, but satisfied that at least this part of the night went according to plan. I slip away from the crowd, finding refuge in a dim service corridor. The muffled sounds of the auction fade behind me as I lean against the cool wall, letting out a shaky breath. You're thinking about them again, aren't you? Boyana's voice echoes in my head. Mom and Dad? I close my eyes. How they kept secrets too. And now here you go again. Always trusting the wrong people. That's not fair. I wrap my arms around myself. They were protecting us. Were they? Or were they just protecting themselves? Boyana's tone turned sharp. Like Gianni was protecting himself by not telling you about his other woman. In turn, it's different. Eyeing Darg. Is it? Lies are lies. Sestrachka. Whether they're about a secret sister or a secret lover. The fluorescent light above me flickers, casting strange shadows on the service corridor's walls. At least Mom and Dad loved us. Nos, did they? They lied about me, about why we left Russia, about everything. Has to come. Stop it. I press my palms against my temples. They did their best. I know, just like you did your best to believe Gianni's excuses. The late nights at work, the mysterious business trips. Miss Fairmont. A staff member's voice breaks through my spiral. We need your approval on the final auction arrangements. I sing. I straighten up, smoothing down my skirt. Of course. I'll be right there. Run away. Boyana whispers. That's what we ferments do best. Isn't it? Not anymore. I mutter, squaring my shoulders as I turn toward the main hall. Not this time. Aider. I move through the final auction arrangements on autopilot, checking off items on my tablet. My fingers tap across the screen with practiced efficiency while my mind spins with darker calculations. The Carters' bid on the Aspen getaway needs processing, Maria says, hovering at my elbow. Right. I swipe through the forms, my signature flowing across dotted lines. Each stroke reminds me of the contracts Gianni and I signed to secure venues and wedding specialists. Was he laughing at me all along? The thought stops my pen mid-stroke. Nick's involvement in Gianni's business dealings suddenly takes on a sinister edge. All those late-night meetings my brother claimed were about investment opportunities. The catering staff needs direction on breakdown timing. Another coordinator interrupts. Schedule it for midnight. My voice stays steady, even as my stomach churns. Make sure they document everything for the invoice. And invoices. Like the ones Nick showed me last month. Claiming Gianni was helping him start a legitimate import business. Was any of it real? Or just another smokescreen for whatever they're actually doing? Mrs. Abercrombie catches my eye across the room, raising her champagne glass in appreciation. I return her gesture with a smooth smile. The same one I've worn in countless photos with Gianni at events like this. Interim numbers for the silent auction are ready for review, Maria says. I nod, scanning spreadsheets while memories surface of Gianni's laptop screen, quickly closed whenever I entered his office. The way he'd brush off my questions about certain business partners. How he always handled Nick's paperwork personally. My fingers tighten around the tablet. The numbers blur as questions pile up behind my professional mask. How deep does this deception go? What else don't I know about the man I almost married? One thing's certain, I need answers. And I know exactly where to start looking for them.
Chapter 4. Alexei. The engine revs in response to my shift in gears. For a brief moment, Olga's hollow cheeks and sunken eyes flash through my mind. She's lost at least 15 pounds since my last visit. The makeup-free face. The way her clothes hang from her, she's hiding something. Traffic crawls to a stop on Wilshire Boulevard. A construction crew blocks 2 lanes ahead, forcing cars to merge. I drum my fingers against the steering wheel, remembering how she dodged my questions about her health. Kept changing the subject of Bobek's progress with the new wheelchair. Blythe. My jaw clenches. That woman has helped raise my son for years. Never complained. Never asked for more than I offered. The least I can do is ensure she stays healthy enough to continue caring for her. The line of cars inches forward. A horn blares behind me. Some impatient Mudak in a Tesla. I ignore him, pulling up my phone's contact list. Boris answers on the first ring. Get me, doctor. Hansen's private number. My voice comes out harder than intended. The oncologist. And guesses, of course. Boss. Something wrong? Just get it. I end the call. My mind already mapping out the arrangements. Weekly home visits. Discreet monitoring. Whatever it takes. If Olga won't take care of herself willingly, I'll handle it my way. The traffic remains gridlocked. Through the windshield, I watch construction workers gesture at each other with lazy movements. My phone buzzes Boris, sending the doctor's information. I scroll past Hansen's number to Diana's. She picks up mid-ring. Tell me everything. Her voice carries that familiar mix of authority and warmth only my sister manages. The wheelchair's a hit. I merge into the right lane, dodging a delivery truck. You should see him. D. Testing every feature. Already memorized all the voice commands. Is a raider. And sent. Of course he has. That boy's brilliance puts us both to shame. She pauses. Did you let him show you his latest space drawings? Spent an hour reviewing his theories about black holes. The memory pulls at my chest. He wants to be the first wheelchair-bound astronaut. End quote. Solnishko. Diana's tone softens. He'll figure out how to do it. 2. That mind of his, exactly like his aunt's. Endist, flatterer. She laughs. Though I never mastered quantum physics at 10. End quote. A motorcycle weaves between cars ahead, drawing my attention. Olga's looking rough. Isbreder, I noticed last week. Did you talk to her? Tried. She gave me some bullshit. My knuckles whiten on the steering wheel. I'm getting Hansen involved. She's the mother of my child. I need her to be strong for him. Hinduan, good. Diana clears her throat. Speaking of motherhood, have you thought more about what we discussed regarding Sophia? Not this again. My jaw tightens. I've told you I don't want to discuss it. With this road, she's perfect for the position. Her father controls 3 districts in Moscow. Their shipping routes alone. I don't give a fuck about shipping routes. I cut through lanes, forcing a BMW to brake hard. Or her father's connections. Lyosha. Diana's using that tone. The one that makes her sound exactly like our mother. You need legitimate heirs. The other families are watching, questioning. Sophia comes from the right background. She understands our world. She's a spoiled princess who'd run screaming if she knew half of what we do. A horn blares as I accelerate through a yellow light. And don't start with the heir bullshit. I have a son. They see a son no one can know about. Her voice softens. You know I love Bobik more than anything. But the Bratva needs to mind its own fucking business. Heat rises in my chest. I'm not some breeding stallion for their succession games. End quote. You're the Pakan. There are expectations. Then let them expect. I swerve around a delivery truck blocking the right lane. I'm done discussing this. If you take Guy, Alexei Mikhailovich Tarasov, full name, she's truly irritated now. You can't just traffic ahead comes to a dead stop. I slam the brakes, cursing under my breath as my phone slides off the console. Diana's voice is still sharp through the speaker. Where are you headed anyway? It sounds like you're in traffic. It Hasbert, children's charity event at the Fairmont. I merge into the turn lane. Supporting medical research. It's abrided. With Sophia? The hopeful lilt in her voice grates against my nerves. No. Ever. Bozhe moi. Alexei. She called me in tears last night about you canceling dinner again. And the stole. She's becoming possessive. I flick an impatient glance to the rearview mirror. Showing up at my office, unannounced. Questioning where I go, who I meet. I guess, because you keep her at arm's length. The woman just wants, what she wants doesn't concern me. The words come out like ice. I don't answer to her, or you, or anyone else about how I spend my time. Whenever. This event, it's not about that dancer again. Is it? Don't start. Heat creeps up my neck. It's business. Building connections. Maintaining our legitimate image. Ormin, right. Diana's sigh crackles through the speaker. Just like that art gallery opening last month was business. Oh, where? The Fairmont's gleaming facade appears ahead. Valets rushing to open car doors. I need to go. You spread it. Lyosha. I end the call, tossing my phone onto the passenger seat. The line of cars crawls forward toward the entrance, where staff in black uniforms direct traffic with practiced efficiency. The valet opens my door with a slight bow. I toss him my keys, noting his professional demeanor. No gawking at the Bentley. No excessive fawning. Good. The hotel's marble lobby gleams under crystal chandeliers. Security personnel track my movements with subtle glances, trained professionals recognizing another predator in their midst. I adjust my cufflinks. Striding past the Children's Medical Research Gala signs toward the grand ballroom. 1,000,000. The number crystallizes in my mind as I scan the crowd of tuxedos and evening gowns. $1,000,000 should make a difference without drawing unwanted attention. Small price to pay considering what I spend on Bobek's treatments. My son's face flashes through my thoughts, his eyes lighting up at the wheelchair's controls. That brilliant mind, already mastering the technology. How many families here tonight are desperate for similar resources? How many children suffer because their parents can't afford experimental treatments or specialized equipment? Your invitation. Sir? A young woman in black holds out her hand expectantly. The auction is over. I'm afraid. But there is a small cocktail gathering for our benefactors that you're welcome to attend. I pull the embossed card from my jacket. I don't care about the auction. I'm here to make a donation. Who do I speak to? Her eyes widen slightly at my name. Of course, Mr. Tarasov. Right this way. And to Say's, she leads me through clusters of wealthy donors sipping champagne, their jewelry catching the light. These people play at charity, treating it like a social game. For them, it's about being seen, about maintaining their image of generosity. For me, I think of Bobek's determination to master quantum physics despite his limitations, of Olga's dedication to his care even as her own health fails, of all the advantages my wealth and power secure for my son while other children go without. The organizer should be. The hostess fidgets under my stare, scanning the crowded ballroom. One moment, please. End quote. She scurries off toward a cluster of staff members near the bar, their black uniforms marking them as event workers rather than guests. I roll my shoulders, adjusting my jacket. The room holds the usual mix of Los Angeles elite old money trying to look young, new money trying to look established. A server approaches with a champagne tray. I wave him off without looking. These charity events all follow the same pattern, wealthy donors congratulating themselves on their generosity while barely skimming the surface of what's needed. But medical research requires deep pockets. Mr. Tarasov? The hostess returns, gesturing toward the far end of the room. Our event organizer is by the silent auction tables. She's wearing a blue suit. Is the clanger. I follow her direction, spotting a woman in a navy blazer and matching skirt, speaking with auction bidders. Even from behind, her posture radiates efficiency and control. Professional. Good. That will be all. I dismiss her with a nod. Already moving through the throng, the hostess retreats with a small bow. I head toward the auction tables, the crowd instinctively parting before me. Years of command have taught me the power of presence. No need to push when others naturally step aside. My height gives me an advantage, letting me survey the space efficiently. The organizer still has her back turned, gesturing at various auction items as she speaks with potential donors. Her voice carries notes of warmth and authority, drawing people in while maintaining clear boundaries. Interesting. The woman turns, and my breath catches in my throat. Green eyes meet mine, striking enough to stop me mid-stride. Dark waves of chestnut hair frame delicate features, falling past her shoulders. Blyad. My fingers twitch at my sides. Her skirt clings to generous curves, highlighting a figure that's all soft femininity. Not the usual plastic surgery-enhanced Los Angeles type, this woman has natural beauty that makes my mouth go dry. I try to shake it off, to recenter. I'm here for business. For Bobek. This reaction I'm having is inconvenient. But my body betrays me. Heat spreads through me as I walk toward her. It's like being drawn to a magnet. My jaw clenches. I haven't felt this immediate pull toward a woman since ever. Get it together. Tarasov. Thank fuck. She turns away again, and that emerald stare is torn from mine as she moves from the small group, her head bending toward someone before she moves off toward a sitting area. I start off after her, forcing my breathing to steady, squaring my shoulders and fighting the urge to adjust my tie. As I draw closer, the scent of jasmine reaches me subtle, feminine, nothing like the overpowering perfumes most women here wear. It hits something primitive in my brain, making my fingers itch to touch, to see if her skin is as soft as it looks. Stop. I'm the fucking pecan. I don't lose control over a pretty face. Yet here I am, my heart rate picking up like some teenager's. Fuck. My feet almost refuse to move as I process this reaction. Heat pools low in my gut, primal and demanding. Chertvozmi. What the fuck is happening to me? I'm engaged to Sofia, a strategic match that will strengthen our position in Moscow. The family's expected. Diana wants it. Yet one look at this woman makes Sofia fade to a ghost in my mind. Suka. I grind my teeth, fighting the urge to loosen my tie. The room feels too warm, too close. Those green eyes hit me like a physical blow. No artifice, no calculation, just pure, natural allure that bypasses all my defenses. Sofia's face floats through my thoughts, her carefully maintained beauty. The calculated way she touches my arm at social functions. Everything about her screams shallow socialite. But this woman, the gentle curves of her body beneath that tailored suit suggest softness, vulnerability, things I can't afford to want. Focus. Mudak. I'm here for Bobik, for all the children who need help. My help. I'm not here to lose my shit over some American event planner. The donation. Right. $1 million. Then I leave. Delete this moment from memory. My feet carry me forward while my mind wages war. Each step closer to her intensifies this disruption, like a magnetic field warping my reality. Get your shit together. I've faced down rival families, orchestrated takeovers, eliminated threats without blinking. Yet this woman's mere presence sets my pulse racing like some untested vor. She turns slightly, profile catching the light. Natural beauty that makes the overly processed women here look like plastic dolls. The gentle slope of her neck draws my eye to where her pulse beats steady beneath delicate skin. Stop looking. Dol boyob. My hands clench at my sides. I force them to relax, adjusting my cuffs instead. The familiar motion grounds me, reminds me who I am, what I am. She sinks into a seat, and for a moment, there's an air of such vulnerability to her that I falter yet again. She looks fragile, like something precious that needs protecting. And God help me. But for some reason, I find myself wanting to be the one to do it. Blyad. What the fuck is happening to me?
Chapter 5. Stella. I breathe a sigh of relief as I escape into a dimly lit corner of the venue. The sound of clinking glasses and donor chatter fades behind me. Maria's got things under control. She's been my assistant long enough to handle the wind down. I sink into a plush armchair, my legs finally giving out after hours of standing. The weight of maintaining appearances crashes over me like a wave. My phone sits heavy in my clutch, that awful conversation with Gianni's girlfriend playing on repeat in my mind. You held it together well tonight. Boyana's voice echoes in my head. Familiar and soothing. I press my fingers against my temples. Did I? Because I feel like I'm falling apart. In a stand, a waiter passes by with a tray of champagne. I snatch a glass, not caring how it looks. The bubbles burn my throat. Remember when Papa used to say, "Stand tall even when you're breaking?" My imaginary sister's words make my eyes sting. Stop. I gulp more champagne. I don't feel like standing tall anymore tonight. The thought of escaping from this place is growing increasingly appealing. The elegant wallpaper blurs as tears threaten again. I've spent the whole evening nodding, smiling, directing, being the perfect event organizer while my personal life crumbles. Nick's worried glances from across the room only made it harder to maintain the facade. I kick off my heels under the small side table, flexing my aching feet. The physical pain is almost welcome. It gives me something concrete to focus on besides the hollow ache in my chest. My fingers trace the empty spot on my left hand where Gianni's ring used to sit. I'd slipped it off in the bathroom earlier, unable to bear its weight anymore. It sits in my clutch now, heavy as betrayal. The champagne glass trembles in my hand. I set it down before I drop it, watching condensation bead on the crystal surface, like the tears I refuse to let fall. A subtle whiff of cedarwood cuts through my champagne haze. My skin prickles with awareness before I even look up. Dark eyes lock onto mine. A stranger towers over my chair, his broad shoulders blocking out the chandeliers behind him. His presence fills the space, making my quiet corner feel suddenly intimate. Too intimate. I straighten in my seat, painfully conscious of my bare feet tucked beneath the chair. Is my makeup smudged? His gaze is intense, almost searching, and I resist the urge to touch my face. You are the organizer? His voice is deep, with a Russian accent that sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. I need to arrange the transfer for my donation. It's day, of course. I scramble to appear professional, reaching for my clutch with trembling fingers. My hands brush against Gianni's ring, and I flinch. I have the banking details right here. What? The stranger's eyes narrow slightly at my reaction. Heat creeps up my neck as I fumble with my phone, knowing I must look completely unprofessional. But there's something in the way he's watching me that makes it hard to focus. That accent. Images flash through my mind, Papa's stern face as he taught me Russian vocabulary. Mama, humming folk songs in the kitchen. I push the memories away. Now isn't the time. I apologize. I say, finally pulling up the banking information. It's been a long evening. I know. His cologne envelops me as he leans closer to see the screen. The scent is subtle, but masculine, cedarwood, and something darker, more complex. For a moment, I forget about Gianni's betrayal, about maintaining appearances. I'm just aware of this man's overwhelming presence and the way my pulse quickens in response. I force my fingers steady as I pull up the donation form on my phone. We can process this right now if you'd prefer. My voice comes out professional, detached, a stark contrast to the chaos in my head. His hand brushes mine as he takes the phone, and I catch a glimpse of an expensive watch peeking from beneath his crisp shirt cuff. The sleeve pulls back just enough to reveal a tattoo, something dark and intricate, disappearing under the fabric. The children's ward needs new equipment. The words tumble out as I try to distract myself from how his presence seems to fill my personal space. Every donation helps us. I'll pledge 1 million. His voice is quiet but firm. Long fingers tap the screen, entering numbers that make my eyes widen. The sharp line of his jaw flexes as he concentrates, and I notice a small scar near his temple, partially hidden by dark hair that looks impossibly soft. That's very generous. I swallow hard, watching him work. There's something methodical about his movements, precise and controlled. It draws me in, making me forget about that woman's voice on the phone. He hands the phone back, dark eyes meeting mine. He pauses. Something vulnerable flickering across his face, but only for a fraction of a moment. Children's causes are important to me. It's telling. The admission catches me off guard. My carefully maintained professional distance wavers. Do you have experience with children's hospitals? His gaze softens slightly, and I find myself leaning forward, drawn by the hint of personal story behind his businessman exterior. The movement brings his scent closer. I inhale deeply, and my head spins. It's the champagne. That's all it is. You've barely had a glass. Boyana's voice slips in. Are you unwell? His blunt question jolts me from my muddled thoughts. The gentleness I'd imagined in his expression vanishes, replaced by something more clinical. Assessing. My chest tightens as reality crashes back. Gianni. The other woman. I shift in my seat, heat flooding my cheeks. No. I'm fine. The words run into each other. Just tired from organizing the event. Again, his dark eyes narrow. Unconvinced. You're shaking. I glance down at my hands. He's right. They're trembling against my lap. It's nothing. Out. Clearly. His tone carries a hint of sarcasm that makes me look up. He tilts his head. Bad day? A laugh escapes me. Brittle and harsh. You could say that. I press my lips together, surprised by my candor. Something about his direct approach breaks through my carefully constructed walls. Found out my fiancé has been... The words stick in my throat. He doesn't rush to fill the silence. Instead, he pulls up a chair. His movements deliberate and contained. The action shouldn't feel comforting. He's a stranger. After all, but somehow it does. Been? His accent wraps around the word, making it sound more like an invitation than a question. Living a double life. The admission comes easier than expected. Maybe it's because he's a stranger. Maybe it's the champagne. Or maybe it's just the way he's looking at me, like he sees past the professional mask to the mess underneath. He says. I don't know why I'm telling him this. The words spill out before I can stop them. He's been seeing someone else. For months. Apparently. I found out when I called him today, right before the event started. It's Sock. My fingers twist in my lap. She knew everything about our relationship. Our engagement. Our plans to move in together. I pause, swallowing hard. Even the apartment we were looking at. With her Frest, the stranger's expression shifts, not to pity, like I expect, but to something harder. Dangerous. His jaw tightens, and those dark eyes flash with an intensity that makes me catch my breath. He discussed your private affairs with another woman. His accent thickens, voice dropping lower. Yes. The word comes out hoarse. All of it. End quote. He leans forward slightly, and I catch another whiff of that intoxicating cologne. This man, he sounds like a pizda. End quote. My eyes widen. A pizda? I may have been just a teenager when our family left St. Juan, Petersburg, but I know enough to recognize that word. A cunt. A dark brow lifts. I choke a little, and my champagne flute slips between my fingers. I catch it before it falls. You're fortunate to discover his true nature now, rather than after marriage. He continues smoothly. His reaction isn't the sympathetic murmur or awkward platitude I've come to expect. Instead, there's something almost protective in his response, as if Gianni's betrayal personally offends him. I suppose I am, I say slowly, studying his face. The harsh lines of his features have softened slightly, but there's still that dangerous undercurrent in his expression. Have dinner with me. His voice cuts through my thoughts. Direct and commanding. My heart stutters. I grip the champagne flute tighter. The crystal, cool against my suddenly warm skin. What? When? Now. And out commas. Right now? Red flags wave in my mind. I've just told this stranger about Gianni's betrayal. And now he's asking me to dinner? It's too fast. Too soon. And yet, his presence fills my senses, that heady cologne. The intensity of his dark eyes. The way his accent wraps around each word. I don't even know your name. I manage to say, though my voice sounds breathless even to my own ears. Does it matter? His lips curve slightly. Not quite a smile. Be careful, Boyana whispers in my head. Remember what just happened with Gianni? That's to go. She's right. I should say no. I should focus on picking up the pieces of my shattered engagement. Not jumping into dinner with a mysterious Russian businessman who makes my skin tingle with awareness. But there's something about him that feels different. Gianni was all surface charm and practiced lines. This man, his directness should frighten me. Instead, it's refreshingly honest. I don't usually. I start. But he cuts me off. Neither do I. His eyes lock onto mine, and I see something intriguing flash beneath that controlled exterior. Ça y est. I have in dollars. My chest tightens. Part of me wants to run. It's too soon. Too intense. But another part, the part that's tired of playing it safe, of being predictable Stella who always does the right thing, wants to take this risk. I take a shaky breath, acutely aware of how his presence seems to fill this quiet corner. My fingers trace the rim of the champagne glass, buying time while my mind races. Think about what you're doing. Boyana's voice echoes in my head. You just found out about Gianni, but that's exactly it. Isn't it? Gianni. The perfect fiancé who'd been living a double life. Fucking another woman. Heat rises in my chest, not embarrassment this time, but anger. Yes. The word slips out before I can second-guess myself. My heart pounds wildly, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through me. His eyes darken with something that looks like satisfaction. Good. But I need to finish here first. I gesture vaguely toward the main hall. Give me 20 minutes? He nods once. The movement precise and controlled, like everything else about him. I'll be by the entrance. It's stayed. I watch him walk away. My heart racing. What the hell am I doing? This isn't like me, impulsive decisions. Dinner with mysterious strangers. But maybe that's exactly what I need. Something completely different from Gianni's calculated charm and hollow promises. Maybe tonight I need to do something wild. Something reckless. Something dangerous. As I watch him disappear into the crowd, this magnetic stranger with storm-dark eyes and an aura of barely contained power, I can't help thinking that he's exactly what I need to forget everything else.
Chapter 6. Stella, God, what am I doing? It's sheer insanity, and I know it. But I'm in too deep to back out now. And damn it, I don't want to. The maitre d' sweeps forward as we enter, bowing slightly to my companion. No names exchanged. Just a subtle nod of recognition. I try not to fidget with my clutch as we follow him past tables of Los Angeles elite dining under sparkling crystal chandeliers. Your usual table, sir, the maitre d' murmurs, leading us to a secluded alcove with plush velvet seating and ornate wood paneling. I slide into the curved booth, hyper-aware of how my companion's presence fills the space. The lighting here is softer, more intimate than the main dining room. Fresh orchids grace the table, their delicate petals catching the warm glow. Spasibo, he says, the Russian word rolling naturally off his tongue. The maitre d' disappears with another bow. I haven't even opened the menu when a waiter materializes with an ice bucket and bottle. The label catches the light vintage Dom Perignon. My mysterious dinner companion doesn't consult me, just nods his approval as the waiter presents the bottle. The gentle pop of the cork seems to echo in our private corner. Crystal flutes appear, the champagne flowing golden in the dim light. I watch the bubbles dance upward, trying to process how I ended up here in this temple of luxury with a stranger who speaks my native tongue when just hours ago my world imploded. To new beginnings, he says, raising his glass. His dark eyes hold mine, and something electric passes between us. New beginnings. I echo, taking a quick sip to hide my nerves. He raises his glass to his lips, drinking deeply before sitting back in his seat. So, he begins. You organized the event tonight? I nod quickly, relieved that he's guiding the conversation into safe territory. It's one of our most important fundraisers. I know, Dal, a big responsibility, he murmurs, his eyes on me. I nod again, then stop myself, trying not to look too jittery, which isn't easy, because I am. The event supports children with serious illnesses. I explain, warming to the topic. We partner with local hospitals to bring joy to families going through unimaginable struggles. I said, his intense focus makes my skin tingle. He doesn't just nod politely like most donors, he listens, asking thoughtful questions about our programs and impact metrics. How did you become involved? His voice is deep, resonant. I started volunteering at hospitals during college. There was this little girl. I pause, remembering her bright smile, despite everything. She changed my whole perspective on what matters. I max, as I speak. I notice more details about him. The way his broad shoulders fill out his clearly bespoke suit. How his hands, strong but elegant, cradle his champagne glass. A small scar above his right eyebrow catches the light when he tilts his head. It's hard to take my eyes off of him. You speak from experience, he says softly. Not a question. Before I can respond, our waiter approaches with understated grace. Are you ready to order? Sir, madam, the spell breaks, and I realize I haven't even glanced at the menu. I watch, mesmerized, as he speaks to the waiter in fluid Russian. The familiar cadence of my childhood language washes over me, bringing back memories of family dinners in St. Petersburg. His accent is pure Moscow cultured, refined. Beluga ikra, he orders, among other dishes I can't quite catch. The waiter nods efficiently, scribbling notes. You didn't ask what I wanted, I say, half teasing. His lips curve. Trust me, the question carries weight beyond our dinner choices. I meet his gaze, finding myself nodding. Minutes later, the first course arrives, a mother-of-pearl spoon nestled beside black pearls of caviar on ice. My mouth waters at the sight. It's been years since I've had proper Russian caviar. Like this. He demonstrates bend, scooping a small amount onto a blini. His hands move with unusual grace for a man as he adds a touch of creme fraiche. I mirror his movements, bringing the bite to my lips. The caviar bursts against my tongue, briny, rich, decadent. A small moan escapes before I can stop it. His eyes darken. Good? Divine. I breathe, reaching for another bite. The familiar taste breaks something loose inside me. My shoulders relax, and I find myself leaning forward slightly. Tell me more about your work, he says, pouring more champagne. I love it. I take another sip of champagne, feeling warm and lighter than I have all day. It feels good to do something that has real value. You know? His fingers brush mine as he passes the caviar, sending electricity up my arm. Indeed, it does. End quote. The caviar gives way to a parade of dishes that transport me back to family dinners from my childhood, tender pelmeni swimming in butter, perfectly seasoned stroganoff, and delicate blini that melt on my tongue. Each bite unlocks memories I've kept locked away since our family fled Russia. It suddenly occurs to me that it's been hard to hide my roots for so long. All the years of speech lessons to get rid of the accent. I barely think of lineage anymore. The chef captures it perfectly. I say, dragging a piece of black bread through the stroganoff's rich sauce. It's like heaven. I kiss. He pours crystal-clear vodka into delicate glasses. The bottle sweats with frost, and I recognize the premium label one my father still saves for special occasions. Na zdarowie, he says, raising his glass. Za zdarowie. I echo, clinking my glass with his. The vodka slides down smooth as silk, spreading warmth through my chest. You drink like a proper Russian, he observes, his eyes crinkling slightly at the corners. I take another bite of pelmeni, savoring the tender meat filling. I watched a lot of action movies growing up, I guess. I'm a big Dolph Lundgren fan. I improvise. Talking about our past has always been forbidden. Dolph Lundgren? He quirks an eyebrow. Yeah. You know, Rocky? With, Sylvester Stallone? God. I'm an idiot. Yes. He nods. He's Swedish. Oh. Geez. Really? I squeak. He chuckles, and the sound is like a warm wave that raises the tiny hairs on my arms. This is not a test. Krasivaya. End quote. I snort laugh, the tension dissipating, and his lips twitch up into a smile that is mesmerizing. God. He's hot. He refills our glasses without comment. The vodka has begun to soften the edges of everything. The lighting seems warmer. The velvet booth more embracing. Even the weight of Gianni's betrayal feels distant, dulled by good food and better company. Try this. He spoons golden fish roe onto my plate. The chef imports it directly from the Caspian. Izen. I close my eyes as the delicate eggs burst against my palate. When I open them again, there's an intensity to his expression that makes my breath catch. The vodka hums in my blood now, making everything feel more immediate, more intense. His presence across the table feels like a physical touch. I reach for my water glass, needing something to do with my hands. Our fingers brush as he passes the bread basket, and that simple contact sends electricity racing up my arm. I catch myself leaning forward, drawn into his orbit like a magnet. The vodka has painted everything in warm, hazy strokes, but his face remains crystal clear, those dark eyes, the slight curl at the corner of his mouth when he's amused. So, you're telling me you've never tried uka made properly? He shakes his head in mock dismay. That's practically criminal. Nay, all doing. Is that so? I prop my chin on my hand, closer than I should be. And I suppose you're an expert? I caught the fish myself at my grandmother's dacha. The secret is the vodka. En remand, the secret to everything tonight seems to be vodka. The words slip out before I can catch them. Playful and dangerous. He leans in slightly, matching my posture. And is that a complaint? Not at all. I take another sip, holding his gaze over the rim of my glass. Though I'm starting to think you're trying to get me drunk. Is this them? Never. His eyes dance with amusement. I'm introducing you to proper Russian hospitality. His rate. Very hospitable. I drag my finger along the rim of my glass, watching his eyes track the movement. The air between us feels charged. Electric. You're different than I expected. He murmurs. Oh? And what did you expect? Someone more. He pauses. Considering. Reserved. Professional. By teen. I laugh, surprising myself with how genuine it sounds. When was the last time I laughed like this? Disappointed? Intrigued? The word rolls off his tongue like silk, and my stomach does a little flip. God, what am I doing? I should be home crying over Gianni, wallowing in my misery, not flirting with a mysterious stranger in a fancy restaurant. But something about him makes me feel alive, awakened. The way he looks at me like I'm fascinating. Like every word I say matters. It's intoxicating. His hand moves with casual grace as he signals the waiter, not even glancing at the wine list before ordering another bottle of Dom Perignon. The first one sits empty between us, testament to how long we've been talking. I catch glimpses of his watch as he gestures a Patek Philippe that I know is worth more than my car. The restaurant's soft lighting catches the platinum, making it gleam. Everything about him speaks of money and power, yet he wears it like a second skin, without the flashy ostentation I've grown used to seeing in LA's elite. When the fresh bottle arrives, he handles it himself rather than letting the waiter pour. His movements are precise, elegant. The champagne cascades into my flute, golden bubbles dancing upward to unexpected meetings. He says, his voice lower, more intimate than before. Our glasses clink, and I notice how he's shifted closer. I've moved in too. His presence feels magnetic, drawing me in despite my usual caution. You still haven't told me what you do, I say, taking a sip. His lips curve. Import, export, primarily. It too, that's delightfully vague. Is it? His eyes catch mine, holding them with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Perhaps I enjoy maintaining an air of mystery. I stag. The champagne has loosened something in both of us. And here I thought we were getting to know each other. People lace. We are. His finger traces the line of my cheek, and my breath catches just selectively. I prize. The champagne has made me bold. Or maybe it's just him, the way his eyes never leave mine. How he stays so attentive when I speak. I find myself sharing stories that dance around the edges of truth. Carefully edited versions of my life. There was this time in college, I say, swirling the golden liquid in my glass, when my friend convinced me to sneak into the library after hours. We were desperate to finish a paper. But really, We just wanted the thrill. Well, his knee brushes mine under the table. I don't pull away. Did you get caught? His voice has dropped lower. More intimate. Almost. The security guard found my student ID. But I pause, remembering how close that call really was. I talked my way out of it. As clever girl. His approval sends warmth spreading through my chest. I have my moments. I take another sip of champagne, hyper-aware of how our legs are now pressed together beneath the crisp white tablecloth. Though sometimes being clever gets me into trouble. It tanned. Like tonight, his eyes hold mine. And I know he's referring to how he found me nearly crying. That was... I lick my lips. That was more about being foolish than clever. Hold again. His hand finds mine on the table, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. The touch is electric. Sometimes trust and foolishness look very similar. I should pull away. I should maintain some distance. I don't. Instead, I turn my palm up, letting our fingers intertwine. Speaking from experience, perhaps. His thumb traces patterns on my palm that make my skin tingle. The sensation shoots straight through my skin and into my core, though I prefer to learn from watching others' mistakes. In Elfers, our eyes lock. Our knees press closer together, and the contact sends sparks racing up my thigh. Every point where we touch feels like a live wire, charged and dangerous. The waiter sets an elegant plate of pavlova between us, the meringue nestled in fresh berries and cream, but I barely notice. All my attention is locked on the way his fingers trace patterns on my palm, each stroke sending electricity through my skin. What the hell are you doing? Stella, this is crazy. My rational mind is screaming at me. I just found out about Gianni's betrayal hours ago. I don't even know this man's name. But his dark eyes hold secrets I want to unravel. You're thinking too much, he murmurs, his thumb finding a sensitive spot that makes me shiver. Old habits die hard. I take another sip of champagne, letting the bubbles dance on my tongue. I analyze everything. End quote. And what are you analyzing now? Whether this is incredibly stupid or exactly what I need. And secondains, his lips curve. How about both? The dessert sits forgotten as he shifts closer. I should feel guilty. I should be home mourning the loss of my future life as Mrs. Gianni Maranzano. Instead, I'm electric with awareness. Every nerve ending alive to this stranger's proximity. Maybe it's the vodka, or the champagne, or just the liberation of knowing this is just one night, no expectations, no complications. You're dangerous, I whisper, but I don't pull away when his fingers thread through mine. So are you. His voice has dropped lower, rougher. The sound resonates through me like a physical touch. The pavlova melts slowly on its plate, cream pooling around forgotten berries. Neither of us reaches for it. The air between us has grown too thick, too charged with possibility. His gaze tracks my every movement, the way I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, how my fingers trail along the stem of my champagne glass. The weight of his attention makes my skin tingle. Each time our eyes meet, the air grows thicker with unspoken possibilities. I find myself mirroring his body language without meaning to, leaning forward when he speaks, angling toward him. The restaurant's ambient noise has faded to a distant hum. All I can focus on is the timbre of his voice, the subtle shifts of expression across his striking features. His hand still covers mine on the table, thumb tracing lazy circles that send sparks shooting up my arm. The touch is deceptively casual, but there's nothing casual about the heat in his eyes when they meet mine. He leans in closer, close enough to make me feel the warmth of his skin. "I have a hotel room here," he murmurs, his voice pitched low enough that only I can hear. "Come back with me." Tinga, his words hang in the air between us, heavy with possibility. My heart is racing so fast that I feel lightheaded. I should say no. I should make my excuses, go home, and properly mourn my broken engagement. That's what a sensible woman would do. But I'm no sensible woman. Not tonight. That other woman's voice on his phone, casual and intimate, echoes through my mind. The way she'd laughed when telling me to leave her boyfriend alone. All those nights he was working late suddenly take on new meaning. My jaw tightens, and my throat works. Why should I sit at home crying over a man who never deserved my tears? Why shouldn't I take what I want? Just this once? Yes. I breathe, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounds. "Take me upstairs." Yes, his hand tightens on mine, and the heat in his eyes makes my skin flush. Without breaking eye contact, he signals for the check. Every movement is controlled, deliberate, but I can sense the tension thrumming beneath his composed exterior. The champagne hums in my blood. But this isn't about being drunk. This is about choosing something for myself. Something wild and impulsive and completely separate from the careful life I've built. Something that belongs only to me. My pulse races as he helps me stand, his hand settling at the small of my back. The simple touch sends a jolt of lightning racing up my spine. I lean into him slightly, drawn to his warmth, his strength. "Last chance to change your mind," he murmurs close to my ear as we wait for the elevator. I turn to face him, tilting my chin up. "I won't."
Chapter 7. Stella. The door clicks shut behind us. Moonlight streams through ceiling-high windows, casting silver patterns across marble floors and designer furniture in what is clearly the penthouse suite. My mystery man hasn't even flipped on the lights, but the city's glow illuminates enough. I step toward the window, taking in the Los Angeles skyline. The vodka's warmth still lingers in my blood, making everything feel dreamlike. Part of me can't believe I'm here. Can't believe I'd do something this reckless. But Gianni's betrayal has shattered all my careful rules. "Beautiful view," I whisper, more to myself than him. His footsteps approach from behind, slow and deliberate. The scent of cedarwood grows stronger. My heart pounds against my ribs as his presence fills the space behind me. Not quite touching, but close enough that I feel his body heat. I turn to face him. In the dim light, his features are all shadows and angles. His dark eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. He reaches up, fingers brushing my cheek with surprising gentleness. The contrast between his commanding presence all evening and this tender touch makes me shiver. Too late to walk away. "Krasivaya," he murmurs, his voice rough. Instead of responding, I rise on my toes and press my lips to his. The kiss starts soft, questioning, but quickly deepens as hours of pent-up emotion and attraction explode between us. His hands tangle in my hair while mine grip his shoulders, pulling him closer. Oh God, this is insanity! And then the last threads of hesitation snap. There's no going back now. His kiss devours me, fierce and demanding. His lips are firm, insistent. His breath is warm and fresh on my face as his tongue plunders my mouth. My fingers fumble with his shirt buttons as he backs me toward the bed. The silk of his tie slides through my hands as I pull it loose. Each touch, each breath feels like static electricity washing over my skin, heightened by the knowledge that we're strangers, that this night exists outside of reality. Wait, I gasp as his lips trail down my neck. I need to see him. Really see him. I reach for the bedside lamp. He catches my wrist. No lights. His accent thickens with desire. Just feel. Why have to work? The command in his voice sends heat coursing through me. I arch into him as his hands slide down my sides, mapping every curve. My blazer drops first. Then my skirt pools at my feet, followed closely by my blouse. The cool air raises goosebumps on my bare skin, but his touch burns everywhere it lands. I sink down and then settle onto the king-size bed. He follows me, shedding clothes as he does. My eyes widen at the sight of him. Lean. Hard muscles move smoothly in the moonlight over a frame that's pure sin. Even in the darkness, I can see the honed planes of his broad chest and defined abs. My eyes drop to the thick jut of his cock, and my breath catches. Holy shit, I don't even know if I don't get a chance to worry about it. The silk sheets caress my bare skin as he presses me into the mattress. His muscled body covers mine completely, surrounding me in his intoxicating scent. My nails rake down his back as his teeth graze my throat, making me arch against him with a gasp. The roughness of his stubble contrasts deliciously with the softness of his lips. Oh, please. I whimper as his hand slides possessively up my inner thigh, his touch sending shivers through me. His fingers are a branding iron, searing a path of heat along my skin. My body trembles, yearning for more, needing him to fill me. His touch is a promise, a claim, and a demand all at once. When his fingers slide beneath the lace of my panties and trace the line of my pussy, my eyes roll back, and I arch my back. A strangled cry escapes my lips as pleasure shoots through me. You like that? He murmurs. All I manage is a strangled groan as he zones in on my clit, tracing maddening circles over the sensitive nerves. The talented strokes of his fingers are relentless, sending waves of sensation coursing through my body. I'm reduced to a quivering mess beneath him, at the mercy of his skilled touch. My hands clutch at his shoulders, my nails digging into his skin as I ride the crest of his fingers, climbing higher and higher. My body moves of its own accord, each touch sparking new flames that consume me. The room is filled with the wet sounds my body is making, but I don't care about anything but the pleasure he's awakening, each stroke bringing me closer to the precipice. I'm teetering on the edge, every muscle tense, waiting for that final push that will send me tumbling over. And then he gives it to me, a final flick of his wrist, and I shudder. Oh, God! I cry out as my orgasm washes over me. My body convulses, each pulse sending me higher, my voice hoarse with unrestrained passion. I'm dimly aware of babbling, mindless words that make little sense. He doesn't seem to notice them, his eyes fixed on my face as he watches me come apart. Finally, I'm spent, my body boneless, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Oh, my God. I choke. That was, I'm not done with you yet. Krasivaya. He growls against my skin. The words drip with dark promise that makes me shiver. His accent grows thicker with desire as he murmurs filthy Russian phrases in my ear. They're things I remember from my school days in Russia, words that were whispered behind locker doors. Faces flushing, girls giggling. Now, their meaning is clear in the way his body claims mine. His hand cups my breast through the lace of my bra, his fingers finding my nipple, swirling over the puckering flesh. When he pinches me, I jolt, pain and pleasure mingling in a way that has my thighs pressing together. I'm drowning in sensation, lost in the slick slide of skin on skin. Every thrust draws desperate sounds from my throat that I barely recognize as my own. My legs wrap around his waist, pulling him impossibly deeper as pressure builds low in my belly. His rhythm grows erratic, his breathing harsh against my neck. "Come for me," he commands roughly. The dominance in his voice, combined with a particularly skillful movement of his hips, sends me over the edge with a scream. Wave after wave of pleasure crashes through me as he follows me into ecstasy with a guttural groan. We collapse together, sweaty and sated. As our breathing slowly returns to normal, I realize with startling clarity that nothing will ever be the same after tonight. This stranger has utterly ruined me for anyone else. I collapse against his chest, every nerve ending tingling with aftershocks. My body feels weightless, boneless, floating in a haze of satisfaction. His heartbeat thunders against my ear, matching my own racing pulse. For these precious moments, there's no room in my mind for anything but pure physical sensation. No, Johnny. No betrayal. No charity event drama. Just the slide of skin on skin. The lingering taste of vodka and desire. And the perfect ache spreading through my muscles. His fingers trace lazy patterns down my spine, sending little shivers through me. I nuzzle into the crook of his neck, breathing in that intoxicating cedarwood scent mixed with sweat and sex. My lips brush against his collarbone, tasting the salt on his skin. "Bozhemoy," I murmur without thinking, the Russian flowing naturally in this unguarded moment. His chest rumbles with quiet laughter at my use of his language. The intensity between us gentles into something softer but no less intimate. My breathing steadies as I drift in the afterglow, my body still occasionally trembling with residual pleasure. His hand cups the back of my head, fingers tangling in my hair as he holds me against him. I've never experienced anything like this raw connection with a complete stranger. The sheer chemistry between us defies explanation. My skin still buzzes where he touched me, marged me, claimed me. The passionate storm gradually calms, leaving us wrapped in comfortable silence. His steady breathing and the warmth of his body against mine creates a cocoon of peace that I want to stay in forever. We lie in comfortable silence until he breaks it. "I'm glad you came back here with me," he murmur. I'm kinda glad too. My lips twitch. My body is still tingling. My thoughts pause. "I guess you're used to this kind of thing." No," he replies, which I find hard to believe. A man like him could have anyone he wanted. And he picked me. Yeah, for a one-night stand. Big deal. I push the thought away. I'm a free woman. This isn't the Dark Ages. I can take my pleasure where I want it. "The work you do, for the kids," he says. "It's a good thing. That comes out of the blue. But it's a subject I love. I feel myself warm at the thought. I love it," I say, smiling. There's nothing more rewarding, more important. End quote. You have a good heart. His fingers trail down my arm. The intimacy of the moment startles me, Here I am, sharing pieces of my soul with a stranger whose name I don't even know when, just hours ago, I was supposed to be planning a future with Gianni. The guilt crashes over me, even though I know I have no reason to feel guilty. Not after what that bastard did to me. But suddenly, it feels like too much. I gesture vaguely toward the bathroom, needing space to breathe. He nods, understanding in his dark eyes. The bathroom is all marble and chrome, screaming luxury. My reflection stops me short, flushed cheeks, wild hair, lips swollen from his kisses. Is this really me? The careful, controlled Stella who plans everything to the last detail. Jumping into bed with a mysterious stranger? The shower calls to me. I turn it on, letting steam fill the room. The hot water might help clear my head, wash away some of this confusion. But as I stand there watching the mirror fog up, I can't stop thinking about how right it felt in his arms. How the chemistry between us transcended physical attraction into something deeper, more dangerous. How his touch seemed to understand parts of me I didn't even know existed. This is crazy, I whisper to my blurring reflection. You don't even know him. And the shower's steady rhythm offers a chance to think, to process everything that's happened today. Gianni's betrayal. This unexpected encounter. The way my carefully ordered world has turned upside down in the span of hours. The hot water cascades over my shoulders, washing away the evidence of passion but not the memory. Steam rises around me as I lean against the marble wall, letting the spray pound against my back. My thoughts swirl like the water circling the drain. I trace my fingers over the marks he left on my skin, a slight bruise on my hip, tender spots on my neck. Each one sends a shiver through me despite the heat of the shower. What are you doing? Stella? I whisper to myself. It's Boyana's voice that answers. Living. For once. Breaking free from your careful plans in perfect control. The water runs down my face, mingling with tears I didn't realize I was shedding. Not for Gianni. I'm surprised to find those tears have dried up already. These are different. A release of something deeper. Years of holding myself together. Maybe. Of being the responsible one. The planner. The perfect daughter. I take my time washing my hair, conditioning it twice, using the hotel's expensive body wash. Each methodical action helps ground me, brings me back to myself. By the time I step out and wrap myself in a plush towel, my head feels clearer. When I open the bathroom door, the silence of the suite hits me immediately. It's different from before, emptier somehow. The moonlight still streams through the windows, but something has changed in the atmosphere. Steam still clings to my skin as I pad into the empty suite. The rumpled sheets tell the story of what happened here. But he's gone. My chest tightens as I scan the room, spotting a folded piece of hotel stationery on the bedside table. My fingers tremble slightly as I pick it up. The handwriting is precise. Masculine. Checkout is at noon. Room is paid through tomorrow. Order whatever you want from room service. That's it. No name. No number. Not even a simple goodbye. The clinical nature of the note feels like a slap after the raw intimacy we just shared. I sink onto the edge of the bed. The luxurious sheets cool against my towel-wrapped body. The ghost of his touch still lingers on my skin, but the warmth of connection is rapidly cooling in his absence. My throat tightens as I read the note again. What was I expecting? Some declaration of feelings? A promise to meet again? We didn't even exchange names that was part of the unspoken agreement. The room service menu sits on the desk, promising every luxury I could want. But my appetite has vanished. Reality crashes back with the force of a tidal wave, Gianni's betrayal. The charity event aftermath. My reckless decision to come here with a stranger. I crumple the note in my fist, then smooth it out again, folding it carefully before tucking it into my purse. A reminder, perhaps, of the night I stepped completely out of character and let myself be free. The city lights twinkle beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, indifferent to my inner turmoil. In a few hours, I'll walk out of here and return to my carefully ordered life. But right now, wrapped in nothing but a hotel towel, I let myself feel the full weight of everything that's changed. I settle into the massive bed, pulling the silk sheets around me. The mattress could easily fit 4 people, making my solitude feel that much more acute. His scent lingers on the pillows, that intoxicating mix of cedarwood and maleness. I press my face into the fabric, breathing it in one last time. The lights of Los Angeles twinkle through the tall windows, creating silvery patterns across the luxurious room. Everything screams wealth, from the marble bathroom to the crystal decanter set on the wet bar. It's the kind of place Gianni would have chosen. Don't think about him. I roll onto my back, staring at the coffered ceiling. My body aches in the most delicious ways, reminding me of every passionate moment. My skin still tingles where his stubble scraped against my neck, where his fingers gripped my hips. The champagne and vodka from earlier make my head pleasantly fuzzy, combined with post-orgasmic exhaustion. Sleep tugs at the edges of my consciousness, despite my racing thoughts. I try to focus on the smooth slide of silk against my skin instead of analyzing every moment of this surreal evening. A car horn blares somewhere on the street below. I burrow deeper into the covers, cocooning myself in soft fabric that probably costs more than my monthly rent. The pillow still holds the indent from where his head rested. My eyelids grow heavy as fatigue wins out over my whirling mind. The last thing I register is the faint trace of his cologne surrounding me as I drift towards sleep. Chapter 8. Stella. My fingers fumble with the hotel keycard as I check the time, 8:47 a.m. Plenty of time to spare before checkout. But in spite of the opulence, I can't find it in myself to linger. The plush carpet muffles my unsteady steps toward the elevator. Last night's vodka still clouding my thoughts. Good morning, Miss. The receptionist's professional smile makes me wonder if she can read the shame written across my face. I hope you enjoyed your stay. It's this talking. I manage a weak nod, sliding the keycard across the polished desk. The sooner I'm out of here, the better. Outside, the bright Los Angeles sun assaults my eyes. I dig through my purse for sunglasses, finding instead the crumpled note he left. My chest tightens as fragments of the night flash through my mind, his hands in my hair, the taste of expensive vodka on his lips. The way he know. Stop it. I force myself to open the Uber app, my trembling fingers making 3 attempts before I successfully type in my address. The screen shows a 5-minute wait. Get it together, I whisper, leaning against the cool stone of the hotel's exterior wall. But my body remembers everything my mind wants to forget: the heat of his skin, the weight of him above me, the perfect rhythm we found together. A black Toyota pulls up. Stella? Yes. My voice comes out hoarse, probably from all the screaming and moaning I'd done last night. Cut it out. Girl. I slide into the back seat, the leather cool against my bare legs. The driver starts chatting about the weather, but his words wash over me like static. I press my forehead against the window, watching the familiar streets of Los Angeles blur past. Each block brings me closer to my normal life, to the reality I tried to escape last night. The mounting pressure in my chest grows heavier as we approach my neighborhood. When my building comes into view, its familiar red brick facade hits me in a crushing reality check. Gianni and that woman, my shattered engagement, and now this reckless night with a stranger whose name I never even learned. God, what was I thinking? Boyana's voice pipes up. You were thinking it was the best sex of your life. That's what. Well, as am I. I push open our apartment door, breathing in the familiar scent of Hannah's coffee and whatever she's baking. Thank God I kept my name on the lease instead of moving in with Gianni like he wanted. The thought of being homeless, on top of everything else. My evening clutch lands with a soft thud on the granite counter. Inside, the hotel keycard still sits next to my lipstick, evidence of my impulsive night. Is that you? Stell? My best friend's voice drifts from the kitchen, accompanied by the warm aroma of cinnamon. I'm testing a new muffin recipe. Perfect timing for breakfast. I mand. My stomach churns at the mention of food. I'm not sure I can handle Hannah's well-meaning interrogation right now, but the comfort of her presence, of this safe space we've created together, washes over me like a warm blanket. Hey, Rumi, where have you been? Hannah pokes her head around the corner, flour dusting her bright red curls. Her eyes narrow as she takes in my wrinkled blouse and smudged makeup. Wait. Are you just getting home? In last night's clothes? I sink into our ancient leather couch, the familiar creak of springs offering little comfort. Hannah abandons her baking, wiping flour-covered hands on her apron as she settles beside me. She doesn't need to say anything for me to know that I'm about to be interrogated. Geez. Where do I even begin? Gianni has another girlfriend. The words taste bitter on my tongue. I spoke to her yesterday at the charity event last night. And one. Hannah's green eyes go wide. What? That absolute piece of, it gets worse. I pull my knees to my chest, making myself smaller. She knew about me. About everything. Our engagement. The house we were looking at. She just didn't care. Said I needed to back off and let them be happy. Back off? Hannah's voice rises sharply. You're his fiancé. I twist the now empty ring finger. Hannah stares at me for a moment. Wow. Stell? This sucks ass. I silently nod. She's not wrong. Maybe you should think about this practically, Hannah says, her voice gentle. You're entitled to half of everything as his fiancé. The house deposit. Joint accounts. No. I spring up from the couch, my hands clenching into fists. I don't want his money. I don't want anything from him. End quote. But Stell, no. Heat rises in my chest, anger finally breaking through the numbness. Every penny would remind me of his lies, of how he played me for a fool while building a life with someone else. While I was picking out china patterns and planning our future, he was... My voice cracks. He was laughing at me behind my back. End quote. He wasn't laughing. Of course he was. The words explode out of me. Poor, naive Stella. So eager to believe in love, in happily ever after. God, I was such an idiot. I stop, choking back tears. I trusted him with everything. No, Hannah stands, reaching for me. But I wave her off. I'd rather live in a cardboard box than touch 1 cent of his blood money. Let his other girlfriend have it all. No, Okay. Okay. Hannah's lips curve into a mischievous smile. But what if instead of money, we focus on revenge? I'm thinking glitter bombs in his expensive suits. Or maybe we sign him up for every embarrassing mail-order catalog in existence? The absurdity of it breaks through my rage. A small laugh escapes before I can stop it. There's my girl. Hannah bumps my shoulder. I've got more ideas. How do you feel about industrial strength laxatives? When I give a snort of laughter. She goes on. Or wait. I heard about this woman who put sardines in the air conditioning unit of her ex's BMW. The car was ruined. Maybe I slept with someone else last night. The confession bursts out before I can stop it. Hannah's mouth drops open. Her tirade against Gianni forgotten. You what? I met someone. At the charity event. My fingers twist in my lap as Hannah's eyes widen. After everything with Gianni, I was crying in a corner and he just appeared. Like some dark guardian angel with perfect manners and an expensive suit. Hannah scoots closer on the couch. Her half-finished muffins completely forgotten. Go on. When I would my force, he took me to dinner. This incredibly fancy Russian restaurant. Heat creeps up my neck at the memory. The kind where they don't even show prices on the menu. Russian? Hannah's eyebrows shoot up. Actually Russian, or just the restaurant. Both. His accent. I close my eyes, remembering the way his voice rolled over certain words. God. Hun. The way he spoke. How he moved. Everything about him was just intense. And Hannah pulls her legs under hair, settling in like we're teenagers at a sleepover. Details. I need all of them. What did he look like? Taller. Dark hair. My cheeks flush, remembering how that hair felt against my bare skin. Eyes that seemed to see right through me. And his hands. I trail off, watching Hannah's expression shift from curiosity to delighted scandal. Stella Fremont! She grabs my arm. You actually did it? A one-night stand with a mysterious Russian stranger? I bury my face in my hands, but can't hide my smile. I don't even know his name. What to say? Wait. Hannah sits up straighter. You slept with him without knowing his name? It didn't seem to matter. He had this presence. I sink deeper into the couch. The memories washing over me. The kind that fills a room. When he walked up to me, everything else just faded away. Even the Gianni drama? Hannah prompts. Completely. My fingers trace the arm of the couch. He didn't try to fix things or give advice. Just listened. Ordered champagne. And somehow made me laugh. The way he looked at me. Heat spreads across my chest, remembering his intense gaze. Like I was the only person in the world. And the chemistry? Electric. The word comes out breathy. Every time our hands brushed. Or his knee touched mine under the table. God. Hun. I've never felt anything like it. The air between us was practically sizzling. West. Better than Johnny? Different universe. Entirely. I bite my lip, remembering. He knew exactly what he wanted, and wasn't afraid to take it. But also, gentle, considerate. The perfect balance of control and tenderness. With this bashowed, I sound like a gushing schoolgirl. But I can't help myself. Hannah fans herself dramatically. Stop. You're making me jealous. Some of us haven't had mind-blowing sex with mysterious Russian strangers lately. When we first I throw a pillow at her head. Trust me. If you'd seen him, Those shoulders. The way his suit fit. I trail off, laughing as Hannah pretends to swoon onto the couch. Not fair! She pouts playfully. You get all the hot Russians while I'm stuck with dating apps full of guys who still live with their mothers. On the way he ordered dinner. I sigh, curling deeper into the couch cushions. Perfect Russian. Not even glancing at the menu. Like money wasn't even a consideration. It's till back. Hannah nods eagerly. You said it was Russian. Which one was it? Petroshka. That new place downtown everyone's been raving about. And, shut up. Hannah's eyes go wide. That place is impossible to get into. My boss tried for weeks to book a table for a client meeting. I'd noticed Don. He just walked in and... I wave my hand, remembering how the maitre d' practically bowed. The staff knew him. Or knew of him. At least, I know. Did you see his watch? Hannah leans forward, her investigative instincts kicking in. Car? Any designer labels? Bespoke suit. It was made for him. Had to have been. I close my eyes, picturing the perfect fit across his shoulders. Patek Philippe watch. But not flashy. You know, like he wasn't trying to show off. It was just natural. It have been process, girl. Hannah shakes her head. You found yourself a real-life Russian oligarch. In a czar, found and lost. I pick at a loose thread on my skirt. He was gone when I got out of the shower. Just left a note about checkout time. Ah yes, men. Hannah rolls her eyes. Then suddenly sits up straight. Oh, speaking of men, I completely forgot to tell you my news with all this drama. The excitement in her voice makes me lift my head. What news? Hannah bounces on the couch cushion, her red curls wild with excitement. I got the promotion. Full agent status. Not just an assistant anymore. In quote. What? I sit up straighter, my own troubles momentarily forgotten. Hun, that's incredible. I know, she beams, practically vibrating. I start next week. Real assignments. Not just paperwork and coffee runs. There is details. I need all of them. The familiar role of supportive best friend feels like slipping into a warm bath after the chaos of the last 24 hours. Well, I can't tell you everything. Obviously. Because then I'd have to kill you. Duking. I shove her arm. Dork. Okay. Fine. She lowers her voice conspiratorially. I'll be working protection detail. You know those fancy diplomatic events you're always organizing? I might actually get to attend some now, though. I'll be scanning for threats instead of sipping champagne. What I note. Protection detail? My eyebrows shoot up. Like, actually guarding people? Yep. She pats her hip, where I know she normally keeps her concealed weapon. All that training is finally paying off. Though Mom's still telling everyone I work in government administration. Guide, because that sounds so much better than secret agent. I lean forward, curiosity piqued. So, what exactly does protection detail involve? Will you be wearing those cool earpieces and talking into your sleeve? Hannah's blue eyes sparkle. Maybe. Depends on the assignment. But first, I have to complete another round of specialized training. So, you'll be carrying a gun all the time now? I lean forward, fascinated by this new side of my best friend. Already do. Hannah pats her hip again. But now, I'll be authorized to use it in more situations. Plus, there's all kinds of cool gadgets they're training us on. Like what? Can't tell you specifics. She winks. But let's just say James Bond has nothing on our tech department. Istabid, God, this is so weird. I shake my head, studying her familiar freckled face. My sweet, baking-obsessed roommate is actually a badass federal agent. Hey, I can be both, Hannah protests. The best covers are the ones hiding in plain sight. No one suspects the girl who stress bakes chocolate chip cookies at midnight. Don't. Speaking of which, I sniff the air. Are your muffins burning? Shit. She bolts toward the kitchen, returning moments later with a tray of slightly overdone, but still edible cinnamon muffins. See? Perfect agent behavior. Creating a believable domestic mishap to maintain my cover. It's spread. I grab a muffin, tearing off a piece. Does this mean I need to watch what I say around you now? In case you're secretly investigating me? Please. Hannah rolls her eyes. If I was investigating you, you'd never know. I'm way too good at my job. Is that right? I arch an eyebrow. What if I'm actually a deep-cover Russian spy? Been playing the long game all these years, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The irony of my joke isn't lost on me. Hannah strikes a dramatic pose. Then it would be my duty to take you down, though I'd feel really bad about it, and probably still make you stress-baked snacks in prison. End quote. We dissolve into giggles. The tension of my Gianni heartbreak temporarily forgotten in this moment of shared ridiculousness. Seriously, though, I say once we catch our breath, I'm really proud of you. Hun, you've worked so hard for this. Tech dude, thanks. Babe. She grins. But I couldn't have done it without you. Let's celebrate. Ari, I groan inwardly, not relishing the idea of another bout of socializing. Sure, I say cautiously. What did you have in mind? Let's order takeout and binge-watch something mindless. Hannah pulls her wild curls into a messy bun. I've got a new batch of those Korean face masks we can try. End quote. God. Yes. I sink deeper into our weathered couch cushions. As long as it's not another one of those wedding shows. That deal. She tosses me the remote. Though I should warn you now that I'm officially Agent Collins. I'll probably spend the whole time pointing out inaccuracies in any spy movies. And it tell damn, still better than watching Say Yes to the Dress. My fingers brush over my bare ring finger. But the sting isn't quite as sharp. Though maybe we should stick to comedies tonight. End quote. Hannah flops down beside me, tucking her feet under my legs like she's done 1,000 times before. The familiar weight grounds me. Reminds me that some things haven't changed. That not every relationship is built on lies. You know what this calls for? She bounces up again. Ice cream for lunch. We still have that emergency pint of Rocky Road in the freezer. Dome, the one behind the frozen peas, that's our breakup ice cream. And this definitely qualifies. She returns with 2 spoons and our battered carton of comfort food. Though technically, it's also my promotion ice cream now. 2 birds. 1 pint. Axe. The first bite of chocolate and marshmallow melts on my tongue. Here, in our cozy bubble of friendship and sugar, the chaos of the last 24 hours feels almost manageable. Almost. I can convince myself that my night with the Russian stranger was a moment of temporary insanity. But sooner or later, I'm going to have to face Gianni. I just can't do it right now.
Chapter 9. Alexei. Papers scatter across my desk, but I can't focus on a single word. That woman from the charity event keeps invading my thoughts. The curve of her neck. Those tear-stained eyes. The way she yielded to my touch in that hotel room. Blind. I push back from my desk, running a hand over the bristles on my chin. My phone buzzes again, the 15th message from Sophia since morning. The preview shows another passive-aggressive reminder about dinner with her parents. I swipe it away, but her diamond-encrusted profile photo remains on screen. The perfect Russian bride my sister selected. Beautiful, connected, appropriate. Unlike the woman from the hotel, who burned like fire in my hands. I grab my tumbler of vodka, downing it in one harsh swallow. The liquid does nothing to erase the memory of her taste, the sound of her pleasure, the way she... My phone lights up again. Sophia. Chat возьми. The screen shows our chat history, dozens of ignored messages about wedding venues and guest lists. Each one a reminder of my obligations. The Bratva expects their pecan to make a suitable match, to produce legitimate heirs. But all I can think about is sable hair spread across white hotel sheets. Focus. Mudak. I mutter, forcing my attention back to the weapons shipment manifests that need my review. The numbers blur together, meaningless against the ghost of soft skin under my fingers. Another message from Sophia flashes, this time with a photo attached, her trying on wedding dresses. I drop the phone face down, my jaw clenching. One night of weakness shouldn't haunt me like this. I've had my share of women, forgotten them all by morning. But something about this one Blyad. I don't have time for more woman trouble. I have enough on my plate with this stupid Novikova bitch. Yet another ping sounds. Reluctantly, I scroll through Sophia's messages, each one more demanding than the last. Why aren't you responding? My father asked about the venue again. His Inzabred, are you deliberately ignoring me? This is completely unacceptable behavior. Zadel, my thumb swipes over the delete button. This arranged marriage was Diana's idea, her attempt to secure the Bratva's future through a proper Russian alliance. Sophia ticks all the right boxes, and she's about as warm as a Siberian winter. Another message pops up. I've selected the chapel. You will make time to view it this weekend. Why? I toss the phone aside. The presumption in her tone sets my teeth on edge. Even before we're married, she acts like she owns my schedule, my choices, The office door slams open. I'm on my feet instantly, hand reaching for the gun under my desk. Sophia stands in my doorway, her gray eyes blazing with barely contained fury. The diamonds at her throat catch the light as she stalks toward my desk. Where were you yesterday night? Her voice carries that familiar edge of possession. I called 6 times. I guess I sink back in my chair, maintaining the distance between us. Working. In mem. At midnight, she perches on the edge of my desk, her perfectly manicured nails tapping against the wood. The charity event ended at 10. I had business to handle. I keep my tone flat, emotionless. The less I give her, the sooner this interrogation will end. Business. She practically spits the word. Was this business wearing a dress? Vivid memories flash through my mind. I push them away, focusing on the cold reality of Sophia's presence. Sophia. You're being ridiculous. Wasn't. Am I? She leans closer, her expensive perfume threatening to suffocate me. Because Vadim saw you at Petrushka, with a woman. When this is to present, my father's face suddenly fills my mind, hovering over my mother with that same possessive rage, demanding to know her every movement. The parallel makes my stomach turn. Enough. I stand, towering over her. I don't answer to you. Yushin, you're my fiancé, on paper. The words come out like ice. Don't confuse arrangement with ownership. They Sindros. Her perfectly painted lips tremble. Diana promised. Diana doesn't control me either. I move toward the window, needing space to breathe. Go home, Sophia. I have work to do. There is Abracted. She doesn't move. Her reflection in the glass, showing her internal struggle between pride and persistence. Her jawline is set in a surly line, and I remember my mother, trapped in endless cycles of questioning and demands, trying to appease an unappeasable partner. This isn't over, she finally says. She doesn't speak further, and I assume she's gone. But I don't turn around to check. The silence feels like a blessing. But her lingering perfume reminds me that I'm never truly free. The undernote of vanilla fills my nose, just like my mother's. And suddenly, I'm 10 again, standing in our St. Petersburg apartment's doorway as she braids Diana's hair. Her fingers move swiftly, lovingly, while humming that lullaby she always sang. That was the last morning I saw her. Later that day, I came home from school to find her vanished. No note, no goodbye, just father sitting in his armchair, reeking of vodka, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Where's Mama?" Diana had asked. His silence filled the room like poison gas. Those dead eyes fixed on us, daring us to ask again. The unspoken threat clear. Don't question. Don't search. Don't speak her name. For weeks after, I'd wake to Diana crying in the next room. But we never mentioned our mother again. Not when father stumbled home drunk. Not when his new women paraded through our home. Not even when... "Are you even listening to me?" Sophia's sharp voice cuts through the memory. Blyad, she's still here, ranting about my obligations and her expectations. I turn from the window, ice flooding my veins. The same possessive rage that lived in my father's eyes now burns in hers. The need to control, to own, to break. "Get out." My voice comes out low. Dangerous. Sophia's mouth drops open. "What did you just say to me?" "You heard me." Each word falls like a hammer blow. Out. Now. 2. She takes a step back, finally recognizing the threat in my tone. Good. Let her feel what real fear is. Let her understand exactly who she's trying to cage. This isn't over. Alexei. Her voice trembles, despite her attempt at authority. We have an arrangement, which can be broken. I move toward her, watching her retreat. Remember that. Tal. Sophia stands frozen, her perfect mask cracking. Good. Time to shatter her delusions completely. Let me be clear. I regard her coldly. This arrangement exists for one reason, to satisfy the old guard's outdated expectations. Nothing more. End quote. Her throat works as she swallows. But Diana said, "I told you." My sister doesn't speak for me. The words come out sharp enough to make her flinch. She arranged this marriage thinking it would benefit the Bratva. But I run the Bratva, not her. What education the other families expect, the other families answer to me. I straighten to my full height. Or have you forgotten who holds power here? Color drains from Sophia's face. For all her pretense at being the perfect mob wife, she's never truly understood our world. The violence that built it, the blood that maintains it. This isn't about the families. Her voice wavers. Diana promised we would. Diana promised what she had no right to promise. The mention of my sister's meddling sets my teeth on edge. Always trying to fix me. to force me into her idea of normalcy. My personal life isn't a chess piece for her to move. It's not it. Sophia's hands shake as she grips her designer purse. You can't just, well, I can do whatever I want. Power flows through my words, the tone that makes hardened criminals step back. That's what being Pacan means. Something you and my sister seem to have forgotten. When the phrase, Sophia tosses her head, looking mad enough to spit bullets. But she knows better than to push me further. She spins on her heel and marches across the room as she storms out, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. The sound echoes through my office like the aftermath of one of Diana's lectures about proper relationships and family obligations. And my sister means well. She always has. After our mother vanished, Diana stepped into that void, trying to protect me the only way she knew how, by creating structure, routine, expectations. The same way she arranges her designer suits by color and season. She tries to arrange my life into neat, predictable patterns. I drop back into my chair, rubbing my temples. Diana doesn't understand that her careful plans, her calculated arrangements, feel like chains around my throat. The same suffocating grip our father used to maintain control. My phone buzzes with Diana's familiar ringtone. Of course. Sophia's already run, crying to her about my unacceptable behavior. Unfreezed, I let it ring. My sister's disappointment is a weight I've carried since childhood, her sad eyes, watching me train with knives instead of studying. Her tight smile when I took over the Bratva instead of pursuing the legitimate business career she'd mapped out. You're better than this life, she told me once, straightening my tie before a meeting with the other families. You could be so much more. But she never understood that this life, the power, the control, the freedom to break anyone who threatens what's mine, is exactly what I need to ensure no one ever disappears from my life again. No more unanswered questions. No more silent dinners with empty chairs. The phone buzzes again. Diana's face lights up my screen, a candid shot from her last birthday, caught mid-laugh with a glass of champagne. My twin, my protector, my conscience, and sometimes my jailer. The memory rises unbidden, father sprawled in his favorite armchair, reeking of cheap liquor, the same chair where he sat the day Mama vanished. But this time, I'm not a helpless child. I'm Pacan. I want you out of here. My voice carries the weight of every bruise, every broken bone, every silent dinner spent avoiding his rage. He tries to laugh it off, but fear flickers in those bloodshot eyes. You can't. I already have. I tossed the papers onto his lap, bank accounts emptied, properties seized, his precious reputation in tatters. You have 1 hour before my men arrive. My Nestor. His hands shake as he reads. Decades of careful tyranny crumbling. I'm your father. No. The word cuts through years of pain. You're nothing. Eichspien, the satisfaction of watching him stumble out. Suitcase clutched to his chest like a shield. Still burns sweet in my memory. That moment when power finally balanced the scales. A sharp sound pulls me back. Sophia is back in my doorway, her perfect mask cracking to reveal something uglier beneath. Jesus Christ, I spoke to your sister. I won't be dismissed like some common, and yet, I rise from my chair, done playing games. Here you are, still talking when you should be gone. Desness, her fingers clench around her purse strap, the same possessive grip my father used on his bottle. The same need to control, to own, to break. Sophia's mouth opens for another tirade, but I cut her off with a raised hand. We're done here. His guy. My mind drifts to the woman last night, to soft gasps. Genuine pleasure. The way she moved against me without calculation or agenda. No power plays. No family expectations. Just pure, honest desire. Sophia's expensive perfume feels cloying, artificial. Everything about her is carefully constructed, from her designer clothes to her practiced smile. The perfect Bratva wife, groomed since birth for her role. Unlike the woman from the hotel, who tasted like champagne and freedom. Are you even listening? Sophia's shrill voice grates against my nerves. No. I turn to my desk, dismissing her. I have actual work to do. End quote. The other families expect. Leave through the door, or you can go through the window. I snap. Her eyes widen. Something in my stance tells her I'm not joking. The slam of the door signals Sophia's final exit. Thank fuck. Blessed silence fills my office, broken only by the soft hum of the air conditioning. I lean back in my leather chair, loosening my tie, then grab the stack of papers from my desk. Numbers and codes blur together. Pakistani arms dealers, shipping routes, security protocols. The Bratva doesn't run itself, and I don't have time for Sophia and her theatrics, or memories of deep green eyes, silken hair, or skin like satin. I have bigger things to worry about.
Chapter 10. Stella. My thumb grazes over Gianni's contact photo one last time. No new messages since the revelation. Of course. Not. The woman's voice echoes in my head. Leave my boyfriend alone. End quote. Enough. I delete his number with a sharp jab. Then grab my car keys from the counter. The metal bites into my palm as I squeeze them. Going somewhere? Hannah peers over her coffee mug. To get answers. I straighten my spine, channeling the strength Bojana always tells me I have. And my things from his apartment. The drive to Gianni's Bel Air penthouse feels different today. The familiar palm-lined streets that once represented my future now mock me with their pristine perfection. My engagement ring sits heavy in my purse. I still can't stand to look at it, let alone consider putting it on. Traffic crawls on Sunset, giving my mind time to catalog all the little warning signs. You knew. I mutter to myself to Bojana. You tried to warn me. Something was off. What is well, my hands grip the steering wheel tighter as I turn onto his street. The security guard recognizes my car, waving me through without question. Probably the last time that will happen. I park in my usual spot, but instead of the flutter of excitement I used to feel arriving here, there's only cold determination. Time to face whatever's waiting inside. A flash of movement catches my eye as I kill the engine. A woman emerges from the building's glass doors, her designer heels clicking against the pavement. Tall, model thin, wearing what looks like Prada, the kind of effortless beauty that makes other women feel invisible. For some reason, my eyes lock onto her, and even without being told, I already know. It's her. I bet that's her. The words escape in a whisper, not to myself, but to Bojana. She's always present in moments like these, when my world tilts sideways. The woman fumbles in her clutch, probably searching for her phone to call a ride. Her dark hair brushes over bare shoulders, catching the morning sun. Everything about her screams wealth and privilege, from her perfectly sleek bob to the red-soled Louboutins. My eyes track upward, following the line of the building to the penthouse windows. Gianni's probably up there right now. Maybe watching her leave. Did he make her breakfast? Pour her coffee in the mug I bought him in Little Italy? Movement behind the glass catches my attention, a silhouette passing by the window. Male. Tall. My chest constricts as I recognize Gianni's familiar stride. I sink lower in my seat, grateful for my car's tinted windows. The woman's finally managed to get her phone out, speaking rapidly into it while pacing near the entrance. My heart stops as Gianni appears on his balcony wearing nothing but black boxer briefs. His tanned chest bare in the morning sun. He leans over the railing, waving down at her with that signature smirk I once thought was charming. Have a good day. Bella! His voice carries clearly across the courtyard. She blows him a kiss, and he pretends to catch it. The same stupid gesture he used to do with me. My vision blurs red as I watch this intimate scene play out. They're not even trying to be discreet. How many times has she been here? How many mornings did they share while I planned our wedding? Fuck her. I spit. The word tastes good on my tongue, matching the fury building in my chest. I wait until her ride arrives and she drives away. Then I yank my purse from the passenger seat and slam the car door. My heels strike the pavement with purpose as I march toward the building's entrance. The doorman's eyes widen as I approach. Miss Vermont. I blow past him, jabbing the elevator button repeatedly. The elevator seems to crawl between floors. Each second that drags by only adds to my fury. By the time the doors glide open to his floor, I'm in a red rage. I pound on his door, each strike echoing my heartbeat. The lock clicks, and there he stands, hair tousled, chest still bar, a sheen of sweat glistening on his skin. Stella? Tesoro. What are you? Save it. My voice comes out sharp as glass. I just watched your little goodbye scene on the balcony. His body, his face shifts surprise. Then calculation. Then that practiced, innocent expression I now realize I've seen too many times before. Oh, that was just my trainer. We were doing... Your trainer? Does she always leave wearing Prada and carrying a Chanel clutch? Cara. You're being... I talked to her yesterday. The words slice through his excuses. On your phone. When you were supposed to be at my charity event. Inna. He runs a hand through his hair, another familiar gesture that now makes my skin crawl. Tesoro. Let me explain. Don't call me that. I step closer, forcing him back. How long? What? How? Long? Each word drops like ice. Stella. You're overreacting. This isn't 3 months. 6? The whole time we were engaged? My voice rises with each question. While I was planning our wedding? While I was looking at houses with you? I don't need answers to these questions. She already gave them to me. I just want to watch him squirm as he lies. His eyes dart past me to the hallway, checking if anyone can hear. Always so concerned with appearances. Keep your voice down. Let's discuss this like adults. Alden, the patronizing tone in his voice ignites something in me. All those months of subtle manipulation, of making me question myself, of promises that now ring hollow, they crystallize into pure fury. Like adults? I laugh. The sound harsh and foreign. Was it adult to play us both? To let me plan a future while you were building one with her? His face hardens. You're making a scene. End quote. Good. I meet his gaze, refusing to let him make me feel small again. I saw the real you today. Johnny. Finally. It was adieu. I watch his lips move, spewing excuses that sound rehearsed. Practiced. Like he's given this speech before to other women. You have to understand. Clara, men have certain needs. It doesn't mean I don't love you. His hands gesture expansively, like he's explaining something obvious to a child. These things happen in marriages all the time. The smart wives understand and look the other way. Is he fucking serious? My stomach turns. Is that what she does? Looks the other way? Don't be crude. He straightens his shoulders. That familiar, condescending expression settling on his face. Besides, you're being rather ungrateful considering everything I've given you. The lifestyle. The connections for your little charity events. The word ungrateful hits me like a slap. Heat rises in my cheeks as memories flash through my mind all the times he's lorded his wealth over me. Used it to make me feel small. Dependent. Let's be practical about this, he continues, reaching for his wallet on the side table. I can make this unpleasantness go away. Name your price. I stare at the leather wallet in his manicured hands, remembering how proud he was when he bought it in Milan, how he made sure everyone knew it was custom made. Cost a ridiculous amount. The sight of it now, of him casually offering to buy my acceptance like I'm just another business transaction, crystallizes everything wrong with our relationship. My voice comes out steady, cold. You think you can just throw money at this? Money solves most problems. Tesoro. And let's be honest, you're not exactly in a position to walk away from what I offer. Your salary from that children's thing you do. Something snaps inside me. How dare he belittle my career, just last night? A man with more power in his pinky than Gianni could dream of was telling me how important my work is. Don't! I cut him off, waving a finger in his face. Don't you bring my work into this. You spoiled little man. I stride past him into the apartment, heading straight for the master bedroom. My overnight bag still sits in his closet, half unpacked from our planned weekend getaway. The cashmere sweater he bought me in Rome lies crumpled on his bed, probably knocked aside when she was here. Tesoro. Please, we can work this out. Gianni trails behind me as I yank open drawers. Think about what you're throwing away. The villa in Tuscany. The connections I've given you. I stuff my clothes into the bag, not bothering to fold them. My hand brushes something silky, the La Perla lingerie he insisted on buying. I leave it there. Let her have it. I hope she gets a fucking yeast infection. Filthy bitch, says Boyana. The board position at the foundation is still yours. He continues, his voice taking on that persuasive tone he uses in business deals. And the summer house in Positano. The bathroom yields more treasures, my expensive face creams. Makeup. The silver-plated hairbrush he gave me for Christmas. Into the bag they go. What about the ring? His voice rises slightly. That diamond is flawless. It's worth a fortune. And I pause at my jewelry box on his dresser. The sapphire tennis bracelet. The diamond earrings. The Cartier watch all his attempts to mark me as his property. I close the lid, leaving them behind. Cara, be reasonable. His footsteps quicken to keep up as I move through the apartment. We can renegotiate terms. Maybe a bigger prenup settlement. The living room holds more evidence of my almost life here, photos of us at the beach. My favorite throw blanket. Books I'll never read again. I gather only what's truly mine. What I brought into this relationship. My silence seems to unnerve him more than any words could. His offers grow more desperate with each step I take toward the door. The penthouse in Manhattan, it could be yours. Just yours. And the Swiss account I set up, I'll double it. I most. I zip my bag closed with trembling fingers. The sound cutting through Gianni's endless stream of promises and bribes. The strap digs into my shoulder as I hoist it up. My muscles tight with anger. The yacht. I'll sign it over to you today. And the summer house, and I'm very. Stop. I whirl to face him. My free hand raised. I don't want your things. I don't want your money. I don't want you. It's say. His perfect features contort. The mask of charm slips, revealing something ugly underneath. His fingers catch my elbow as I turn toward the door. You're making a mistake. The silky persuasion in his voice hardens to steel. Think about what you're walking away from. I wrench my arm free. I'd rather live in a cardboard box than spend another second pretending you're a decent human being. Kara. Please. He steps between me and the door. Hands spread in supplication. Let's discuss this rationally. Like adults. I will. Don't let him trap you. Bojana whispers. He's trying to wear you down. I shoulder past him. My bag swinging against his chest. The door handle feels cool under my palm, grounding me. Behind me, Gianni's voice rises, taking on an edge I've never heard before. You think you can just walk away? After everything I've invested in you, you're nothing without me. A charity case playing at being important. To prizes. The lock clicks open under my fingers. I step into the hallway, my heels sinking into plush carpet. Each step feels lighter than the last. The door slams behind me with a satisfying crack that silences Gianni's stream of promises. The sound reverberates through the spacious hallway, each echo marking another step I take toward the elevator. My hands shake as I press the down button, but my spine stays straight. The elevator arrives with a soft ding. I step inside, turning to face the polished doors that reflect a warped version of myself. I did it. I whisper to Bojana. In the distorted reflection, I swear I catch a glimpse of her proud smile. The elevator descends smoothly, each floor taking me further from the penthouse prison of Italian marble and guilt-wrapped gifts. My fingers find the engagement ring in my purse. The massive diamond he bragged cost more than most people's houses. I pull it out, studying how it catches the light. Such a pretty cage. The doors open to the lobby. Marco, the doorman, starts to rise with his usual greeting, but something in my expression makes him sink back into his chair. Ignoring him, I cross the foyer, my heart still racing with rage and adrenaline. I pause at the brass trash bin near the entrance. The ring glints one last time before I drop it in. The soft thud of metal hitting paper, oddly anticlimactic for such an expensive gesture. Sunlight hits my face as I push through the revolving doors. The morning air tastes different, cleaner somehow. Despite the LA smog. My car sits where I left it, but I feel miles away from the woman who parked it here 20 minutes ago. It hurts. There's no doubt about it, but I'd expected it to hurt more. What I mainly feel is a profound sense of relief. You dodged a bullet, says Bojana. I know, I whisper, dashing away tears as I head to my car. Time to put it all behind me. I'm free.
Chapter 11. Alexei. Peace. Fucking finally. My shoulders drop as I lean back in my leather chair, savoring the quiet, until the video call notification pierces the silence. Vasia's profile picture fills my screen. Blyad. No rest today. I tap accept. My older brother's broad frame appears, his usual stoic expression replaced by something tighter. More urgent. We have a situation. His deep voice carries none of its usual calm. About our West Coast shipments? I brace myself. No. He shakes his head. Something bigger. Tomas Larkin. Tomas Larkin? I frown. The doctor who performed Bobek's delivery. I am saddened. My blood runs cold. The pen in my grip snaps. Ink spilling across my fingers. 10 years of searching. Of following dead ends and false leads. The doctor who destroyed my son's future. Who fled like a coward in the night. You found him? My voice comes out rough. Primal. Vasia's face fills my screen as he leans closer. He changed his name to Fairmont. Moved to Los Angeles with his family. He pauses, watching my reaction. What? I blurt. The armrest cracks under my grip. The bastard's hiding here in L.A.? Show me everything. I force the words out through gritted teeth. Documents flood my screen. Forged birth certificates. Travel documents. Proof of residence. I lean forward. Muscles coiled tight as Vasia's words wash over me. Each detail hits like a physical blow. He established a private practice in Beverly Hills under the name Thomas Fairmont. Vasia's voice stays steady. Clinical. Changed specialties from obstetrics to general practice. Smart move harder to trace. Is the rest. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. The bastard's been living the high life while my son suffers. Wife? 2 kids. Vasia continues, tapping at his keyboard. A son and a daughter. What I would thrust, the perfect fucking American family. Building a new life after destroying my son's. But here's what you need to know. Brother. Vasia's tone shifts. Darker. I found the hospital records from that night. And about. Ice spreads through my veins. Show me. Way after, documents appear on my screen. Medical charts. Nurses' notes. Blood alcohol readings. He was drunk. Vasia's words hit like bullets. 3 times over the legal limit when he performed the delivery. Tried to cover it up afterward. But the night nurse documented everything before getting fired. If red clouds my vision. The edge of my desk splinters under my grip. Mudak. The word comes out as a growl. He was drunk when he broke my son. While he fucked up his spine and put him in a wheelchair for life. The memories flood back Bobek's screams when I saw him in the neonatal unit. The panic when the doctors saw me. Olga's pale face as she told me that our child would never be normal. All because this piece of shit couldn't stay sober for 1 fucking delivery. I want everything. My voice sounds foreign. Dangerous. Every detail of his new life. Every place he goes. Every person he talks to. Is already compiling it. Vasia nods. But there's more. The medical terms blur together as Vasia walks me through the delivery records. Each clinical detail hits like a physical blow, painting a picture I've imagined countless times over the years. The forceps application showed clear signs of improper positioning. Vasia's voice stays steady. Professional. Blood alcohol content of 0. 24 affected his motor control. When the baby presented with shoulder dystocia. Larkin panicked. All deuce. My knuckles crack as I grip the desk. The wood splinters beneath my fingers. He applied excessive lateral traction. Vasia continues, tapping through documents. The force damaged the C5 and C6 vertebrae. Permanent injury to the brachial plexus nerves. And data assessed, I see Bobek's face. Bright with excitement over his new wheelchair. The way his small arms strain to lift even light objects. His brilliant mind trapped in a body that won't obey him. The night nurse's report indicates she tried to intervene. More tapping. Suggested calling in the on-call physician when she smelled alcohol on Larkin's breath. He threatened to have her fired if she spoke up. You are timeline. The word comes out like gravel. When exactly did he run? 3 days after the delivery. Once he realized whose kid he'd messed with. Vasia pulls up travel records. Booked flights to Germany under his real name as a diversion. Actually flew to New York through Canada. Then drove cross-country to California. I said, planned. I taste blood from biting my cheek. The Mudak had an escape route ready. It's Stedge. Dom. The identity change was arranged months before. He knew someone would eventually discover his drinking. With Fazden, the rage builds. Familiar yet sharper now with each new detail. This wasn't just negligence. The bastard knew he was dangerous. Kept operating. Anyway, then ran like a coward when it all went wrong. How long? My voice sounds strange. Distant. How long has he been living his perfect fucking life in Los Angeles? 10 years. Vasia says bluntly. 10 fucking years. My fist slams into the desk. How did we miss this? He had help. Vasia's expression darkens. High-level connections in witness protection. Not the usual program, something deeper. Black budget stuff. Here's of. The implications suck the wind from my lungs. Government involvement. No wonder our usual methods failed. Show me. Wise. Vasia shares his screen, revealing a web of redacted documents and classified files. See these signatures? Deputy director level. Someone wanted him hidden badly enough to bypass normal channels. I lean forward, studying the patterns of bureaucratic breadcrumbs. A decade of searching, of following false leads, while this Mudak hid behind American badges and paperwork. Who? The word comes out as a growl. Working on that. Vasia's fingers fly across his keyboard. The trail leads through 3 different agencies. CIA involvement early on. Then Homeland Security. Finally, some Black Ops budget I can't trace yet. Was live. I looked down at my black, ink-stained fingers. Like blood. But wrong. Not enough. They knew. The rage builds. Cold and familiar. They knew what he did to my son. And they helped him anyway. I do. Duh. Vasia's face hardens. Found some interesting notes in the case file. They were monitoring our search efforts. He heaves a sigh. Some men have friends in high places. You've made enemies there? My jaw sets. It's an occupational hazard. I guess my life isn't exactly above board. But I would never have imagined this. While I hunted this bastard across continents, my own government contacts were helping hide him, playing me for a fool. Every name. My voice sounds foreign, dangerous. Every official who touched this, every piece of paper they signed. I want it all. They stay. The documents blur as my mind races through implications. Possibilities. Los Angeles. Close enough to touch. All these years searching Europe. Asia. South America, and the fucker was practically in my backyard. We have him where we want him. Brother. Vasia says. We've got everything. Work schedule. Social patterns. Security measures. He works 4 days a week at the clinic. Lives in a gated community in Beverly Hills. No personal security beyond standard neighborhood patrols. Soft. Comfortable. Vulnerable. What about the government protection? Minimal active surveillance. Vasia's voice carries a hint of satisfaction. They think the trail's gone cold after 10 years. Monthly check-ins. Occasional drive-bys. Nothing we can't work around. They D's. I study the satellite view of Larkin's No. Vermont's neighborhood. Wide streets. Manicured lawns. Security cameras that our tech can easily bypass. A prison of luxury, but one with plenty of blind spots. The clinic, private practice. 3rd floor. More images appear. Corner office. Private elevator access. He takes lunch alone in his office most days. Arrives by 8 a.m. Leaves between 6 and 7 p.m. Is becoming regular patterns. Predictable habits. The arrogance of a man who thinks he's safe. Financial trails? Complex. Vasya pulls up banking records. Multiple accounts. Property holdings through shell companies. But there's a pattern, large cash deposits every quarter. Consistent amounts. In friend, bribes. The word tastes bitter. Still paying for his protection. How soon can you have a complete infiltration plan? Already done. Vasya's voice smacks of satisfaction. He's as invested in this as I am. Bobek's face flashes in my mind once again, his bright eyes lighting up over the new wheelchair controls, masking the pain beneath. The way his thin arms strain to reach buttons normal kids wouldn't think twice about. How he compensates with that brilliant mind, always finding workarounds for what his body won't do. I close my eyes, and a different image forms. Bobek on a football field. Strong legs pumping as he races down the sideline. His shoulders broad and straight, not hunched from hours in that chair. The sound of his laughter, free and wild, not carefully measured to hide discomfort. My hands clench. He should be out there playing, getting scraped knees and grass stains, learning to throw a proper punch. Instead, he's trapped in that fucking attic, watching other kids through windows, reading about the life he should have had. The fantasy shifts. Bobek standing tall at my side during Bratva meetings, carrying himself with the natural authority that's his birthright, not hidden away like some shameful secret, but proud and strong. The son I should have been able to acknowledge openly. All stolen by one drunk doctor who couldn't stay sober for one fucking delivery. Time for fantasy is over. We have the bastard's location now. His schedule, his habits, his weaknesses. Izura, the rage settles into something colder, more focused, more useful. 10 years I've waited for this. A quick death would be too merciful. My voice sounds foreign even to my own ears. He needs to understand what he's done. What he stole. With 5, I pull up the medical records again, studying the clinical description of my son's injuries. Each technical term represents years of pain, of lost opportunities, of a childhood spent in physical therapy instead of on playgrounds. And a bullet would be too easy. The plan crystallizes in my mind, cold and perfect as ice. The Mudak needs to understand. Really understand. With that, my fingers trace the medical diagrams on my screen, following the path of nerve damage that changed my son's life forever. Cinque seis vertebrae. The medical terms feel like razor blades on my tongue. Same injury height, as Bobek says, but no quick surgical mistake this time. I want it done slowly, deliberately. End quote. Vasya nods, his expression darkening. We have men with certain skills. A smile twitches his lips up at the corners. But there's nothing warm about it. Good. I lean forward, the leather of my chair creaking. I want him conscious. Want him to feel every moment. To understand exactly what's happening. Let him experience the same helplessness he inflicted on my son. And after? After? A cold smile splits my face. He lives in a wheelchair, dependent on others for every basic function, just the way he left my boy. I was AP. The symmetry feels right. Poetic. Even. Let him spend decades staring at walls, trapped in a useless body while his mind stays sharp. Let him know exactly why this happened to him. Start making arrangements. I check my watch. I want everything in place within the week. His no bed. Chapter 12. Alexei. The bottle rattles against the crystal as I pour. Liquid sloshing over the rim. Blyad. I never spill. My hands don't shake. But they are now. The first sip of vodka burns, carrying me back to that sterile hospital corridor. The squeak of nurses' shoes. The sharp antiseptic smell. Olga's sobs echoing through closed doors. I take another drink. Longer this time. The memory intensifies standing there. Young and powerless. While some drunk bastard butchered my son's delivery. I'd trusted the system. The doctors. The fucking government. Stamps on their certificates. The glass slams down harder than intended. Crystal cracks spider across the bottom. Your son suffered severe trauma during birth, they said. Clinical words masking brutal truth. I remember Bobek's tiny body, twisted and still, not crying. Why wasn't he crying? More vodka. It doesn't help. The rage builds, familiar and hot in my chest. For 10 years I've carried this weight watching my boy struggle to sit up, to hold a spoon, to do the simplest things other children take for granted. All because some idiot couldn't stay sober enough to deliver him properly. I grip the bottleneck, knuckles white. The memories keep coming now. First surgeries, endless therapies, Bobek's brave smile through it all. My brilliant, beautiful son, forced to endure so much because of one man's negligence. The vodka burns less with each swallow. My rigid control starts slipping. The careful walls I've built around these memories crumbling. I see Bobek's face, lit up with excitement over his new wheelchair. He deserves so much more than wheels and voice commands. He deserves to run, to jump, to live without limits. The glass is empty again. My hands have steadied. But something else has broken loose inside me. A decade of contained fury rises like bile in my throat. The walls close in. I can't sit here drowning in vodka and memories. Not when I finally have a name. Not when vengeance is within reach. I strip off my suit jacket, my tie, leaving a trail to my private gym. The familiar scent of leather and sweat welcomes me. Here, at least, I know how to channel this fury. The first punch rocks the heavy bag. Then another, and another. Each impact sends shockwaves up my arms. But I don't slow down. My knuckles split. I don't care. Crack. For the forceps he mishandled. Thud. For Bobek's twisted spine. Slam. For every physiotherapy session. Every surgery. Every fucking moment of pain my son has endured. Sweat soaks through my shirt. Blood smears the bag. Still not enough. I switch to kicks, driving my shin into the leather until my legs tremble. The physical pain helps drown out the memories, gives me something tangible to fight against. I don't know how much time passes, but my muscles are screaming when the rage finally starts to burn itself out, leaving clarity in its wake. Each breath comes easier. My thoughts sharpening like a blade being honed. I rest my forehead against the cool leather of the bag, letting my pulse settle. The path forward crystallizes. No more helpless waiting. No more impotent fury. I have a target now. Tomas Larkin will learn what it means to harm a Tarasov's child. Any child. I grab my phone, knuckles still bleeding, and dial Sasha's secure line. He answers on the first ring. Did Vasya speak to you about the doctor? Da. Boss. Sasha's voice carries its usual calm efficiency. He sent the file. We're ready to go. He's no. I wipe sweat from my face with a towel. Muscles burning from the workout. Timeline. A day. Tops. The estate has multiple access points. Minimal personal protection beyond the neighborhood patrol. Piece of cake. And self, my breathing steadies as I process the details. A soft target, hiding behind walls and rent-a-cops. Pathetic. Good. I nod, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction start to descend. It won't give Bobek his legs back, but it's something. What do we do about the wife? Boss? Sasha continues. I purse my lips. I've never been a fan of collateral damage. It's messy. Leads to complications. Besides, the poor bitch has enough on her plate being stuck with a cunt like that. Keep her out of it. I say, tossing my towel into a nearby basket. Duh. Boss. He's silent for a moment, and I know he's waiting for additional instructions. Any immediate business requiring attention? Professional instincts override personal vengeance, if only temporarily. The Italians are pushing back on the port agreement. They demand a larger cut of container shipments. I didn't know. I roll my shoulders. Working out the remaining tension. Schedule a meeting. Make them understand the consequences of greed. Hasn't. Already arranged for tomorrow morning. Their underboss seems receptive to negotiation. Ed Day. The familiar rhythm of threats and territory soothes like a well-worn routine. But there's something else. Boss. Sasha's tone shifts, carrying a weight that makes me grip the phone tighter. The Genoa numbers came in. I can't hide. My jaw clenches. And 300,000 missing from distribution. Books don't match the cargo manifests. If you can, blood from my split knuckles drips onto the gym mat. Who? Nico. Verona. Been handling the West Side accounts for 6 months now. Sasha pauses. Numbers started looking funny about 3 weeks ago. Small discrepancies at first, then bigger gaps. Vainas. I press my fingers against my temple. Verona. Young punk trying to play in the big leagues. Should have trusted my gut when he first showed up with those designer suits and fake Rolex. Where is he now? Gone. Apartment cleared out yesterday. Phone disconnected. Bank accounts emptied. If you are, Blyed. I slam my fist into the bag one more time. Get Vasya on it. Track his accounts. Cards. Everything. I want to know where that little shit's hiding. And already done. Vasya's working on it. Sasha clears his throat. There's more. He didn't just cook our books. He set up dummy corporations. Fake invoices. Made it look like legitimate business losses. We 4-7. In 4-7. My blood runs cold. This isn't amateur hour theft. This is calculated. Planned. The kind of scheme that takes time and inside knowledge to execute. Who had access to those accounts besides him? That's what we're trying to figure out. Could have had help from the inside. But my money's on Maranzano. I marry towels. Johnny? Da. Hovary. Pizdets. I spit. Makes sense. That slimy motherfucker always rubbed me up the wrong way. I close my eyes. Exhaustion, warring with fury. First the doctor. Now this bullshit. The universe seems determined to test my patience today. Find him. I growl into the phone. And when you do, bring him to me. Alive. As Doundo, I pace the length of my private gym. Each step measured against the fury building inside me. Nico fucking Verona. Should have gutted that cocky little prick the moment he walked in. 300,000. The number repeats in my head like a drumbeat. Not just stolen systematically siphoned off. And Johnny, that preening Italian peacock, always vouching for Nico. Always pushing to give him more responsibility. He's young, but he's got potential. Gianni had said, just needs guidance. Mudak. They think they played me. They thought wrong. My jaw clenches so hard I taste blood. 300,000 isn't just theft, it's a declaration of war. A deliberate insult to my authority. My intelligence. My control. I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar calm of planning settle over me. Sasha. I bark into the phone. Get me everything on Maranzano's recent movements. Bank records, phone logs, security footage, and put extra surveillance on his properties. That peacock's not going anywhere until I have answers. In Savannah, I end the call, letting memories of past betrayals surface. The Petrov brothers thought they could skim from the casino profits. Their screams echoed through the warehouse for days before they broke. Then there was Dmitri, who tried running with protection money. We found him in Thailand. His new beach house in Pattaya became his tomb. My knuckles throb as I flex them. Dried blood cracking. The gym's silence amplifies each breath, each heartbeat. A decade hunting Larkin. Now this theft. Both violations demanding response. Both requiring the particular brand of justice I've spent years perfecting. I grab a fresh towel, dabbing at my split skin. 300,000. The number cycles through my mind again. Not the largest sum I've dealt with, but the audacity, the careful planning, the sheer fucking disrespect. My reputation wasn't built on mercy. Every thief, every traitor became an example. Their fates whispered about in dark corners, warning others what crossing me means. I sink onto a bench, fatigue finally seeping in. 2 major threats in one day. The doctor who crippled my son. The punk who thought he could steal from me. Each deserving their own special attention. The weight of it settles on my shoulders like a familiar coat. Heavy, but necessary. This is what power demands: constant vigilance. Swift retribution. No weakness. No hesitation. And unfortunately for my enemies, that's what I do best.
Chapter 13. Stella. My hands are shaking. The world beyond my car's windshield is blurred through tears I've been holding back since the morning I left Gianni's apartment. It's been over 2 days. Yet here I am again, crying over the future I'd lost. A sob rips through my chest. Raw and primal. My body's having an emotional release. So I let it. You're better off without him. Boyana whispers in my mind. I know she's right. But the comfort feels hollow as memories assault me, Gianni's bare chest on the balcony, waving to that woman like it was routine, like I never even existed, like I never mattered. My fist connects with the dashboard. Pain shoots through my knuckles, grounding me for a moment before fresh tears come. Stupid. 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 Then there's the mysterious stranger. his touch still ghosts across my skin, making everything more confusing. One night of reckless abandon with a nameless man, what does that make me? The same as Gianni? No. I press my forehead against the steering wheel. Different. He betrayed trust. I was free? Broken? Taking control? I pull in a deep breath, trying to use logic to settle my frayed feelings. It's just an emotional response triggering my amygdala. I tell myself. Stress hormones flooding neural pathways. It's not actual pain. Stella. Oh, way. Understanding the science doesn't make it hurt less. Another sob escapes as memories flood back. Talking about kids. Sharing dreams. None of it was real anyway. Stella. It's Bojana again. I know. Damn it. I choke out. He was lying about all of it. I dash away angry tears and straighten my shoulders, turning the key in the ignition and reverse out of my apartment's parking bay. Focusing on driving settles me a bit, until the neon sign of a McDonald's beckons like a lighthouse through my tears. I pull into the drive-thru, ordering enough for 3 people. Really? Emotional eating again? Bojana's voice carries that familiar mix of judgment and concern. Don't start. I'm Mutta, grabbing the warm paper bag. The smell of fries and grilled onions fills the car. You'll regret it tomorrow at yoga. Dad. I stuff a handful of fries into my mouth. Salt and grease coating my tongue. Sounds like tomorrow's problem. And the burger wrapper crinkles as I unwrap it one-handed, steering with my knee. Each bite fills the hollow space in my chest. If only temporarily. This isn't healthy coping. Stella. Dume. Neither is talking to my imaginary sister. Yet here we are. Sauce drips onto my blouse. Perfect. At least I don't add calories. End quote. I snort, nearly choking on a bite of burger. Trust Bojana to make me laugh even now. The streets become more familiar as I drive. Houses I've known since my teens appearing through the windshield. Mrs. Peterson's rose garden still blooms on the corner. The Meyer kids' basketball hoop still hangs crooked over their driveway. The animal shelter where I volunteered every summer comes into view. I remember walking dogs down these sidewalks, feeling so proud when the difficult ones finally trusted me. You were always good at healing broken things, Bojana says softly. Except myself. Apparently. But the old memories soften something in my chest. The food settles warm in my stomach as I turn into my parents' gated estate. The familiar streets bring back memories of those first awkward months after we fled Russia. Dad, trying so hard to perfect his American accent. Practicing hello and how are you in front of the bathroom mirror each morning. Mom stubbornly refusing to give up her traditional cooking, despite the strange looks from neighbors when our house smelled of pickled herring and borscht. Remember when Dad bought that Kiss the Cook apron? I whisper to myself, smiling at the memory. He'd worn it proudly while attempting to grill hamburgers, determined to master this quintessentially American skill. The burgers always came out charred on the outside, raw in the middle. Mom's attempts at PTA meetings still make me cringe, showing up with platters of pelmeni instead of chocolate chip cookies. Her thick accent drawing stares as she tried to discuss bake sale logistics. They tried so hard to fit in. Bojana's voice whispers, yeah. I wipe away a fresh tear. But this one feels different. Softer. I can still see Mom's face when she finally mastered Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. She'd practiced for weeks, determined to help me lose my accent faster than she could lose hers. Every night before bed, tongue twisters, and pronunciation exercises. Red and blue lights are flashing up ahead, cutting through my memories like a knife. Sirens wail behind me, growing louder. My brow furrows as I pull over to let emergency vehicles pass. What the hell is going on? I slow down, cruising cautiously along the road to where there appears to be a cluster of police cars in front of my parents' house. My breath catches and my heart lurches. Mom. Dad. I abandon my car in the middle of the street. Keys still in the ignition. My heels catch on the uneven pavement as I sprint toward the flashing lights, toward the home where I spent my teenage years. Yellow crime scene tape flutters in the evening breeze. 2 police cruisers and an ambulance block the driveway. My legs turn to lead at the sight of the coroner's van. The coroner. No. 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 The word becomes a mantra as I duck under the tape. An officer steps forward to stop me. Ma'am, you can't. This is my parents' house. My voice cracks. Let me through. A sight up ahead freezes my blood in my veins. My father's car is half a block up the road, flipped onto its roof. Shattered glass litters the road like scattered diamonds. There's a pool of something dark on the asphalt, and little yellow evidence markers. I'm trying to make sense of it when I see 2 men in dark uniforms wheeling a stretcher. The body bag on top is zipped closed. No, my knees give out. The concrete rushes up to meet me, scraping my palms as I catch myself. Bile rises in my throat. Miss, are you family? A gentle hand touches my shoulder. I look up into the face of a female detective, her expression grave. I'm their daughter. The words come out as a whisper. What happened? Who? I can't finish the question. The detective crouches beside me, blocking my view of the stretcher being loaded into the van. Miss Vermont, I'm Detective Martinez. I need you to come with me. There are some questions, but I barely hear her. My eyes are fixed on where the body bag is being lifted into the back of a coroner's van. The sound of the door slamming shut jolts through me like an electric shock. Staggering to my feet, I push past the detective, stumbling toward our front door where Mom's hysterical screams pierce the evening air. 2 officers block the entrance, but I shoulder between them. That's my mother in there. The foyer spins as I take in the scene, Mom crumpled on the floor, her silk robe torn, mascara streaking down her face as she rocks back and forth. Nick kneels beside her, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Mom! I drop beside her, wrapping my arms around her shaking frame. She clutches at me with desperate fingers, her nails digging into my skin. My Thomas. My Tomas. She keeps repeating the words between gut-wrenching sobs. Nick's face is ash-white, his usual cocky demeanor stripped away. Stells. His voice cracks. Dad. It's Dad. My chest constricts. Vision, narrowing to a pinpoint. No. I shake my head. Denial, rising like bile. No. There has to be. He's gone. Stells. Nick's flat tone makes it real. Dad's dead. Was no. Mom wails louder at the words, her whole body convulsing. I hold her tighter, my own tears finally breaking free for the umpteenth time. The 3 of us cling to each other on the marble floor where Dad used to practice his English, where he'd spin Mom around while dancing after too much wine, where he'd helped me with science homework. My father is dead. How? The thought echoes through my mind. Each repetition, bringing fresh waves of pain. I press my face into Mom's hair, breathing in her familiar perfume as Nick's arms encircle us both. We stay like that. our shared grief binding us together as officers move around us, their radios crackling with static and coded messages that mean nothing compared to the devastating truth. Our family will never be whole again. Murder. Mom's voice is muffled against my shoulder. They murdered him! Her nails dig deeper into my arm as she thrashes against our embrace. Mom, what are you talking about? My voice sounds distant, hollow. Nick's arms tighten around us both. They came. Mom's words dissolve into Russian, fragments of prayer and curse mixing together. Your father knew. He told me they would. One day they would. I exchange glances with Nick over her head. His eyes are wide, bloodshot. I look down at my mother again, then stiffen when I see a smear of blood on her cheek. More blood is matted in her hair. Mom, you're hurt, I say urgently. But she's not looking at me. Her eyes are fixed on a point beyond my shoulder. Mrs. Vermont? A paramedic kneels beside us, medical bag in hand. I need to check your vitals. You're in shock. No, Mom jerks away from his reaching hand. Don't touch me! Her accent thickens with hysteria. They'll kill us all. Mom, please. I try to gentle her. But she's beyond reason. Her chest heaves with rapid, shallow breaths. Your father. She clutches at her throat, gasping. He knew. The doctor. St. Petersburg. The paramedic moves in with practiced efficiency, managing to catch Mom's wrist despite her resistance. Her pulse is racing. We need to get her stabilized. Nick helps me lift Mom as the paramedic guides her toward the waiting ambulance. Her legs give out halfway there, forcing us to half carry her. Stay with me, I whisper, pressing my lips to her temple. We're here. Mama. We're here. Her only response is another keening wail that tears at my heart. The paramedic produces a syringe, and I have to look away as he administers what must be a sedative. Mom's desperate grip on my hand gradually loosens as the medication takes effect. Her screams fade to whimpers, then to silence. The ambulance lights paint everything in strobing red and blue as the paramedics secure Mom to the stretcher. I climb in beside her, my fingers interlaced with her limp hand. The sedatives have stopped her screams, but her face remains twisted in anguish, even in unconsciousness. I'll follow in my car. Nick calls before the doors close. His voice sounds strange, strained. The ride to the hospital blurs past. I focus on Mom's shallow breathing, trying to make sense of her frantic words. The doctor, St. Petersburg. They came. Could our old life in Russia have something to do with Dad's death? My mind replays her hysteria. They murdered him! Not an accident then. But who would want to hurt my father? A family doctor? The emergency room staff whisk Mom away for evaluation, leaving me alone in the harsh, fluorescent lighting of the waiting room. Nick arrives minutes later, his face ashen. Stells, how is she? His voice is hoarse. I helplessly shake my head. My voice comes out hoarse and I have to clear my throat. They just took her to one of the wards. I rub my eyes. She was pretty out of it, babbling about murder and people being after him. In house, Nick looks away and fixes his attention on the doorway. I frown at him. What's going on? Nick? Is there something you're not telling me? No, He pulls in a breath. Mom and Dad had secrets. You know that. Is not. What secrets? I stare at him. What do you mean? Nick, are you saying Dad was involved in something that got him Killed? That's unbelievable. I don't know what to say. Stella. But you can't deny that our lives weren't exactly normal. End quote. Yeah. But murder? I whisper. I sink into one of the hard plastic chairs. Nick's words are stirring up memories I've tried to forget. The rushed move from St. Petersburg. Leaving Russia. Dad burning our old documents. Their whispered conversations in Russian when they thought we were asleep. Remember how they made us practice our new names? I rubbed my temples. Over and over, until Larkin became Fairmont in our sleep. To Dollar-cest, Nick nods, his knee bouncing with nervous energy. And the way Dad would check the locks 3 times every night, the security cameras he installed, I thought he was just being paranoid. But even as I say it, I know it was more than that. Nick runs his hands through his hair, leaving it standing on end. Listen. Stells, with everything that's happening. He glances at the emergency room doors. I need to go. That. What? I grab his arm. Alarm surging through me. Now. Mom needs us. It has, but he's shaking his head. I can't be here now. I failed. When will you be back? I glance back at the door. The doctors will be out any minute. And Mom will want to see us. Over. I'm not coming back. Stells, he says. There are things I have to take care of. He won't meet my eyes. Important things. Oaths. My jaw drops. You're leaving? Just like that? When he doesn't answer, I continue. What could be more important than this? Nick? Than Mom? Than losing Dad? I can't make sense of this. It has to be a mistake. A sick joke. He gently pries my fingers from his sleeve. There are things going on that I can't tell you about. He says, just stay with Mom. Keep her safe. Don't you dare walk away from us. My anxiety is flaring, but he's already turning toward the exit. That haunted look still in his eyes. I'll call when I can. But, until then, don't try to find me. It's so clear. Don't try to find you. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Nick, you're not making any sense. He turns and practically runs through the automatic doors. Nick, I call after him. Nick, don't go! But he does. He just lets the doors shut behind him and disappears from sight, leaving me alone with the knowledge that our father is dead and our mother is falling apart. God damn you! My voice breaks. I don't realize I'm crying until I feel cool tears dripping from my chin. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as I sink onto a plastic chair. The events of the last few days are fading into a blur. Nothing seems real compared to seeing Dad's car overturned. Mom's hysteria. The body bag. I press my palms against my eyes until spots dance behind my lids. Only a few days ago, I was organizing a charity event. Engaged to be married. Part of a whole family. Now I'm alone in a hospital waiting room while my father's body lies in a morgue. My mother sedated in a ward somewhere above me. And my brother, he left us. Boyana whispers. Just like that. Izom. My brain frantically scrambles for answers. But I'm too shocked. Too hurt. Too confused to make any sense. I lean my head back against the wall. Exhaustion seeping into my bones. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that Mom will need me when she wakes. I'll have to be strong enough for both of us now. But in this moment, sitting alone under harsh hospital lights, I allow myself to feel the full magnitude of everything I've lost today. My father is dead. My brother is gone, and I've never felt so completely alone.
Chapter 14. Alexei. Breakfast on the terrace has become my one concession to leisure. The quiet helps settle my mind before diving into the day's chaos. No phone calls. No violence. Just coffee and the morning breeze. The sun warms my face as I survey my domain. 20 acres of prime real estate sprawling below the cliff. Gardens manicured to perfection. Olympic pool glinting like polished sapphire. Mine. All of it bought with blood and bullets. I sip my coffee, savoring the bitter bite. My chef's pastries sit untouched. Old habits die hard. Growing up in the Bratva, being trained for survival, makes a man suspicious of plenty. Birds sing in the jacaranda trees. A hummingbird hovers near the flowering vines. Peaceful. Almost enough to make a man forget what he is. The sound of footsteps on marble breaks the spell. Sasha appears at the terrace door, hesitating. His face tells me everything before he opens his mouth. Something's wrong. Speak, I say, setting down my cup. He approaches, jaw tight. Problem with Fairmont. Ned. I straighten. Appetite. Gone. What kind of problem? He's dead. Where? The words land like a punch to the sternum. Chato? What happened? Sasha shifts his weight. Not like him to show discomfort. Plan was proceeding. Team was in position. Target returned home unexpectedly. Spotted our men. Panicked. Tried to escape.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a un programa especial. Hoy se van a conocer los 13 jugadores y el seleccionador, que ya lo sabéis que es Narcís, de la selección española de la Kings Cup Nations de la selección española. Así que por favor, un fuerte aplauso porque estamos en la tienda en Barcelona de JD. Bueno, no voy a estar solo, voy a estar acompañado y además con el presidente de la selección española. Fuerte aplauso para DJ Mario.
A ver. ¿Cuánta gente?
¿Qué tal, Mario? ¿Me has traído regalos para mí?
Ah, no es para ti.
No me jodas.
¿Dónde los dejamos?
Pues debajo del árbol.
Es para luego, sí.
Venga, debajo del árbol, debajo del árbol.
Vamos a verlo ahí.
Pensaba que eran para mí, macho.
No, luego los vemos, luego los vemos.
¿Estás tú como presidente de...
Escape. I meet Est, and crashed his car half a block from his house. Impact killed him instantly. Doan. The Welve Doan. Coffee turns to acid in my stomach. 10 years of searching. 10 years plotting the perfect revenge. And the bastard dies in a fucking car crash? You're telling me he got spooked and killed himself before we could touch him? Duh. He took a corner too fast. Car flipped. Hit a pole. And pleasing that I was. I slam my fist on the table. China rattles. Coffee sloshes over the rim. He was supposed to suffer like Bobek suffers. He was supposed to live knowing what he did. As dare, the hummingbird darts away. Startled by my outburst, everything falls silent. I'm sorry. Boss, it was out of our hands. Infriend, out of your fucking hands? I snarl. Bunch of fucking incompetent peasdas. How hard could it fucking be to cripple one fucking doctor? My voice is rising. I pull in a breath and get myself together. Any other casualties? The question comes out clipped. Controlled. Wife was home. Unharmed physically. Hysterical when police arrived. Here, at least there's that. I've never had a taste for killing women. Not even the wife of the man who crippled my son. I pace the length of the terrace. Mind racing. Dead means complications. Dead means police investigations. Dead means questions I don't need asked. Bliad, I spit. Clean it up. Make it look like an accident. Was accorded. Already working on it. But... Sasha hesitates. She was screaming about murder when officers arrived. Several witnesses. Perfect. A hysterical widow crying conspiracy. Just what I need. I pull out my phone. Scrolling to a contact saved under maintenance. 3 rings before he answers. Tarasov. Captain Mendez's voice carries the permanent weariness of a cop on the take. It's early. Is deeper. We have a situation. Tomas Fermont. Car accident on Cedar Avenue. End business. A beat of silence. I'm familiar with the case. Hezeder, make it clean. Accident report. Toxicology showing alcohol. End cries. There were witnesses. Tarasov. His wife is claiming grief makes people irrational. She's in shock. Confused. I keep my voice even. The report will show he lost control of his vehicle. Nothing more. De forma. Mendez sighs. This'll cost you. Or Mal. Double the usual. Transfer within the hour. End quote. Triple. This is high profile. Doctor in an affluent neighborhood. And my jaw clenches. Fine. But I want the file closed by the end of the week. And Gev, what about the ME's office? Handle it. That's what I pay you for. I end the call before he can negotiate further. Sasha waits. Impassive as ever. Over a decade at my side have taught him when to speak and when to disappear into the background. Contact Victor at Channel 6. I instruct. Get ahead of the story. Tragic accident. Respected doctor. Perhaps hint at fatigue from overwork. Something sympathetic. I got it. Duh. Boss. Anything else? I stare out at the perfect blue of my swimming pool. Monitor police channels. Any chatter about suspicious circumstances. I want to know. And a friend. Sasha nods. And the widow? I consider this. Leave her. She'll be dismissed as traumatized. If she becomes problematic, we'll reassess. Dizzt, understood. He turns to leave. When Sasha's footsteps fade, I sink back into my chair. The pastries have gone cold. The coffee tastes like ash. 10 years hunting Tomas Larkin, no. Ferment. 10 years imagining the moment I'd watch realization dawn on his face. The moment he'd understand exactly who I was and why I'd come. The fear when he realized what awaited him. Not death, that would be too merciful, but the same helplessness he inflicted on my son. The same lifetime of dependence, of limitations. I'd pictured everything. All the years of misery he'd face. All wasted because the coward couldn't handle a car. The irony isn't lost on me. The man who damaged my son's spine dies from a broken neck. Poetic. In its way. But hollow. Justice isn't just about death. Death is easy. Over in an instant. I wanted him to live. To endure. To understand the full weight of what he'd done. I pick up my coffee cup. Surprised to find my hands steady despite the rage churning inside. Self-control always was my greatest weapon. The sunlight seems harsher now. The peaceful morning tainted. I'd waited a decade for proper vengeance. Patient. Calculating. Only to have it snatched away by chance. My phone vibrates. A text from Mendez. Wheels in motion. Me on board. Report will show elevated blood alcohol levels. End thing. At least that's handled. The official story. Respected doctor has a few drinks. Crashes car. Tragic accident. Case closed. But not for me. Never for me. I scroll through my phone, finding the folder labeled B. The photos load my son in his various wheelchairs over the years. Age 3. Strapped into a contraption that swallowed his tiny body. Age 7. Finally able to control a motorized version. Last week. Mastering the new high-tech model. My brilliant boy. Ruined by that fuck-up of a doctor. And now that doctor is dead. Not suffering. Not living with the consequences. Just gone. I set the phone down and stare at my hands. These hands have killed men. Tortured them. Broken them. But they couldn't deliver the one thing I truly wanted: justice for Bobek. The sun climbs higher, burning away the morning mist. From here, I can see my security team patrolling the perimeter, keeping me safe, keeping my secrets locked away. Bobek remains the biggest secret of all, hidden from the world for his protection. The sole vulnerability in my armored existence. If anyone discovered him, discovered what he means to me, they'd use him. Hurt him. That's why no one can know. Not Sophia. Not the Bratva Council. No one except Diana and a handful of trusted men. I light a cigarette, letting smoke fill my lungs. A rare indulgence these days. The nicotine does nothing to calm the storm inside me. Vermont dead. The perfect revenge plan shattered. The careful groundwork of the past decade rendered useless in a single moment of panic. I exhale slowly, watching smoke dissipate into nothing. Like my plans, like my justice. My phone vibrates again. Mendez. Wife sedated at Memorial Rive. Son disappeared from hospital. Daughter staying with mother. We, son and daughter. I'd known Fairmont had children. Of course. Part of basic intelligence. But they'd been secondary considerations. Collateral. Not targets. I type back. Keep me informed. End quote. Maybe there's still something to be salvaged here. The doctor's dead, but his legacy remains. His family. His reputation. No. I shake my head, disgusted with myself. The children aren't responsible for their father's sins. I've never been the kind of monster who punishes innocents for their parents' mistakes. I think of Bobek again. The way his face lit up when I brought him the new books on dinosaurs. His eager explanations of extinction theories. Hands gesturing excitedly while his legs lay useless beneath the blanket. My son will never run. Never climb. Never stand on his own 2 feet to face the world. All because of Tomas Vermont's drunken incompetence. Chert me! I slam my fist down on the table again. The rage I've contained all morning erupts. I sweep everything off the table plates. Cups. Silverware sending it crashing across the terrace. Shards of porcelain scatter like shrapnel. Coffee stains the pristine tiles. The violence brings no relief. Just emptiness. The hollow acknowledgement that some wounds can never be healed. Some debts never truly paid. I rake a hand through my hair, breathing hard. This isn't like me. I don't lose control. Ever. Control is the one commodity I refuse to surrender. Not to my enemies. Not to my allies. Not even to myself. I straighten my shoulders, adjusting my collar. By the time the housekeeper arrives to clean the mess, my expression is back to its usual mask of cool indifference. Accident. I tell her, already walking away. Inside my office, I pour a finger of vodka. Not my usual morning routine. But nothing about this day is usual. The liquor burns a familiar path down my throat. I settle behind my desk, pulling up the news on my tablet. Nothing yet about Vermont. Too recent. By tomorrow, the story will break. Tragic accident claims beloved family doctor. Brief mentions of his philanthropy and dedicated service. Perhaps a quote from a tearful patient. All very tasteful. All carefully sanitized. No mention of his drunken negligence in St. Petersburg. No mention of the life he ruined with his unsteady hand. I closed the tablet, unable to stomach the sanitized fiction already taking shape. The world will mourn a healer while my son remains prisoner to a body that betrayed him before he could even take his first breath. The vodka offers no comfort, but I drink it anyway. Tradition, I suppose. Russians marking both tragedy and triumph with the same clear poison. My phone rings. Diana's name flashes on the screen. Brother, her voice carries that mix of affection and exasperation only she can manage. Sasha tells me there's been a development. Well, I grunt acknowledgement. The doctor's dead. Yes, I see. A pause. Not according to plan. Then, this. No. The coward crashed his car running away. I quit, and this upsets you because... Yes, I close my eyes. Diana always cuts through my defenses. He was supposed to suffer. Live as Bobek lives. In Rita, her voice softens. And would that have helped Bobek? The question catches me off guard. It would have been justice. Mark it, justice and vengeance aren't the same thing. Alyosha, you know that. End quote. I don't respond. Can't respond. Bobek needs his father, not some twisted revenge fantasy. End quote. Don't. The warning in my voice would make any other person retreat. Not my sister. The doctor's dead. It's over. Focus on what matters, your son. His future. Hold down. The words land with precision, as her words always do. Deanna, my mirror image. The only person who's known me from the beginning. Who knows the boy I was before I became the man I am. You're right. I say finally. As fucking usual. Take Elise. Of course I am. She hesitates. Have you told Sophia yet about Bobek? The question renews my irritation. No. And I won't. 8. Alexei, we've discussed this. Sophia will never know about my son. She's to be your wife. If vaxxed, she's to be my business arrangement. I drain the last of the vodka. Nothing more. We'll ever sod, Diana sighs, but doesn't push further. Let's speak later. Brat, try to move past this. Where's side? The call ends, leaving me alone with thoughts I'd rather not examine. Diana's right. The doctor's death changes nothing for Bobek. His struggles remain the same, his needs unaltered. Yet something persists, this nagging sense of incompletion, of justice denied. I push away from the desk, suddenly restless. The walls of my office, usually a sanctuary, now feel confining. I need movement, action. My security detail falls in step as I exit the house, heading for the garage. No destination in mind, just the need to be moving. Behind the wheel of the Bentley, hands gripping the leather, I find a measure of calm, control, direction. I drive without conscious thought, the powerful engine responding to the slightest touch. Out the gates, down the winding coastal road, away from the mansion, away from the morning's failures, Thomas Furman is dead. My decade-long hunt concluded not with the satisfaction of justice, but with the hollow echo of an accident report. Yet somehow, I know this isn't truly finished. The story that began in that St. Petersburg delivery room continues, the consequences radiating outward like ripples in water. Furmont escaped my justice, but the waves he set in motion continue to spread, touching lives he'll never know were connected to his, including mine.
Chapter 15. Stella. The sharp clatter of Mom's spoon against china makes me wince. She's been stirring that same cold cup of tea for 20 minutes. Her vacant eyes fixed on something I can't see. The kitchen feels wrong without Dad's booming laugh or the smell of his strong Turkish coffee. I've been watching her drift between counter and sink like seaweed caught in a tide. Her movements automatic, purposeless. Her black dress hangs loose where it used to hug her curves. The dark circles under her eyes match the ones I see in my mirror each morning. She's in pain, says Boyana, though I barely register it. Somehow, losing a father and watching your mother waste away is something that can't be handled by an imaginary sister. At least I'm here for Mom. The decision to move in with her after she got out of hospital was one that I didn't hesitate over. There was no doubt in my mind that she wouldn't cope without me around. And my old room was just as I left it. The funeral plays on repeat, in my head, Mom standing statue still beside the casket. Not crying. Barely breathing. Nick's empty chair in the front row like an open wound. The pitying looks from the few distant relatives who'd attended. Whispering about how young she is to be a widow. My coffee has gone cold. But I can't stop watching her. She picks up items and puts them down in the wrong places, sugar in the fridge. Milk left out on the counter. I should say something. Help her. But what do you say to someone who's disappeared inside themselves? Now. She's back at the kitchen table. In a seat across from me. Stella. It's say. The sound of my name freezes me mid-reach for my cup. Mom's voice is rusty from disuse, but her eyes are suddenly sharp, focused on my face with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. Your father. She stops, swallows hard. There are things you need to know. 9. The spoon finally stops its endless circles in the tea. Her hands are flat on the surface of the table, fingers splayed, as if she's bracing herself. For the first time since we found Dad, I see my mother looking back at me instead of the ghost who's been wearing her face. They were waiting for him to get home, she says softly. Mom's voice trembles but holds steady as she describes that day. My coffee sits forgotten as she speaks of the black car that had been parked in the street. Engine idling. Of Dad's face, when he'd seen it, the flash of recognition. Then fear. He pushed me back toward the house. Her fingers curl against the table, nails grazing the surface. Told me to run inside, lock the doors. But I couldn't move. I watched him get in his car. Watched them follow. The crash plays out in her words, the screech of tires. Dad's Mercedes flipping. The sickening crunch of metal. I feel the echo of her terror as she describes running to him, seeing his body halfway through the shattered windshield, crushed beneath the bonnet. Then, pain exploding in her head as one of the men struck her. They checked him. Her voice drops to a whisper. Made sure he was dead before they left. I tried to tell the police, but they said I was in shock, that I'd imagined it all because of the trauma. With Reddit, I remember the hospital. The pitying looks from officers as Mom raved about murderers. The way they'd written, single vehicle accident, on the report. Dismissed her as a grieving widow, whose mind had created conspiracy where there was only tragedy. There were no other witnesses. And Mom's story had seemed so wild and disjointed that I hadn't believed it myself. But now her eyes are clear. Her words precise. This isn't the rambling hysteria from before. This is my mother, the sharp, practical woman who taught me calculus and made me memorize Russian poetry telling me my father was murdered. Why? The word scratches my throat. Why would anyone want to kill Dad? She meets my gaze. And for a moment, I see a flash of the woman she used to be. Your father had secrets. Stella. Things he never told you. Things he never told me. It's Somme. Secrets. I stare at her. But Dad, he was a complicated man. Stella. She lowers her eyes. A man who made mistakes. Just like many others have done. But he was a good man. Her voice falters. What kind of mistakes? Mom? I frown. It doesn't matter now. What matters is that they killed him. Her voice begins to rise. They killed him. And they can't be allowed to get away with it. Stella! I reach out and put my hand over hers. Afraid that I'm about to lose her again. We'll go to the police tomorrow morning, I say, squeezing Mom's hand. First thing. We'll make them listen this time. Mom nods. The fire in her eyes already dimming. The burst of clarity seems to have drained what little energy she had left. Her shoulders slump as the weight of memory settles back over her. Come on. I help her up from the kitchen chair. You need rest. She leans against me as we climb the stairs. Her body feeling smaller than I remember. In her bedroom. The air still carries traces of Dad's cologne. Mom's fingers brush his pillow as she lies down. And I pretend not to notice the tears sliding down her cheeks. Are you all right? Mama? I whisper. She nods her head silently. Her eyes are squeezed shut and I can practically feel the pain radiating from her. It breaks my heart. I sit on the edge of the bed, running my fingers through her hair like she used to do for me after nightmares. Her breathing eventually steadies into sleep, but her face remains troubled even in rest. Back in the hallway, I close her door quietly and slide down the wall to sit on the floor. My hands shake as I process what she's told me. Dad's death wasn't an accident. Those men in the black car, they meant to kill him. But why? What secrets could my father, who cried at my graduation and spent weekends tending his roses, have possibly kept that were worth killing for? The image of his crushed Mercedes floods my mind. I'd assumed he'd lost control somehow. Or maybe even had a heart attack. But murder? The word feels wrong. Like something from a crime show. Not my real life. Yet Mom's story rings with terrible truth. The vacant look in her eyes these past weeks wasn't just grief. It was the horror of witnessing her husband's murder and having no one believe her. No one. Even I had doubted her. Dismissed her words as trauma-induced delusions. I push myself up from the hallway floor, my legs stiff from sitting. The kitchen needs cleaning before bed. Mom's forgotten tea. My cold coffee. The scattered remains of our interrupted evening. My hands move on autopilot. Rinsing cups. Wiping counters. The routine tasks help ground me after Mom's devastating revelation. Each item I return to its proper place feels like a tiny restoration of order in our chaotic world. The house creaks and settles around me as I finish up. The familiar sounds somehow hollow without Dad's evening routine, his newspaper rustling. The TV news murmuring in the background. I switch off the kitchen light, plunging the downstairs into darkness. Exhaustion weighs on me as I climb the stairs. My bedroom door stands open at the end of the hall. but I pause outside Mom's room. Just one quick check to make sure she's sleeping peacefully. I ease her door open. The soft glow of her nightlight spilling into the hallway. The familiar floral scent of her moisturizer mingles with something else. Something. Wrong. My eyes find her bed. Mom lies there, still and peaceful at first glance. But something's off about the way she's positioned. Her hand has fallen limply over the edge of the bed. An empty glass on the nightstand beside her. A pinkish froth stains the corner of her mouth. My scream shatters the night's silence. "Mom!" I rush to her bedside, my fingers pressing against her neck, searching desperately for a pulse while my other hand fumbles for my phone. Her skin is cool to the touch, and there's a faint, bitter almond smell in the air that makes my stomach turn. A small, empty vial has rolled under the edge of the bed. Please, please, please. The word becomes a mantra as I dial 911. My voice cracking as I relay our address to the operator. Mom's skin is still warm, but her chest doesn't move. No breath stirs the air. My eyes lock onto a folded paper on her nightstand. My name written in Mom's elegant script. The operator's voice fades to background noise as I reach for the note with trembling hands. The paper feels delicate, fragile like Mom's pulse had been just hours ago when we sat in the kitchen, when she'd finally told me the truth about Dad. "I'm so sorry. My darling." The note begins it. My tears blur the words. I can't go on. Not like this. Please believe me when I say I'm doing this for all of us. Know that I love you and your brother so much, and I want you to go on with your life. But this is where mine ends. All I ask is that you understand. Love you forever. Mama. Eggs. The distant wail of sirens grows louder as I clutch the paper. My mother's final words burning themselves into my memory. The same mother who'd been so alive just hours ago. Who'd finally seemed ready to fight for the truth about Dad's death. But she'd never meant to fight at all. She'd already decided. While I'd been downstairs cleaning up our teacups, thinking everything would be clearer in the morning. She'd been up here, writing this note, planning her exit. The paramedics' heavy footsteps thunder up the stairs. But I already know the harsh truth. They're too late. Mom's gone. Taking her secrets with her, leaving me alone with nothing but questions and a piece of paper that only offers more questions than answers. The funeral home director's voice fades in and out as he shows me casket options. Mahogany or oak, open or closed. It's all I can do to stay focused. First Dad, and now Mom. It's too much. It's all too much. Suddenly, my ridiculous little drama with Gianni barely a month ago seems utterly insignificant. My phone stays silent no matter how many messages I leave to my brother. Please. Nick. I can't do this alone. Each voicemail feels more desperate than the last. I choose everything Mom would have wanted, white roses. Her favorite hymns. The dress she wore to my college graduation. The decisions pile up like stones on my chest. Guest list. Memorial cards. Details for the wake. My signature appears on papers I barely read. And who will be giving the eulogy? The director's pen hovers over his notepad. The word catches. There's no one else. Dad's funeral was barely 3 weeks ago. And now here I am again. Planning another service. Rain drums against the funeral home windows. I check my phone again, no Nick. No response to the obituary. I posted. No long-lost relatives emerging to share the burden. Just me, drowning in arrangements and memories. The cemetery plot next to Dad's costs more than I expected. I drain my savings account without hesitation. At least they'll be together again. Though the thought brings little comfort. I dial Nick's number for the 100th time while signing the final papers. Straight to voicemail. His absence feels like another death I'm grieving. We recommend having someone stay with you during this difficult time. The director says gently. I nod. Not bothering to explain there isn't anyone. Hannah's away for federal training. With no contact to the outside world for its duration. No siblings except Nick, who's vanished. No aunts or uncles or cousins. No Johnny. Just empty rooms waiting at home and a mountain of decisions I never wanted to make. The rain keeps falling. The day comes sooner than I expected. But then, everything seems to pass in a blur as time melds together. I stand frozen as they lower Mom's casket into the ground. The cemetery workers move with practiced efficiency, their actions mechanical and impersonal. My fingers clutch a white rose so tightly the thorns bite into my palm, but I barely notice the pain. Nick should be here. I whisper into the silence. The words dissolve in the misty morning air. A few elderly neighbors huddle beneath black umbrellas at a respectful distance. They're the only ones who showed up. No colleagues. No friends. Everyone who mattered at Dad's funeral 3 weeks ago sent their regrets this time. Too soon. Too awkward. Too much tragedy for comfortable conversation. The casket touches bottom with a soft thud that echoes through my chest. My legs tremble as I step forward to drop the rose. It lands crooked against the polished wood. Petals scattering. Would you like a moment alone? The funeral director asks softly. I nod, unable to form words. The small group of mourners retreats, leaving me standing between two fresh graves. Mom and Dad, together again, but not how anyone imagined. My knees give out and I sink to the wet grass. Mud seeping through my black dress. The carefully maintained composure that got me through the brief service shatters. Tears mix with the morning drizzle as great. Heaving sobs tear through my chest. Nick, where are you? My voice breaks on his name. I need you here. Please. Well, but there's only silence. Broken by the distant sound of traffic and the soft patter of rain on fresh-turned earth. I can't feel my legs anymore, but I stay kneeling in the mud between their graves. The rain seeps deeper into my clothes, my hair plastered against my face. But moving feels impossible. Each breath catches in my throat. Dad's murder. Nick disappearing without a trace. Mom's lifeless body in her bedroom. The images crash over me in waves, each one threatening to pull me under completely. I found your note. I whisper to Mom's grave. But you didn't explain anything. You just said you were sorry and that you loved us. My fingers dig into the wet earth. What happened to Dad? Who were those men you saw? It's not fair. A sob cuts off my words. I press my palm against Dad's headstone, the cold marble grounding me for a moment. 3 weeks. Just 3 weeks between funerals. The dates mock me from the fresh engravings. Nick should be here. My voice cracks. He needs to know what happened. He needs to come home. But my brother's silence feels as final as these graves. His last warning echoes in my head. Don't look for me. And it is. The rain drums harder against my shoulders, running in rivulets down my back. My black dress is ruined, caked with mud and grass stains. I should care. I should move. I should do something besides sit here falling apart. But each loss feels like another weight pressing me into the ground. Thunder rolls overhead. The rain's getting worse. but the physical discomfort is almost welcome. Something tangible to focus on besides this hollow ache in my chest. Besides all these unanswered questions, my teeth start to chatter as the rain soaks through to my skin. Each drop feels like another small loss, another piece of my world washing away. When I can finally take no more, I push myself up, dimly aware of the men coming to shovel dirt into the grave. I hear it land on the casket as I drag myself to my car, my soaked dress leaving puddles on the driver's seat. The key shakes in my hand as I try to start the engine. 1 month, just 1 month ago, my biggest worry was planning that charity event, dealing with Gianni's cheating ways. And now, my head drops back against the seat and I pinch my eyes shut. The rain drums against the roof, matching the pounding in my head. 3 empty chairs at what used to be our family dinner table. 3 voids where there used to be warmth and life. What happened? Dad? I whisper to the empty car. The questions swirl like the raindrops on my windshield, each one leading to another, with no answers in sight. The rain keeps falling as I sit paralyzed in my car, unable to drive away yet, unable to face what comes next. 3 losses, 3 holes torn in the fabric of my world, and nothing but questions echoing in the silence they left behind. The cemetery's iron gates tower over the entrance to the place that holds both my parents now. The fresh mud of their graves will settle and grass will grow, but the hollow space inside me feels permanent. My world has changed forever. Nothing will ever be the same. Chapter 16. Stella. The pounding jolts me from a fitful sleep. My hand automatically reaches for my phone to check Hannah's usual late-night return time. But this isn't Hannah's playful tap-tap rhythm. This is something else aggressive, demanding, almost threatening. My heart races as I push myself up from the couch where I'd fallen asleep after a mindless Netflix binge. My sleep patterns have been totally screwed up since Mom went. The knocking continues, each impact making the door frame shudder. Hannah? My voice comes out small, uncertain. No response. Just more pounding. I wrap my arms around myself, the thin silk of my pajamas offering little protection against the sudden chill. The clock on the microwave blinks 3:47 a.m. The pounding stops abruptly. In the silence, I hear heavy breathing on the other side of the door. My fingers tremble as I reach for the deadbolt. Common sense screams at me to call the police. But something else, maybe exhaustion, maybe grief-induced recklessness, pushes me forward. I turn the lock and open the door a few inches, the security chain pulling taut with a metallic rattle. Hello. Sis. What if you? The stale smell of sweat and cigarettes hits me before I fully process Nick's appearance. My baby brother, the one who used to steal my lip gloss and tease me about my science magazines, looks like he's aged 10 years in the months since Mom's funeral. Nick? My voice cracks. His usually styled hair hangs in greasy strands. Dark circles, carved deep under bloodshot eyes. The designer clothes he took such pride in are wrinkled and stained. Let me in. His words slur together as he glances over his shoulder, body twitching with nervous energy. Please. Stella's. When I fling the door open and reach for him, but he flinches away, head snapping toward the stairwell. The movement reveals fresh bruising along his jaw. What happened to your face? Another panicked look down the hallway. I need to get inside. Now. I must. The fear in his voice triggers every protective instinct I have. I grab his arm and yank him through the doorway, his body trembling under my grip. I guide Nick to the couch. his body collapsing into the cushions. His hands won't stop shaking as he accepts the glass of water I press into them. Start from the beginning. West, I messed up. Stells, really messed up. Nick's words tumble out between gulps of water. Tell me about it. I mutter. Mom, I know about Mom, he says. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I was worried that if I was near you. He trails off. For God's sake. Nick, tell me what the hell is going on. I got in with some bad people. Thought I could handle it. You know? Quick money. Easy job. And I perch on the coffee table across from him, studying him. He's a mess. What kind of job? Weapons. High-end stuff. Military grade. He runs trembling fingers through his matted hair. Your ex helped set it up. He's acquired. Gianni? The name hits hard, even though I'd told myself I'd put that behind me. What do you mean he helped set it up? He knew I needed cash. Said it was foolproof. Just move some merchandise. Take a cut. Nick's laugh comes out hollow. Didn't mention who it belonged to. Why? Who? Nick's voice drops to a whisper. Alexei Tarasov. Is that? The name sends a chill down my spine. Though I've never heard it before. Something in the way Nick says it. Like speaking it might summon death itself. He runs everything. Stells. The whole L.A. underground. Bratva. And I... Nick swallows hard. What the hell did you do? Nick? I have a sinking feeling in the pit of my belly. He licks his lips. I cooked the books. Inspected. You what? His throat works. I found a way to skim from the deals by adjusting the figures. End quote. My heart almost stops. Oh. My God. Nick! I rub my eyes, trying to process this. Without realizing it, I'm on my feet, stumbling to the kitchen. Where are you going? He calls after me. Need something to clear my head. This can't be real. Maybe I'm still asleep on the couch, dreaming that my estranged fucking brother just returned from God only knows where to tell me he's a criminal. He deserves everything he gets, says Boyana. Let's hear him out. I mutter under my breath. My hands shake as I measure coffee grounds into the filter, trying to process Nick's words. Bratva. Russian mob. My little brother got mixed up with the actual Russian mob. It was supposed to be simple. Nick's voice drifts from the living room. Move the merchandise. Take a cut. But then I saw how much cash was involved. I focus on the familiar motions filter. Grounds. Water. The coffee maker's gentle gurgle provides a surreal soundtrack to this nightmare. Gianni said the payment would be in cash. Old school. You know, Nick continues. When I saw all those stacks just sitting there, the rich scent of brewing coffee fills the kitchen as I grab 2 mugs from the cabinet. One still has a chip from when Hannah dropped it last week. Zuch a normal. Mundane detail in this insane situation. How much? I pour the coffee with unsteady hands. Not sure I want to hear the answer. 300,000. Azak. The mug slips from my grip, shattering on the tile floor. Hot coffee splashes my bare feet, but I barely feel it. 300. My voice fails. Nick, tell me you didn't. I couldn't help it. Stells! He jumps up from the couch, pacing like a caged animal. Do you know what I could do with that kind of money? Get clean. Start fresh somewhere else. I stare at the broken ceramic scattered across my kitchen floor. $300,000. From the Russian fucking mob. The kind of people you see in movies or newspaper headlines. Where's the money now? Nick's silence tells me everything. You spent it already. It's not a question. I know my brother too well. The broken mug forgotten. I grab Nick's arm and yank up his sleeve. Track marks pepper his skin like angry constellations. You promised me you were clean. My voice shakes. I tried. Okay? He jerks away, rubbing his arm. But life got complicated. And I needed something. Something? You needed drugs and gambling while I planned 2 funerals? The rage builds. Hot and fierce in my chest. Where were you when I had to identify Dad's body? When I sorted through Mom's clothes? Nick shrinks back. Stells. Don't Stells me. I called you every day. Every single day. Nick! My fist slams against the counter. But you were too busy shooting up and pissing away stolen money to answer? You don't understand. Understand what? That my little brother chose drugs over his family? That he'd rather gamble with mob money than help me figure out who killed our father? Nick's face crumples. Tears cutting tracks through the grime on his cheeks. They're going to kill me. And the raw terror in his voice stops my next accusation cold. His hands shake as he wraps his arms around himself, looking so much like the little boy who used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. Tarasov doesn't forgive theft, he whispers. They already. His fingers brush the bruising on his jaw. He doesn't need to elaborate. Tarasov's a really bad guy. Stells. The worst of the worst. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. I want so badly to tell him to get lost. To kick him out and let him sort out his own shit. But instead, the anger drains from me, replaced by an icy fear. Nick might be a mess, might have made horrible choices, but he's still my brother. Still the only family I have left. I pace the kitchen, stepping carefully around the broken mug and spilled coffee. Each turn brings me past the family photos on the fridge. Mom, Dad, Nick, and me at graduation. Happy, whole, alive. Now I'm the only one left standing. They sent someone to my digs yesterday. Nick's voice cracks. I barely got out. Had to climb down the fire escape in my boxers. A ghosting. My fingers curl into fists. And you led them here? No, I made sure. He swallows hard. I took back streets. Doubled back. But they'll find me eventually. Tarasov's people are everywhere. Was Nye. What people exactly? I stop pacing, studying Nick's battered face. Russian enforcers. Nick's eyes dart around the kitchen, like he expects them to materialize from the shadows. They have this system tattoos that show rank. The guy who came for me, his whole chest was covered. Said he'd cut out my tongue first. Then, stop. I pressed the heels of my palms over my eyes, trying to think. We need to get you somewhere safe. Tanae, there is no place safe. Nick waves his arms, knocking over his untouched coffee. You don't get it. These aren't street thugs. They're organized. Professional. They have connections everywhere, police. Government. Jesus. I whisper. You have to help me. Stella. Please. His voice is colored with desperation. And just how do you propose that I do that? I snap. I thought that maybe... His lips pinch together. You have a good job. To make decent money. Maybe you have some cash saved. And you could go to him and... What? I half yell. My temper shooting through the roof. You want me to clean out my savings and go to negotiate with some fucking mafia boss? Bratva. He corrects me. They're Russian, not Italian. And what? Jesus Christ. Nick! I don't fucking care. I scream at him. Someone next door thumps on the wall and yells at us to keep it down. I lower my voice. You said yourself how dangerous this guy is. And you want me to go there? To haggle with him? He wouldn't hurt you. Sis. Nick shakes his head. It's me he wants. And if you take cash and tell him you'll pay him back, I can't fucking pay him back! I hiss through clenched teeth. What about the estate? Didn't we get an inheritance? My brother shifts awkwardly. I stare at him. Achast. I can't believe you just said that. End quote. He's a businessman. Stella. He goes on, ignoring me. He wouldn't screw up a deal just to make a point. I raise an eyebrow. Maybe if you met him somewhere public and explained things. I sag against the kitchen counter, trying to process all that I'm hearing. What could possibly be public enough to keep me safe from this guy? Oh, a party, Nick says, eagerly, latching on to what he thinks is me considering doing this thing. He's having a big party in a couple of days. Everyone will be there. If you went in to talk, he could hardly do anything in front of everyone. Right? I shake my head. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Partly because I'm actually starting to think about doing it. Okay, tell me more. I hear myself saying, Are you completely nuts? Boyana's voice echoes around my mind. I pull out my phone while Nick rambles on about the party. My fingers trembling slightly as I type Alexei Tarasov into the search bar. The results make my stomach clench. News articles about weapons trafficking investigations that mysteriously disappeared. Business profiles highlighting his legitimate ventures' real estate holdings. Tech investments. Private security firms. He's not like other Bratva bosses. Nick says, peering over my shoulder at where I'm scrolling through a news feature. Most of them are old-school thugs. But he's different. Smart. Ruthless. It says here, there's rumors he exiled his own father. I mutter. Scanning an article. Took over the organization at 20. Biko. They're not rumors. Anyone who crossed him disappeared. Nick's voice drops. I click through more articles, each one painting a clearer picture of calculated violence wrapped in a veneer of legitimate business. The man operates with surgical precision, whether he's funding a new tech startup or eliminating rivals. An idea starts forming. Dangerous and probably stupid. But looking at my brother's bruised face, I realize I don't have many options. The party, I say slowly. You said everyone will be there? Nick nods eagerly. All the major players. It's like this annual thing he does shows off his power. Makes deals. Okay. I exhale the word, already feeling doom descending as I say, it. You'll do it? Nick's eyes are wide. Not for you. I say grimly. For Mom. And Dad. And no, my brother finally has the good grace to look shamefaced. I'm so sorry. Stella. If I could have done things differently, he rubbed the back of his neck. I was just trying to protect you. End quote. Save it. I say darkly. There really isn't any point in going down that road now. Nick nods once quickly. You're right. I get it. It's you don't. Actually. But right now, we have bigger things to worry about. I turn away from him, my mind racing, because getting into the lion's den isn't the only problem I'm facing right now. I still need to find the money, and there's only one place I can think of to get it. Chapter 17. Stella. My fingers tremble over the name in my contacts. The screen's glow illuminates Nick's restless form on my couch. His face twisted even in sleep. Dark circles shadow his eyes. And his face is gaunt, evidence of days without proper food or rest. What choice do I have? I whisper to Boyana, her imagined presence, a comfort in the pre-dawn darkness. There isn't anyone else who can help. Is there have? Another teen, Nick, whimpers, curling tighter into himself. The sound pierces my heart, reminding me of when we were children and he was afraid of thunder. Now the storms are of his own making, but my need to protect him hasn't changed. Damn it. I pull up my last text exchange with Gianni. 4 weeks of unanswered messages from him, each more desperate than the last. My thumb hovers over the call button. Nick mutters something in his sleep, a name that sounds like Alexei. His hands clutch at the throw blanket. Knuckles white with tension. I know you tell me I'm crazy. I say to Boyana. But what's worse? Asking my cheating ex for help, or letting Nick face the Russian Mafia alone. The first rays of sunrise creep through my apartment windows, painting Nick's troubled face in shades of gold. He looks so young, so vulnerably. The weight of his stolen money sits heavy in my chest. My phone feels like lead in my hand. Gianni's smirking contact photo stares up at me. A reminder of every lie, every secret he kept. But I don't know anyone else with that kind of cash. Nick thrashes, nearly falling off the couch. The movement startles me. I press the call button before I can change my mind. Each ring feels like a knife twisting in my chest. 1, 2, 3. My free hand presses against my stomach, trying to contain the nausea that rises with each electronic tone. The memory of that woman's voice on his phone, "Leave my boyfriend alone," echoes in my head. I almost hang up on the 4th ring. This is insanity. After everything he did. After walking in on him half naked with that girl on his balcony. Stella? My breath catches. His voice. That familiar Italian lilt. Sends a wave of conflicting emotions through me, rage, hurt, and grief at the loss of what we had. I knew you'd call eventually. Cara. The smugness in his tone makes my teeth clench. Finally ready to be reasonable about? Don't. The word comes out sharply. Nick stirs on the couch, and I lower my voice. I'm not calling about us. It's, no? Then why break a month of silence? I grip the phone tighter, hating how easily he can still get under my skin. The urge to hang up nearly overwhelms me. For Nick. Do it for Nick. I need. The words stick in my throat. Asking Gianni for anything feels like swallowing glass. I need your help. His laugh. Low and knowing. Makes my skin crawl. Now this is interesting. Astveri. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to focus on Nick's sleeping form rather than my revulsion at what I'm about to do. I need to borrow $300,000. End quote. The silence on the other end stretches until I wonder if the call dropped. Then Gianni's laughter erupts, sharp and mocking. Have you been drinking? Cara, I'm serious. My fingers dig into my palm. I'll sign whatever papers you want. Set up a payment plan. 300,000? His voice drips with condescension. And what could my perfect, proper Stella do with that kind of money? Finally developing expensive tastes now that you've thrown away the real thing. It's not for me. The words scrape my throat. It's for, let me guess. Your junkie brother finally crawled out of whatever hole he's been hiding in? My stomach lurches. The casual way he mentions Nick tells me he knows more than he should. How did you? Please. Gotta. I can picture his dismissive hand wave. You think I don't know exactly what kind of trouble little Nico's gotten himself into? Who do you think has been watching him dig his grave deeper and deeper? The implications hit me. Gianni knows about Nick's theft. About Alexei Tarasov. About all of it. You've known this whole time? My voice shakes. And you didn't tell me? Why would I? His tone turned sharp. You made it very clear you wanted nothing to do with me. Besides, your brother made his choices. Let him face the consequences. Is redder. I sink to the floor. Phone pressed to my ear. The pieces clicked together Nick's nervousness whenever Gianni was around. The way he'd dodge questions about work. He didn't want me to know what they were up to. How long? The words barely make it past my lips. Months. Gianni's voice holds no sympathy. Your precious brother has been skimming money, thinking he was so clever, as if nobody would notice. Isco, my chest feels too tight to breathe. And you just let him. I was curious how far he'd go. Gianni's tone turns cold. But then he got greedy. Started stealing from Tarasov directly. End quote. The name sends ice through my veins. Even half asleep on my couch. Nick flinches at the sound. Alexei Tarasov doesn't forgive. Kara. Gianni's words carry weight I hadn't felt before. He doesn't negotiate. He doesn't show mercy. Your brother is already dead, he just doesn't know it yet. The gravity of Nick's situation crashes over me. Please. The word tastes like acid. He's my brother. I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever you want. It's whatever I want? Gianni's voice drops lower. Intimate in a way that makes my skin crawl. That's quite an offer. Gotta. Especially from someone who wouldn't even return my calls. And home. I press my forehead against my knees. Fighting back. Nausea. This isn't about us. Gianni is waiter. No? Then what is it about? Your junkie brother who chose drugs over attending your parents' funerals? The jab hits its mark. Nick's absence at both services still aches like an open wound. But I can't let Gianni's cruelty distract me. Name your terms. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Interest rates. Payment schedule. Collateral. Oh. Stella. His laugh cuts deep. You think I want your money? What could you possibly offer that would be worth 300,000? Then what do you want? Maybe I want you to beg. The words slither through the phone. Maybe I want you on your knees, admitting how wrong you were to walk away. I go. My stomach heaves. Fine. I swallow hard. I was wrong. I shouldn't have left. Is that what you need to hear? It's a start. His satisfaction burns. But words are cheap. Gotta. I need something more. Substantial. All low. Like what? Come to dinner tonight. Just you and me. We can discuss proper repayment terms. I know. The implication in his voice makes my hands shake. But Nick's life hangs in the balance. What time? 10 o'clock. My place. Gianni's voice carries the same commanding tone he used during our engagement. Don't be late. Advise. I rub a hand over my forehead. 10 it is. Way, wear the black dress. The one from Milan. Indicurus. My throat tightens. He means the designer dress he bought me, the one that fits like a second skin. Of course he'd want that specific reminder of when I belonged to him. And Kara? His voice drops lower. No underwear. It is. Bile rises in my throat. Is that really no? Those are my terms. Take them or leave them. Shit. Fine. The word comes out roughly. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. With Dan, I close my eyes, picturing Nick's haunted face. Yes, whatever you want. To I, that's my good girl. The praise makes my skin crawl. 10 o'clock. Don't disappoint me. We're fine. The line goes dead before I can respond. My phone slips from numb fingers, clattering on the hardwood floor. The sound of my phone hitting the floor makes Nick stir. I quickly wipe my eyes, but when I turn, he's already sitting up, watching me with that haunted look I've come to hate. Who was that? His voice is rough from sleep. No one important. I force myself to stand. My legs shaky, just following up on a lead for the money. And Pegasus. Nick's eyes narrow, even strung out and exhausted. He catches the tremor in my voice. Stella, what are you planning? Nothing. I busy myself straightening the throw blanket, avoiding his gaze. You should try to get more sleep. You look terrible. It is. Don't change the subject. He grabs my wrist as I pass, his grip desperate. I heard you mention 300,000. Where are you getting that kind of money? I gently extract my hand from his grasp. I told you I'd handle it. We're all a stay-em. Not if it means putting yourself in danger. His face crumples. This is my mess. I can't let you. We already discussed this. I'm not letting you deal with this alone. You said yourself. Tarasov won't hurt me. The name feels heavy on my tongue. And I'm not watching you die because of your own stupidity. Besus. But. No buts. I cut him off, channeling our mother's stern tone. I have connections for my event planning. People who owe me favors. Just trust me. Okay? The lie tastes as bitter. But it's better than telling him I'm crawling back to Gianni. There's no need for him to know the real price of his salvation. Nick's shoulders slump with visible relief, and he pulls me into a tight hug. I don't deserve you. Sis. Tonight, the embrace that should feel comforting now makes my skin crawl. Every point of contact reminds me of Gianni's revelations, months of theft, deliberate deception, choosing drugs over our parents' funerals. My brother held these secrets while I planned both services alone. You're right, I murmur into his shoulder, the words slipping out before I can stop them. You don't. And it had. He stiffens slightly, but seems to take it as sisterly teasing rather than the accusation it is. When he pulls back, his smile is grateful and innocent, the same expression he used to give me when I'd cover for his teenage mishaps with our parents. How many other lies has that boyish face hidden? I promise I'll make it up to you somehow, he says, squeezing my hands. Once this is all over, I'll get clean. For real this time. No more schemes. No more. Save it. I extract my fingers from his grip, unable to bear another false promise. The clock on my wall shows 8 a.m., 14 hours until I have to face Gianni. My stomach churns at the thought of what making it up to me really entails. Nick mistakes my nausea for doubt about his promises. I mean it this time. Stella. You'll see. Everything's going to be different. I turn away, pretending to straighten the throw pillows so he won't see my expression. His words echo Gianni's countless apologies after I caught him cheating more pretty lies from men I trusted. The black dress hangs in my closet like a sentence, waiting to be served, and I feel like the proverbial lamb being led to the slaughter. Chapter 18. Stella. My hands won't stop shaking as I apply another coat of mascara. The wand slips, leaving a black smudge under my eye. Damn it. I grab a tissue, dabbing at the mark while my reflection stares back with haunted green eyes. The tissue crumples in my fist. My stomach churns with anxiety about facing Gianni again. I lean closer to the mirror, carefully reapplying the concealer under my eyes. The dark circles refuse to disappear completely, thanks to my sleepless night spent watching Nick toss and turn on my couch. My only remaining family member and I barely recognize him anymore. The lipstick tube rattles against the counter as I pick it up. Deep breath. Steady hands. I trace the rich burgundy across my lips, the color bold and defiant. Let Gianni see what he lost. Let him think I've moved on, that I'm strong enough to face him without breaking. My phone buzzes with a traffic alert. Construction on Wilshire. Accident on Santa Monica Boulevard. My carefully planned route dissolves into a maze of red lines on the map. The lipstick clatters into the sink as panic spikes through my chest. Gianni's timeline was explicit. Being late isn't an option. Not with Nick's life hanging in the balance. The drive takes forever, and by the time I arrive, I have minutes to spare. My heels echo through the foyer. 2 minutes left by the time I reach his front door. "You can do this," I whisper, channeling Boyana's steady voice in my head. I smooth my hair, squeeze my eyes shut, and then knock on the door. The door swings open. My carefully rehearsed speech dies in my throat. Gianni stands there completely naked, his olive skin gleaming in the dim light. That familiar smirk plays across his lips as his hazel eyes rake over me. My body goes rigid. The air leaves my lungs in a sharp gasp as understanding crashes through me. This was never about money. This is about power. About humiliation. "Come in." "Gotta." His voice carries that silky tone I once found endearing. Now it makes my skin crawl. He steps back, giving me an unobstructed view of his sculpted body. "We have business to discuss." "No, I can't move." My fingers dig into my purse strap as he reaches for my arm. "What's wrong?" "You've seen it all before." His gold-flecked eyes glitter with cruel amusement. "This is the price of my help. Take it or leave it." "Don't." He adjusts his signet ring. A casual gesture I've seen 1,000 times. The familiar motion in this twisted context makes bile rise in my throat. "Did you really think I'd just give you the money?" His perfect teeth flash. "Everything has a cost. Bella, you know how this works." And I force my eyes up to his face, refusing to let his nakedness intimidate me. "This isn't necessary. Gianni, we can discuss terms like business people." "Ain't business," he laughs, the sound echoing through his marble foyer. "What do you have to offer besides your body? Kara, your event planning skills? I can work for you. Pay it back with interest." My voice stays level despite the tremor in my hands. "Set up meetings. Handle logistics. I have people for that." He steps closer, backing me against the doorframe. His cologne, that expensive scent I used to love, fills my nose. "But you have something unique to offer." Is respoted. I press my palms flat against the wall behind me. "Name your interest rate." I'm mice. So practical. His fingers brush my cheek. I jerk away from his touch. "But I'm not interested in money. You know what I want. Dime brace. There has to be another way." "In Mo, there isn't." He traces the neckline of my blouse. "One night, That's my price for saving your precious brother. Shit. I think of Nick sleeping on my couch. Haunted and hunted. Of the Bratva's reputation for creative violence. Of the debt that could get us both killed. Tick-tock. Bella. Gianni's voice hardens. The offer expires in 30 seconds. Then your brother's fate is sealed. $300,000 is worth this much to you? My voice cracks. Your humiliation is priceless. He chuckles. Choose now. Your body or your brother's life. I have no. My mind races. Searching for any leverage. I'm not on birth control anymore. The words tumble out in desperation. After everything, I stopped taking it. You know what that could mean. Dowd. Gianni's smirk widens as he leans closer. His naked body radiating heat. Even better. A baby would tie you to me forever. Gotta make you dependent on my generosity. My stomach lurches. The casual cruelty in his voice strips away any lingering doubt about the man I almost married. Though, if you prefer, his fingers trail down my arm. We can explore other options. Ways that won't risk pregnancy but will still satisfy my terms. He lifts his hand, tracing a fingertip over my bottom lip before sliding it past into my mouth. Oh, fuck. No, I press harder against the wall, trying to maintain distance as his meaning sinks in. Even my last attempt at control has backfired, giving him more ammunition instead of protection. The clock is ticking. Bella. His hand settles on my hip. Which will it be? Fine, I say hoarsely, squeezing my eyes shut. Come on. You've done this before, says Boyana. Ever pragmatic. Get on your knees. Chiara. Gianni's voice cuts through my thoughts. He gestures to the floor in front of him, his smooth hair falling across his forehead. Just get it over with. I lower myself slowly, my skirt grazing the floor at my knees. I can do this. It's just a body, just a task to complete. But my hands tremble as I slide my hands up his thighs, still struggling to believe this is happening. Hurry up. Gianni's impatience is clear as he pushes my shoulders, urging me down. Your sweetness will only get you so far. I'm not a patient man. Faifted. Oh. God. I close my eyes, steeling myself as I curl my fingers around his shaft. But it's not enough to blunt the reality of what I'm doing. He's already half hard. And as my grip tightens, he hiss, his cock twitching to life against my palm, pulling in a deep breath. I part my lips and take the tip into my mouth. His fingers tangle roughly in my hair as I begin, holding me in place. I gag, unused to the depth of his insistence. He makes a satisfied sound deep in his throat as I pull back to breathe. That's it. Dolcezza. His praise does nothing to ease the humiliation burning my cheeks. Just like you used to. And fras, I try to focus on the sensation, to play the game he wants. But I can't separate myself from the degradation of being on my knees in front of him. It feels like every single cell in my body is screaming in protest. Suck harder. Amore mio. His grip tightens in my hair. Use your tongue like you mean it. You remember how. What a time. My eyes spring open at the flash of memory. Gianni's eyes closed in pleasure. His hands gentle as he touched me. But that was before. When I trusted him. When I believed in our future. Now, I'm just another item to be used in his portfolio of possessions. My teeth graze him lightly, and he curses, his hips jerking. Faster. His voice grows ragged. Suck it, like you want it. Stella. Is. The sound of his demand spurs me on. Instinct taking over as my movements become more desperate. I want this over. I want to get Nick and myself out of danger forever. My mind is blank as I focus on the rise and fall of my mouth, the wet sounds punctuating Gianni's harsh breathing. His grip tightens on my hair, guiding me with a demanding rhythm as he thrusts into my mouth. I gag again, my throat protesting the pace. Tears well in my eyes, but I don't stop, my jaw aching as I keep going. I will not give him the satisfaction of my resistance. The hand on my head relaxes slightly, giving me a second to breathe. I use the opportunity to reach down, cupping his balls with my left hand while my right continues to stroke. His breath hitches as I lightly scrape my nails against the sensitive skin of his scrotum. Don't stop sucking. Dolcezza. His voice holds a warning. Obediently, I increase the pace of my mouth, swirling my tongue around the tip, tasting the salty musk of his excitement. My right hand moves faster, mimicking the bob of my head. His hips jerk suddenly, and I gasp as he fills my mouth, the warm liquid coating my tongue. I swallow, suppressing my reflex to gag. My eyes squeezed shut as I endure the bitter taste. Oh God, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to throw up all over him. I think of scientific formulas, neurotransmitter pathways, anything to stay disconnected from this moment. That's my good girl. His voice turns silky again as he frees my hair from his grasp. You do still love me. Admit it. Yes, I pull back, my lips sliding off him with a final slurp. His fingers linger on my jaw for a moment, tilting my face up to his. No. I spit the word at him, repulsion sharpening my tone. This isn't love. It's a trade. Endis, his dark eyes narrow, and I see the spark of irritation in their depths. He straightens, dismissing my words with a shrug. Call it what you want. Dolcezza. He smirks. You can get up now. Was off, staggering to my feet. My legs carry me to his marble bathroom. The door slams shut behind me. The sound breaks something inside me. I hit my knees in front of the toilet, my body convulsing as I retch. The taste of bile fills my mouth. Tears stream down my face, ruining my careful makeup. My silk blouse sticks to my clammy skin. My hands shake so badly I can barely hold my hair back. Another wave of nausea hits. I heave until there's nothing left but bitter acid burning my throat. I push myself up from the cold tile floor, legs trembling. The faucet squeaks as I turn it on full blast. Water splashes over my hands, but I can't get them clean enough. I scrub until my skin turns raw. My reflection shows mascara tracks down my cheeks. I grab one of Gianni's pristine white hand towels and scrub violently at my face, satisfaction flaring as my lipstick and foundation stain the expensive fabric. The taste of bile lingers. That, and something else that makes me dry heave yet again. I squeeze toothpaste directly into my mouth, swishing it around before spitting. Not enough. I do it again, and again. My gums start bleeding from how hard I'm scrubbing with my finger. A knock at the door makes me jump. The money's on the kitchen counter. Cara. Gianni's voice carries through the wood. Unless you'd like to stay for round 2? My stomach heaves again, but there's nothing left to bring up. I grip the edge of his marble sink, forcing air into my lungs. The transaction. Focus on the transaction. Take the money and get out. I splash more water on my face. Straighten my blouse. Smooth my hair. My hands won't stop shaking as I reach for the doorknob. Just get the money. Just get the money. Just get the money. The mantra repeats in my head as I force myself to open the door and face him again. I keep my eyes fixed on the black leather bag sitting on Gianni's kitchen counter, refusing to acknowledge his presence or the weight of his stare. Deep breath. The hard part is over. Take the bag and escape. Aren't you going to count it? Bella? Gianni's voice drips with amusement. I wouldn't want you to think I'm cheating you. I do. My stomach turns at his choice of words. The bag sits there like an accusation. Proof of what I've done. What he made me do. The leather gleams under his recessed lighting. Expensive and pristine like everything else in his world. I reach for the bag with unsteady fingers. Its weight substantial and damning. The metal clasp feels cold as I clutch it to my chest, using it as a shield between us. $300,000. The price of my dignity. The cost of my brother's life. Each stack of bills inside represents a moment I'll never be able to forget, no matter how hard I try. The bag threatens to slip from my sweaty grip. I adjust my hold, pressing it tighter against my body as if I could somehow hide from the reality of what it represents. Without another word, I grip the leather bag and bolt for the door. Drive safely. Gotta. His mocking voice follows me out. I slam the door behind me, cutting off his laughter. My legs carry me to the elevator on autopilot, avoiding the mirror on the back wall. I stare at my feet until the doors open. The parking lot feels endless as I run through it. Each step sends shooting pain through my feet as my heels twist and my ankles wobble. But I don't slow down. The bag bounces against my ribs as I race to my car. A damning reminder of what just happened. My hands shake so badly I drop my keys twice before managing to unlock the door. I throw myself into the driver's seat and hit the lock button repeatedly. The clicking sound oddly reassuring in the silence. The leather bag slides into my lap. I grip the steering wheel, pressing my forehead against my tightly curled knuckles. The familiar smell of my car, vanilla air freshener, and coffee wraps around me like a security blanket. For the first time since entering Gianni's apartment, I let myself breathe. Really breathe. The sobs come without warning, ripping through my chest in harsh, ugly sounds that echo in the confined space. I curl forward, wrapping my arms around myself as if I could physically hold the pieces together. It takes several long minutes before I can pull myself together enough to start the car and drive away. The streetlights blur through my tears as I navigate away from Gianni's building. My hands won't stop shaking on the steering wheel. The bag of cash sits in my passenger seat like a dark presence, each bump in the road making it shift and remind me of its existence. Owen Bladdies. I yerk the wheel, realizing I've drifted into the next lane. Focus. You need to focus. Nick is waiting. Nick needs this money. He can never know how I got it. The thought of telling him makes bile rise in my throat again. How could I explain? Here's the money. By the way, I blew your former friend to save your life. And predict, my phone buzzes with a text from Nick. You okay? Been gone a while. Next spirit, I pull over, unable to text and drive with my trembling hands. On my way, got the money. The reply comes instantly. You're the best sister ever. I don't deserve you. I want. A harsh laugh escapes my throat. The sound, foreign and broken. He has no idea what those words mean now. What they cost. I pull back onto the road, mechanically following the familiar route home. The city lights swim through my tears, but I blink them away. I can't let Nick see me cry. Can't let him suspect. This burden is mine alone to bear.
Chapter 19. Alexei. I settle back at my desk. Phone at my ear. My eyes narrowing as I listen to Sasha's report. 300,000. Gone. And we still don't have our hands on the little cunt who took it. My jaw clenches at the thought of Nico and Gianni both having access to those accounts. No sign of him? My voice comes out deadly quiet. We had him. Boss. But he slipped through our fingers and... Slipped through your fucking fingers? I slam my palm against the desk. Blyad. What the fuck am I paying you for? Silence on the line. Good. Let him sweat. He must have known we were coming, because my own men were too incompetent to find one little pedsda who's barely cut his teeth in this business. I run a hand over my stubble, containing the urge to throw something. First, the shipment goes missing. Now this shit. Do I need to start replacing people? Sasha? No. Boss. We'll handle it. Oh, like you handled the security protocols? Ice coats each word. Tell me why I shouldn't put a bullet in your head myself. 2. Sinus deserter. All right, we're tracking the money now. Preliminary traces show I don't want traces. I want results. My free hand curls into a fist. Find him. And when you do, bring him to me personally. End quote. I end the call before Sasha can respond. Twice now. My operations have been compromised by sloppy oversight. Pure incompetence. My reputation cannot afford such weakness. The other families are watching, waiting for any sign of vulnerability. And now these cretins have given them exactly that. I lean back in my chair. Memories of Larkin's death report flickering through my mind. Another fuck-up. The coward took the easy way out. We should have crippled him, not kill him. The image of his broken body crushed beneath his vehicle should satisfy me. But it doesn't. I wanted him to suffer, to experience the same helplessness my son faces every day because of his drunken negligence. Instead, he got the quick way out. Turt. The curse escapes through clenched teeth. And then, there's his wife. These pedsdas couldn't even handle Larkin without his wife witnessing it. Sasha's text alert pulls me from these useless thoughts. More problems with the missing shipment. I force my attention to the present crisis, pushing aside old grievances that can't be settled now. The immediate threat demands focus. 300,000 missing, weapons unaccounted for, and a network compromised by either stupidity or betrayal. This requires swift, decisive action before our competitors catch wind of the weakness. I stalk through the mansion's halls, my thoughts swirling darkly. The last thing I need is word of this theft spreading before tonight's gathering. One hint of weakness, and my enemies will circle like sharks. I pause as I hear sounds coming from my bedroom. Sophia's voice drifts through the door, another thing I don't have patience for right now. But as I hover in the doorway, she spots me in the mirror and puts down her phone. There you are. She applies another coat of red lipstick, her eyes never leaving my reflection. What are you doing here? Sophia, can't a girl wait for her fiancé in his bedroom? She gives a cat-like smile. No. I step into the room. I have things to do. What do you want? Just some time alone with you. Rodnoi. Her eyes flicker. We haven't had a chance to talk much lately. And what do you want to talk about? I fold my arms over my chest. I want to spend more time with you. Alexei. It is my place. After all, Don't Brie. It's not. You know that. End quote. This Resif Gafer It is a wife's duty to be at her husband's side when he goes about his public duties. You know this is true. Her eyes narrow. Functions. Charity events. I should be there to keep your company. Here, my back stiffens. I don't need your company. Sophia. Will laughed. I heard you had quite an interesting time at that charity event. The one for the sick children, she says abruptly. I lean against the door frame, keeping my expression neutral. Business as usual. Zest. Really? She sets down the lipstick with precise movements. Because Elena Petrova says she saw you leave with some suka. Is there? A string of vivid memories flashes through my mind before I can stop them. The way she'd melted into my touch. How her breath caught when, what the fuck are you talking about? Sophia. That was weeks ago. In fact, weeks in which people have been talking. Alexei. Her voice rises. I will not have you running around with some cheap. I don't have time for your paranoid fantasies. I stop her. Sophia turns to face me. Her perfectly made-up face, twisted with spite. Don't lie to me. Alexei. I know when you're hiding something. If the woman from the charity event intrudes, again her vulnerability in that quiet corner. The taste of her on my lips. I push the thoughts away. The only thing I'm hiding is my growing irritation with these accusations. I straighten. Done with this conversation. You need to go home. Two us know there, but I need to get ready for the party. Striding up. I grab Sophia's arm, yanking her up from the vanity. That's enough. Everyone, let go of me. She tries to twist away, but I tighten my grip. You don't live here. You don't have the right to come into my bedroom whenever you want. I drag her toward the door, past her scattered makeup and clothes. This isn't your house, and I'm not your husband. A.T., you will be. The arrangements are made. Arrangements can be broken. The words come out like ice. Remember that. I dooth. Sophia's face contorts. You wouldn't dare. My father, your father knows exactly who I am and what I'm capable of. I pull out my phone, stabbing at the screen. Taxi. Now. If you halt, though, I won't leave. I have every right. You have the rights I give you. Nothing more. I release her arm with a shove. Get your things and get out. Iten. Alexei. She stumbles backward. You can't treat me this way. Watch me. I turn to the hallway. Dmitri, get up here and escort Ms. Novikova out. Office to do. Sophia's shrieks echo through the mansion as my security guard appears. She throws a perfume bottle that shatters against the wall. You'll regret this. I'll tell everyone about your whore. The sound of heels clicking on marble makes me turn. Diana stands at the end of the hall, taking in the scene with raised eyebrows. Get her out. I gesture to Dmitri, who grabs Sophia's arm firmly. Suka. Sophia spits as Dmitri leads her away, her voice carrying up the stairs. You think you can replace me with some whore who? The front door slams, cutting off her tirade. Blessed silence falls. Well, that was dramatic, Diana says as she emerges from the living room. Not now. D. I mutter, stalking out to the pool area. The afternoon breeze does little to cool my temper. Diana trails after me, settling onto one of the loungers beside the pool. She's already lighting one of her slim cigarettes, her movements precise and controlled despite the tension radiating between us. You can't keep antagonizing the Novikovs, she says, exhaling smoke. The Alliance. Fuck the Alliance. I drop into one of the loungers beside her. I don't need their protection. End quote. Bobik does. Progressed. My jaw clenches. Trust Diana to go straight for the jugular. Don't. If you's another, someone needs to say it. Alexei. She turns to face me, shadows playing across her features. The Novikovs have connections we need. Medical connections? The kind that could help with experimental treatments. Dister, I have my own connections. And quote, not like theirs. Diana's voice softens. Think about what Sophia's father could do for Bobek's care. The doors he could open, at what cost? I lean forward, elbows on my knees. Living with that Suka watching my every move, having her stick her nose in my business. In Bobek's life, it's called marriage. Brat. Sometimes we make sacrifices. Don't lecture me about sacrifice. The words come out like gravel. Everything I do is for him. Everything. Abri. Diana takes another long drag, considering me through the smoke. Then consider this another thing you could do for him. The Novikovs' medical connections in Switzerland alone. I said don't. I push up from the chair, my muscles coiled tight. My son is not a bargaining chip. In the crusters, Diana stubs out her cigarette, her eyes fixed on me with that familiar mix of concern and stubbornness. You're being reckless. And quote, I'm being practical. I rise abruptly and pace along the pool's edge, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the water. Sophia is a liability. A company. She's connected. Her father can go fuck himself. My shoulders tense at the thought of that pompous bastard. I don't need his money or his influence. Is tense. This isn't just about you anymore. Diana's voice carries that maternal tone I hate. Think about, I said enough. The words come out sharp enough to make her flinch. Sophia will never know about him. Never. We're a dime. Diana rises, smoothing her skirt with practiced grace. You can't protect him forever by keeping him hidden. A fender. The truth in her words stings. But I push it aside. Watch me. With matter, she opens her mouth to argue further. But something in my expression makes her pause. With a slight shake of her head, she stands smoothly and turns toward the house. Just don't do anything stupid. Brat. She tosses her cigarette on the floor and stubs it out with the toe of her shoe before moving off. The tension coils tighter in my muscles as I watch her leave. Too much energy. Too many thoughts circling like vultures. I need to move. To burn out this restless anger before it consumes me. The gym calls to me my private sanctuary, where problems can be reduced to sets and reps. Where I can pound these frustrations into submission until my body is too exhausted to think about Sophia, about Diana's warnings, about any of it. I head for the basement stairs, already pulling off my shirt. The familiar scent of leather and metal welcomes me as I descend. Here, at least, everything makes sense. The weights slam together as I power through another set. Sweat dripping onto the rubber mat below. My muscles burn, but I push harder. One more, then another. Each rep, driven by Sophia's shrill accusations echoing in my head. I know when you're hiding something. The bar crashes down. I add more plates, ignoring the protest in my shoulders. The woman from the charity event flashes through my mind once again, her vulnerable eyes. The soft curve of her neck. The memory only makes me grip the metal harder. Diana's words cut through next. You can't protect him forever. A growl escapes as I drive upward. Veins standing out on my forearms. The tattoos ripple with each movement, ink marking victories. Losses. Promise of vengeance. My body knows this language of pain and power. The familiar ache spreads through my chest and arms. But it's not enough. Not yet. I need to push until these thoughts dissolve. Until there's nothing left but the burn of exertion. The Novikovs have connections we need. My jaw clenches. Another set. Faster now. Sweat stings my eyes. But I don't stop. Can't stop. Not until this restless energy is beaten into submission. Finally, my arms give out. The weights crash onto the safety bars with a deafening clang. I collapse onto the bench. Chest heaving. Mind blissfully empty, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. In this moment of clarity, one truth emerges. I don't need the Novikovs. I don't need anyone. Everything I've built, I've done on my own terms. And that's how it will stay. I towel off and head back to my room. Phone already in hand. Sophia's perfume still hangs in the air, making my nostrils twitch. I yank open the windows, letting the breeze clear out her scent. Sasha. Status update. I pull a fresh suit from the closet while he reports. Still no sign of Nico. But we've traced some unusual transfers through Gianni's accounts. This interesting. I lay out a black Tom Ford jacket, examining it for lint. How unusual. He recently made a withdrawal. Good 9. My hand stills on the fabric. When? Yesterday. In cash. Here, I process this. Methodically selecting a tie. Have someone watch Maranzano closely and get me everything on his recent movements. End quote. Already done. Boss. End quote. Good. I end the call, scowling as my phone buzzes with a text. It's from Diana. You're making a mistake with Sophia. I delete it without responding. I shoot off instructions to my security team about tonight's arrangements, doubling the usual personnel, with a guest list that includes most of the city's biggest names. The last thing we need is a breach. My thumb hovers over Sophia's contact info. Time to make this break permanent. Clean. No more of her theatrical scenes or possessive demands. The party tonight will be the perfect opportunity to make it public, ensure everyone understands exactly where things stand. I start typing out instructions to have her removed from all guest lists when another call comes through. Time to focus on business. The rest can wait. As I speak, I adjust my cufflinks, the platinum catching the light. Duh. I tell Dmitri as he checks in with a question about the catering. Sasha has the details. I wave him off, then examine my reflection. The Tom Ford fits perfectly. Its severe lines emphasizing authority, power, control. My phone buzzes again, another message from Diana. I don't need to read it to know she's furious about Sophia. My twin has always been protective of our family's alliances, even at the cost of my sanity. The tie slides through my fingers as I knot it with practiced precision. Tonight needs to send a clear message. No more arranged marriages. No more political games. The other families can whisper all they want about tradition and obligation. I slide on my watch, the weight familiar against my wrist. The sound of cars arriving draws my attention to the window. Early preparations for tonight's event are already underway. Security teams doing their sweeps. Caterers setting up in the kitchen below. I straighten my tie one final time. Push thoughts of Diana's disappointment aside. Tonight isn't about family politics. It's about maintaining control. And Sophia and the Novikovs need to learn exactly who holds that control. Because I've already had a taste of the kind of woman I want to have in my life. And it's not her.
Chapter 20. Stella. My hands tremble on the steering wheel as I approach the towering iron gates of Blackwood Manor. The security booth's harsh spotlights illuminate my face, making me squint. The guard's expression remains impassive as I roll down my window. I have an urgent delivery for Mr. Tarasov. My voice wavers, despite hours of practicing this line in my car. Time-sensitive materials. The guard's eyes narrow. Name? Stillafair. Verona. I say, remembering my brother's instructions to go along with his alias. I grip the black bag tighter on my lap. He speaks into his radio in rapid Russian. My heart pounds as I catch fragments words that remind me of childhood in St. Petersburg, before everything changed. Before Dad. ID. He demands. I fumble with my purse, dropping my wallet. Oh, oops. I mumble. Sorry. I could have sworn that I had it in here. I fumble some more, the guard growing increasingly impatient. Finally, I emerge holding a card embossed with balloons and clowns. The name, Miss Stella Bear, is printed in the middle. Gosh, I can't find it. Will this do? I ask him meekly. It's from the foundation I work for. Stella Bear. He stares at me. It's a children's foundation. I say, for kids with severe diseases. The guard studies me while I fight to keep my breathing steady. Purpose of visit? Like I said, an important delivery that can't wait until morning. I force confidence into my tone. Mr. Anne, Tarasov is expecting it. Next dive, another burst of Russian into his radio. Sweat trickles down my spine despite the evening chill. The guard's stony expression doesn't change as he hands back the card. Follow the main drive. Park in front of the right wing. Don't deviate from the path. End quote. The gates slide open on oiled tracks, barely making a sound. I edge my car forward, hyper-aware of the security cameras tracking my every move. The winding driveway seems endless. Manicured hedges looming on either side like prison walls. Two identical buildings emerge from the darkness, one gleaming white and modern. The other, more traditional, with stone facades. The right wing blazes with light. Every window a reminder that I'm walking straight into the den of the man who wants my brother dead. I park where instructed and then get out of the car, trying not to cringe at how it sticks out like a sore thumb alongside the rows of Bentleys and Ferraris already parked there. The stairs to the front doors are lit up. A red carpet is set down the middle, leading up to where a burly man is standing with a clipboard. Shit. Gathering my wits, I head toward him, trying not to trip up the stairs. His eyes run over my simple black dress and plain black court shoes. God, why didn't I dress up? It's not like I haven't attended events like this before. Although I have to admit, this shindig is next level. Name? He says, glancing down at the board. Stella. I say. I'm not on the guest list. I'm here to deliver a package. I nod down at the bag. They called ahead from the security gate? His eyes narrow. Service entrance is round that way. He jerks his head to the right, where a path leads to a side door. Geez. Oh, right. Of course. Silly me. I turn awkwardly and scurry toward the door, my cheeks flaming as a gathering on the landing watches me. There's another guard at the service entrance who listens as I go through the story again. Through the side entrance, and then off to your left, he says as I sign in. There's a room there. Someone will meet you to take you to Mr. Tarasov. Keep it short. He's busy tonight. Of course, I murmur, before making my way through the door. A short corridor leads through to an empty room with a desk on one side and 2 doors leading out. I wait there for a couple of minutes, my nerves stretching thin. "What are you waiting for?" "Idiot?" Boyana asks. "Screw it," I mutter, then open one of the doors. My head spins as I step into a cacophony of sound. I've walked straight into the heart of the party. I weave through the crowd, clutching the black bag to my chest like a shield. The glittering gowns and tailored tuxedos make my simple black dress feel like a cleaning lady's uniform. A woman in a red Valentino gives me a dismissive once-over before turning back to her champagne. "Excuse me. Pardon," I murmur, dodging waiters with silver trays. The opulent ballroom seems endless. A maze of crystal chandeliers and marble columns. My practical court shoes squeak against the polished floor. "You don't belong here," Boyana whispers. Everyone can tell. 2 peers. Shut up, I mutter under my breath. A nearby couple gives me an odd look. The scent of expensive perfume is overwhelming, making my head spin. Or maybe that's just anxiety. I spot what looks like a quieter hallway and make a beeline for it, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere. I'm so focused on my escape that I don't notice the woman in front of me. I stumble, and time slows as my shoulder collides with her, the wine glass in the woman's hand tilting at a deadly angle. "Bliet." The shriek pierces my eardrums as red wine blooms across pristine white silk. "You stupid little suka. Do you know how much this Balenciaga costs?" I step back, horrified, as the statuesque woman rounds on me. Her gray eyes flash with cold fury, perfectly manicured hands clawing at the spreading stain. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. Who let this clumsy peasant in here?" She switches to rapid Russian, drawing a growing circle of onlookers. "Security! Get this woman out of here immediately!" 'Tis menace. My cheeks burn as whispers ripple through the crowd. The black bag feels like it weighs a ton against my chest as I try to back away. "Look at her, must be staff." Someone mutters. "Probably drunk." Another adds. The woman in the ruined dress advances on me, her voice rising to a screech. "You'll pay for this. You little Sophia." The deep voice cuts through the chaos like a knife. The crowd parts instantly, revealing a tall figure in an impeccably tailored black suit. My heart nearly stops. Oh, my fuck. It's him. The stranger from the charity event. The man I spent that anonymous night with. What the hell is he doing here? "Alexei!" the woman says sharply. "Can you believe what this stupid bitch just did to my dress?" My heart rate screeches to a rapid halt. "Alexei, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Him! The man from the charity event. The one I had the best sex of my life with is Alexei Tarasov. The man who wants to kill my brother. Talk about sleeping with the enemy," says Boyana. I can't find words. Not even to shut up my imaginary sister. So, I say nothing. Just stand there like an idiot. His dark eyes sweep over me with no hint of recognition. But my body remembers his touch with devastating clarity. The same broad shoulders that loomed over me that night. The same strong hands that... Sophia. His voice carries the same commanding tone that made me shiver before. "You're making a scene." To Azay, but Alexei. "Look what she..." Enough. Just one word. But Sophia's mouth snaps shut. "Go change. Now." I never. She opens her mouth to argue, then thinks better of it. With a final venomous glare at me, She storms off, trailing the scent of wine and Chanel. No. Woo. The crowd disperses quickly, no one wanting to attract his attention. My legs won't move. I'm trapped in his gravitational pull, just like that first night. He studies me with cold calculation, so different from the heat in his gaze when we know. Don't think about that. You're not staff. It's not a question. His accent wraps around the words like smoke. No. My voice comes out embarrassingly weak. I have a delivery for you. And Dan, one dark eyebrow rises slightly. Through the main ballroom, heat floods my cheeks. I got lost. His eyes narrow, head tilting slightly as he examines me. Is there a flicker of recognition? Does he remember anything about that night? It was weeks ago. Stella, says Boyana. He's probably fucked 50 other women since then. End quote. The black bag feels like it's burning against my chest. Inside is the money that could save Nick's life, or end mine if Alexei Tarasov decides he doesn't like how this is laying out. We stand in charged silence, the party continuing around us like we're in our own bubble. Just like that night. Except now I know he's the monster my brother is running from. Come with me. He turns and starts walking, clearly expecting me to follow. I force my shaking legs to move. What choice do I have? I follow him down a dimly lit corridor, my breath coming in short. Sharp gasps. Each step takes us further from the party's noise, but my pulse refuses to quiet. I cling to the bag like it's a life preserver. In a way, it is. In here. He opens a door to what appears to be a study, gesturing for me to enter first. The room smells of leather and cedarwood just like that night. I dig my nails into my palms, forcing those memories away. Explain. He moves behind a massive desk, leaving me standing awkwardly in the middle of the room. My brother. Nico Verona. My voice catches as his expression hardens at the name. He made a terrible mistake. The money he took, I have it here. I lift the bag slightly. All of it. And course, Alexei's jaw tightens. Your brother? Yes. Please. He's all I have left. Our parents just died. And he's... I swallow hard, fighting to keep my voice steady. He wasn't thinking clearly. The drugs. The gambling. I know it's no excuse. But stop. N1. His command freezes the words in my throat. He stands, moving around the desk with predatory grace. My body remembers that walk. The way he stalked toward me that night before. Focus. Stella! You're telling me, he says, stopping inches away, that you're Nico Verona's sister? The heat radiating from his body makes it hard to think. Yes. And I brought the money. Every cent he took. Please. Just let him. The charity event. His eyes narrow. That's where I saw you before. Okay. Saw me? Is that what he's calling it? My heart thunders. Does he remember everything? Or just that brief encounter before? Yes. I whisper. I organized it. And his proximity is overwhelming. Memories of that night, threatening to shatter my composure. But Nick's life depends on me holding it together. The money. He holds out his hand. I place the black bag in his palm, trying to ignore how our fingers brush. The contact sends tingles shooting up my arm. He moves to a small table, emptying the contents onto its surface. Stacks of bills scatter across the polished wood. But not just bills. I freeze as something else tumbles out with the money. My stomach lurches as I recognize the items as that: a butt plug, a vibrator, several other toys. My world tilts on its axis. My lungs forget how to breathe as ice floods my veins, and the ground beneath my feet feels as unstable as quicksand. Oh, dear God. Gianni. Alexei glances at me, one dark brow lifting. There's a card among the items. He picks it up, his expression darkening as he looks at it. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. Is this a joke? No. The word comes out as a strangled whisper. That's not I didn't know. Tell that lying fuck brother of yours that he can shove these up his ass. He reads out loud. Please. I had no idea those were in there. My voice shakes. Gianni. I mean, my ex-fiancé. He gave me the money. I thought it was just cash. Alexei's jaw clenches. Gianni? Gianni Maranzano. The name makes my chest tighten, but it tumbles out in a nervous babble before I can stop it. We were engaged until I found out he was cheating. When my brother got in trouble, I went to him for help. He made me. The words stick in my throat. I can't admit what happened. Not to him. Not after our night together. You're saying this is from Gianni Maranzano? Alexei's dark eyes bore into mine, searching for truth or lies. There is nowhere near $300,000 here. Jesus. Stells. What have you gotten yourself into? The least you could have done is count that cash before coming here. I force myself to hold his gaze despite the burning shame coursing through me. Please. I had no idea. I whisper. You have to believe me. Wisrael. I take an instinctive step back as Alexei's expression shifts. His eyes burn with something dark and dangerous. Gianni Maranzano was your fiancé. His voice drops to a lethal whisper. Another step back. My shoulder blades hit the wall. Yes, but we broke up weeks ago. I didn't know he was involved in. He moves with the grace of a panther, closing the distance between us. One hand plants against the wall beside my head, caging me in. His scent fills my lungs, making it hard to think. You said Gianni made you do something. What? His other hand comes up to grip my jaw, forcing me to meet his gaze. I try to turn away, but his hold tightens. Nothing. It doesn't matter. It is round. Everything matters. His thumb brushes my lower lip. The gentle touch at odds with the predatory energy radiating from him. My pulse races as memories of both men collide: Gianni's cruel manipulation and Alexei's passionate intensity that night at the hotel. The contrast makes me dizzy. Please, I whisper, but I'm not sure what I'm asking for. Abruptly, he steps away, turning back to the desk, where the items are scattered. My breath hitches as he picks up one of the toys from the table, his dark eyes never leaving mine. It is interesting that you would come here to me with these. His expression is inscrutable, but his next words leave my head spinning. Perhaps we should put Gianni's gifts to good use. Krasivaya. Fear and heat war in my belly at his words. Memories of our night together come flooding back with devastating clarity. I didn't come here for that. I managed to say, but my voice trembles. No? He cocks his head. Your body says otherwise. And he's not wrong. Despite my fear, despite knowing exactly who and what he is, my traitorous body responds to his proximity. It did that first night, and it's doing it again right now. especially as he moves up to me again. This isn't... I try to focus as his hand slides to my hip. My brother will live or die based on my decision. His accent thickens as he leans closer. Perhaps you should concentrate on convincing me to be merciful. The vibrator in his hand brushes against my thigh, making me gasp. Please, I say yet again. Please what? His breath fans across my lips. Stop or continue? I should be terrified. In a way, I am. This man holds my brother's life in his hands. Mine, too. But at the same time, all I can think about is how his touch set me on fire that night. How completely I lost myself in him. And it's happening again. My fingers curl against his chest, neither pushing away nor pulling closer. His eyes darken at my hesitation. Your body remembers me. Kotenok. Just like I remember every inch of you. My turret.
Chapter 21. Alexei. The scent of her perfume clouds my judgment as I process the web of connections. Stella Verona. The woman from the charity event. The one who haunted my thoughts. And now she's Gianni's ex. Here to save her thieving brother Nico. Blyad. My fingers trace the edge of one of the toys Maranzano packed as a message. That Italian peacock thinks he's clever, trying to humiliate her. But the way her breath catches when I touch the silicone tells a different story. So Berth. I step closer, watching her pupils dilate. Maranzano was your fiancé. Was that? She presses herself against the wall but doesn't look away. There's steel in her spine despite her fear. Ex-fiancé. Thank you. The distinction matters more than it should. I remember how she felt under my hands that night at the hotel. How perfectly she responded to my touch. Now she's here, caught between my body and the wall, bringing me both Nico's stolen money and these toys. Interesting. My thumb brushes over her bottom lip. Did he think this would shame you, make you crawl? Her breath hitches. But her green eyes flash defiance. He thought it would make me look cheap, desperate. It would. Instead, I lift the vibrator, watching color flood her cheeks. You've brought me options. There is intain too Preisterd. The temperature in the room shifts as understanding dawns in her eyes. She doesn't pull away when I lean closer. Doesn't protest when my free hand finds her hip. The possibilities multiply in my mind. Punishment for her brother's theft. Revenge against Maranzano. And the chance to possess her again. This time with no pretense of anonymity. What's your answer? Krasivaya? I deliberately brush my lips against her ear. Should we put Maranzano's gifts to use? Her silence speaks volumes. My fingers tighten on her hip as details click into place. The money. Maranzano. Her agitation when she arrived. Something gnaws at me. Tell me how you got this. I lift the bag with my free hand, watching her face. Visho. Everything. Forgiveness. She tries to look away. I catch her chin, forcing her gaze back to mine. The touch of her skin burns against my fingers. I called him, asked for help. Her voice wavers. He agreed to meet everyone. And the price? Ice creeps into my tone. The marks of shame on her face tell me what I don't want to hear. He what? She swallows hard. Made it clear what he wanted in exchange. Azadidness, something dark and violent, rises in my chest. The bag drops from my hand as I slam my palm against the wall beside her head. She flinches but doesn't cower. He forced you. The words come out in a growl. I needed the money for my brother. Her chin lifts slightly. I made the choice. If prose, choice? The word tastes like acid. Maranzano blackmailed you with your brother's life. Oh, tears well in her eyes, but don't fall. What else could I do? The image of Maranzano touching her, using her desperation against her, makes my vision blur red. My grip on her hip becomes bruising as possessive fury courses through me. She was mine first. The memory of our night together burns hot against this violation. He will pay. The promise comes out lethal and low. No one touches what's mine. Her breath catches. Yours? That night at the hotel. I lean closer, letting her feel my anger, my possession. You became mine then. He had no right. Instead, her expression shifts, but I capture her mouth with mine before she can say something, claiming what that peacock Maranzano tried to steal. Her body stiffens at first, but then she melts into my touch, gasping against my lips. I swallow the sound, deepening the kiss as my hand slides from her hip to the small of her back. She tastes like mint and something sweet. Woman, the same intoxicating flavor I remember from that night. My fingers tangle in her hair, angling her head to give me better access. When her hands clutch at my shirt, the last thread of my control snaps. I press her harder against the wall, my body against hers. The kiss turns savage, possessive. Each stroke of my tongue erases Maranzano's touch, replaces his violation with my claim. She whimpers, but her body melts into mine, accepting, yielding. The rage that burned through me moments ago transforms into something else entirely. Heat pools low in my gut as she responds, giving as good as she gets. Her nails scrape against my chest through the fabric of my shirt. Then I growl into her mouth. Moya. I breathe against her lips between kisses. Mine. Tinned, she shivers, and I feel it everywhere we touch. The soft curves of her body fit perfectly against my harder planes, just like I remember. But this time there's no pretense of anonymity, no illusion of a single night. This is raw and real and marked with possession. My hand drops to her thigh, hiking it up against my hip as I deepen the kiss further. She moans, the sound shooting straight through me. The party beyond these walls fades away until there's nothing but her taste, her scent, the way she moves against me. I back her toward the mahogany desk, my hands steady on her hips. She follows my lead, trusting despite everything that's happened. When her legs hit the edge, I lift her easily, setting her on the polished surface. Her eyes lock with mine as I slowly unbutton her blouse. My fingers brush against soft skin with each movement, drawing small gasps from her lips. The silk parts to reveal a delicate camisole underneath. Krasivu, I murmur, sliding the blouse from her shoulders. She shivers at my touch, but not from fear. The same electricity from that night at the hotel crackles between us. She reaches for my tie, but I catch her hands. Be still. I tell her, I have something else in mind. I take my time with each piece of clothing, stripping her until she lies across the desk, wearing nothing but black lace panties. Bozhemoy. She's a fucking vision. Full. Lush tits are tipped with pink nipples that make my mouth water. I stand between her splayed thighs, spreading her knees wide. Alexei. She groans the word, then jolts as I trace my hand down her belly and run my fingers over her mound. My hand closes around the vibrator, and I tear my gaze from her flushed face to look at the toy. It's sleek and silver, the shaft thick and veined. My thumb finds the switch, and the soft buzzing fills the room. Stella gasps, her hips jerking as I bring it closer. I can't, she stutters, her eyes wide. Quiet. I tell her. I watch her reactions carefully, gauging her response as I graze the latex tip against her inner thigh. She's incredibly sensitive. Each brush of the vibrator makes her muscles jump. I smirk, feeling a surge of satisfaction at her body's betrayal. She's so damn responsive, her body telling me exactly what it needs despite her efforts to hide it. With my free hand, I lift her knees, pushing them back to rest on the desk's edge. She complies, but her eyes squeeze shut as embarrassment battles with pleasure. I don't stop, running the toy along her creamy thighs, over the lacy edge of her panties. No, she whispers, but it's too late. I hook the vibrator under the lace, pressing it firmly against her clit. Yes, I counter, the hum of the toy vibrating through my fingers. I hold it steady, the buzz reverberating through both of us. Her hips arch off the desk, her eyes flying open as a moan escapes. I see the exact moment the sensation becomes too much. Her inner struggle to hold back shattering. Her back bows, and she cries out, her hands grabbing at my arms for support. Let go. I command, not breaking eye contact. Let me feel it. Hezaktar, she shakes her head, teeth gritted, fighting for control. But she can't hide the way her body moves against the toy, the soft whimpers that escape. I hold her gaze, my eyes boring into hers as the vibrator does its work. Her eyelids flutter, but she keeps them open, locked on mine. I graze her swollen pussy lips with my thumb, feeling the vibrations through the sensitive skin. Look at me. I order. I want to see your eyes when you come. Is Price? She shudders, the sensations traveling through her. Please, she begs. But I don't know what she's asking for. I don't know if she wants me to stop or continue. Not that she has much choice in the matter. I have every intention of pushing every limit. What do you want? Krasivaya? I ask, still holding her gaze. Tell me. I know what she's going to get, but it amuses me to know that she's asking for it. Don't stop, she gasps, and it's the answer I want, ripping away the scrap of her panties. I spread her lips wide and slide the head of the vibrator deep into her. When I add my thumb to her clit, she lets out a sharp cry. Her hips buck up, pussy muscles clenching around the toy as she rides out the orgasm. She's gorgeous like this, utterly vulnerable, exposed. My cock throbs at the sight, demanding its own release. But I'm not done with her yet. Not even close. I tear my gaze from hers, pulling the vibrator away and dropping it onto the desk with a soft thud. Her eyes squeeze shut, and she lets out a little moan of protest. I smirk, dragging my thumb over her sensitized clit. She jerks at the touch, eyes flying open. You like this? I say, more statement than question. Being exposed like this? Being played with? She shakes her head, but her eyes say otherwise. I chuckle darkly, my thumb pressing harder. Your body doesn't lie. Krasivaya, you're dripping on the table. Haskepena, she opens her mouth to argue, but the words die on her lips as I slide a finger inside her. She's tight, hotter than I remember, and so damn wet. Her hands scrabble at the desk as she moans, her head falling back. Alexei. She groans my name, and it sends a bolt of satisfaction through me. My thumb circles her clit as I add another finger, stretching her, filling her. She's so damn eager. I keep my thumb moving in tight circles as my fingers thrust, finding a rhythm that has her breath coming in short. Sharp pants. Harder, she whispers, the demand coming as a surprise. I grin, my thumb pressing harder, the vibrations of the toy forgotten. She's so close to the edge, and I push her over. Her back arches off the desk again, her nails digging into my arms as she cries out. I lean down and catch her mouth with mine, swallowing her moans as she comes apart around my fingers. Her pussy pulses, clenching around me, and I growl, wanting to feel this again with my cock. I remove my lips from hers, and she whimpers at the loss, her eyes searching mine as she tries to catch her breath. I lean back, slowly pulling my fingers from her body. She makes a soft sound of protest, her eyes going wide as she realizes what I'm doing. I bring my glistening fingers to my mouth, tasting her. She bites her lip, watching me with dark, hooded eyes. Again, she breathes, her hips lifting off the desk. Impotent, I murmur, but I'm just as eager. I step back, running an eye over the selection of sex toys that have tumbled out of the bag. I stop as something catches my attention. Ah, I say, satisfaction curling my lips as I hold my prize up. Her eyes fly wide as she takes in the silver butt plug. No, wait. She pushes herself up from the desk, but I push her back down with one hand between her soft tits. Are you afraid? Krasivaya. I fix my eyes on her face. So many emotions swirl their desire. Shame, shyness, lust. My cock throbs almost painfully against my pants. She gives a tiny shake of her head. No, she whispers. Good. I lift her knees up higher, setting her feet on the edge of the desk. The position exposes every inch of her sweet sex, all the way down to the tight bud of her asshole. I press a fingertip against it and she yelps. Relax. I tell her, sliding the tip of the plug along the seam of her pussy. Her juices are still bubbling from her, dripping down between her butt cheeks. I coat the cool metal in the stickiness, then slide it down against her tight hole. Alexei, wait. She jerks sharply as I press the tip into her. Shit, she chokes out. I told you to relax, I say, pushing more firmly. I feel it the moment she loosens her muscles and the sleek object slides into her. Oh my God. Her words come out in a rush. Her cheeks are flushed, eyes glazed a little as her chest heaves. I steady her body with a hand on her hip as I twist the plug deeper until it settles in place. Good? I ask, watching her face. I don't know. Her voice is tiny. She chews on her plump lower lip. It will be, I tell her with confidence. I reach for the vibrator and flick it on, holding it against her swollen clit. Fuck, she half yells, her body bowing off the surface of the desk. I push her back down, watching intently as her thigh muscles quiver. Her pussy gapes open, and it's an invitation I can no longer resist. Unzipping my fly, I tug out my aching cock and stroke my hand along the shaft. It's all I can do to stop myself from releasing my load across her bare belly. But that's not going to happen. When I come, it's going to be deep inside her snug little cunt. And right now, it's begging for exactly that. Her head tosses wildly as I keep teasing her clit with the humming vibrator. After 3 orgasms in quick succession, the nerve endings must be on fire. Fisting my cock, I rub the thick head against the open mouth of her pussy, collecting myself for a second before I thrust in. The moment our bodies connect, It's like a strike of lightning. Everything else fades away. And there's only her. Fuck, she yells. Oh, God, fuck. She bucks against me so wildly I have to grasp both her hips to stop her from bucking away from me before I can set up a steady rhythm. When I do, her legs wrap around my waist, pulling me closer. My hands run over her bare skin, cupping her ass, pulling her against me. She's soft, her body perfectly molded to mine. Please, she whispers, her nails digging into my shoulders. I look down at her, her eyes cloudy with desire. She's stunning like this, her lips swollen from chewing on them, her hair tumbling across the desk in dark waves. As you wish. Krasivaya, I say, and then I'm claiming her mouth, swallowing her moans as I thrust into her. She's so damn tight, hot as hell, and I lose myself in the sensation. Her inner walls grip me like a vice, milking me as I move. I can feel the hard ridge of the butt plug firmly lodged in her ass as my shaft slides deep into her. My hands find her breasts, palming them, thumbing the nipples as I set a punishing pace. She arches against me, meeting my thrusts. I angle my hips, hitting that sweet spot inside her, and she cries out, her body tightening around me. Yes, she pants. There, I good not. I grin, thrusting harder, faster. The sound of our bodies slapping together fills the room, mixed with her little gasps and moans. I reach between us, finding her clit, rubbing it in tight circles as I fuck her. Alexei. She moans my name. I'm close. In the Terrier tool, come for me. Krasivaya. I order, and she does, her inner walls convulsing around me as she shatters. It's like watching her transform into something wild and unrestrained. Her eyes are glazed, her face twisted with pleasure. Mindless words tumble from her lips as she cries out, color flooding her cheeks and chest. Blyad. She's fucking beautiful. I let myself go. 2. Pouring myself into her as I find my own release. My balls pull tight as I pump hot cum into the depths of her hungry pussy. I shudder, biting out a groan as her walls clench and release, milking me dry. It's like her body wants every drop, and I'm only too happy to give it to her. I hold her tightly as we come down, my forehead resting against hers. I can feel her rapid breath against my skin, the soft thump of her heartbeat under me. We stay like that for long moments, neither of us moving, just breathing, hearts slowing. Eventually, I lift my head, looking down at her. Her eyes are closed, her face relaxed. A tendril of dark hair has fallen over her cheek, and I brush it back. She stirs, a soft sigh escaping her lips. I run my thumb over her cheek, and she smiles, not opening her eyes. That was nice. As infested, I smirk at her understatement. Nice? Her eyes crack open, a teasing smile curving her lips. Amazing. Mind-blowing. Now get off me. You're heavy. In Anestura, a laugh escapes me. Something that hasn't happened in a long time. Stepping back, I slide out of her. I reach down to remove the butt plug and she makes a sharp little sound, her mouth curling into a shy smile. She's right. It was mind-blowing. But now it's done. What happens now? She asks softly. I meet her gaze, allowing the shift from lover to businessman to settle over me. Your brother's debt is settled. I state evenly. Surprise flashes across her face. What do you mean? I've accepted the payment you brought. The matter is closed. I zip up my fly and straighten my cuffs. The motion deliberate. We... Her brow furrows. You mean... That's it? She pushes herself to a sitting position, crossing her arm across her chest. That's it, I say. But tell your brother he's done. No more deals. No more business. If I see him around town, I'll kill him. He's got 24 hours to clear out. There Fristos. Her mouth drops open. And I don't know if it's over the calm way I just threatened her brother's life, or the fact that I'm now dismissing her. Because there's no doubt in my mind that there's no other option. There's too much danger of this woman getting under my skin. I stoop down and reach for her discarded dress and black bra. The panties are beyond redemption. I hand her clothes to her and she bundles them to her chest, still staring at me. Get dressed, I tell her. My people will see you out. But... Her expression flickers with some unspoken emotion. Dress. I turn away as I say it. I don't need to see the hurt in those emerald eyes. Glancing at my watch, I reach for my phone and call Sasha. Send someone to the catering office. I tell him. I can hear fabric rustling behind me as she hastily pulls the dress over her head. I turn back to her and she's standing at the desk, smoothing the skirt over her thighs. So we're, good? She asks, gnawing on her lip. Yes. I'm still not looking at her. Just remember, 24 hours. No more chances after that. Maybe. There's a knock at the door. I reach for the handle and swing it open. One of Sasha's men is on the other side. His eyes flick between us. But if he's curious, it doesn't show. Show her out. I tell him, jerking my head at where she's bending for her shoes. Goodbye, she says, the word sounding more like a question. I give a curt nod, folding my arms across my chest as Sasha waits for her to head out the door. Her eyes slant in my direction briefly before she disappears behind him. I stand there for a moment, frowning at the closed door. Opasi. Dangerous. Women like her are too fucking dangerous. Sweetness and innocence on the outside, but inside, pure sin. It's a combination that can bring a man to his knees. And that's not a position I'll ever put myself in. Meanwhile, Maranzano needs to pay for stealing from me. That's all. Though, if he feels a shred of remorse for what he did to her while my men are beating the shit out of him, then that won't be a bad thing. It definitely won't.
Chapter 22. Stella. The key clatters against the lock as I open my apartment door, stepping into darkness that matches my churning thoughts. The silence wraps around me like a shroud as I drop my keys on the entry table. My skin still tingles where Alexei touched me. Ghost sensations of his hands. His mouth. I press my thighs together, trying to suppress the ache that lingers. Twice, I whisper into the emptiness. Twice. I've had sex with men to save my brother. The words taste bitter. I sink onto our worn couch, curling into myself. Except with Gianni. It was hell. Or worse. And with Alexei, it was different. It was. You loved it, says Boyana, her voice teasing in my mind. I press my face into a throw pillow, unable to deny it. The memory of Alexei's touch sends fresh shivers through me. So different from the revulsion that followed Gianni's assault. Hannah still isn't back from her training camp. Her absence hits me harder tonight, no one to talk to. No one to help sort through this mess I've made of my life. The apartment feels bigger, colder without her infectious energy, and ready advice. I curl tighter into the couch cushions, wrapping my arms around myself. The ghost of Alexei's hands haunts my skin, while shame and desire wage war in my chest. A key turns in the lock. I jerk upright, heart racing, until Nick's familiar silhouette appears in the doorway. "You're back." He flips on the lamp, flooding the room with unwanted light. I squint, trying to compose myself. My head is still reeling, making it hard to focus on Nick's concerned expression. The guilt hits fresh. Here I am, fantasizing about the very man who held my brother's life in his hands hours ago. "How did it go?" Nick perches on the coffee table, leaning forward. "Did you get the money to him?" "It's handled." I keep my voice steady, fighting the memories that keep threatening to overwhelm me. "Just like that?" Nick's eyebrows shoot up. The most dangerous man in LA's underground just took the money and let it go? I press my lips together, tasting Alexei there. "It's more complicated than that," I thinks. "Complicated how?" The worry in Nick's voice cuts through my hormone-addled brain. Here I am, getting lost in dangerous attraction while my brother still needs protection. Still needs his big sister to think clearly. But Alexei's dark eyes flash in my memory. The way he looked at me like I belonged to him. The possessive grip of his hands. So different from Gianni's entitled pawing. "Stells?" Nick waves his hand in front of my face. "You're starting to freak me out." "What happened?" I take a deep breath, studying Nick's hopeful face. He looks so young in this moment. The 4-year age gap never seemed so wide before. I can't tell him. The truth would crush him, knowing what I did with Gianni. What happened with Alexei. The weight of protection settles heavily on my shoulders. The money's been delivered. I choose each word with careful precision. Tarasov accepted it as payment for your debt. Inaznai, just like that? Nick leans forward, eyes wide. He didn't. I mean, he's not coming after me? I shake my head, remembering Alexei's cold dismissal after our encounter. The debt is settled. But Nick, I catch his gaze, holding it. You need to stay away from that world. No more gambling. No more connections. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. He nods eagerly, relief washing over his features. I swear, Stell, I'm done with all of it. Oh, the earnestness in his voice makes my chest ache. He has no idea what his mistakes have cost, what I've sacrificed to keep him safe. But isn't that what big sisters are for? To shield their little brothers from the harsh realities? There's one more thing. I force myself to continue. You need to get out of town. Ars, out of town? His brows pull together. You have 24 hours to leave Los Angeles. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Tarasov was clear about that condition. Okay. Nick's face drains of color, his earlier relief evaporating. 24 hours? But where am I supposed to go? Anywhere. I grip the couch cushion to steady myself. Just far from here. From his territory. Although, what about you? Nick runs his hands through his already disheveled hair. You can't stay here alone. Not after everything with Mom and Dad. I'll be fine. The lie comes easily now. After so many others tonight. I have the apartment. My job. Hannah. But Tarasov isn't interested in me. Another lie that burns my throat. Especially with the lingering evidence of his interest still marking my skin beneath my clothes. The debt is yours. And so is this condition. 8 There has to be another way. Nick starts pacing, his sneakers wearing a path in our carpet. Maybe if I talk to him myself. No. The force of my response makes him jump. I modulate my voice, trying to hide my panic. That would only make things worse. Trust me, Nick. This is the best outcome we could hope for. Aw, how do you know? What aren't you telling me about the meeting? I focus on smoothing invisible wrinkles from my dress, avoiding his searching gaze. I told you everything that matters. You're free of the debt, but you have to leave. His face falls, defeat etched onto his features. Okay, I guess you're right. This is a good outcome. Izaj, let's get your things together. I nod to where he stashed his few meager belongings. He's been on the move for so long that he doesn't have much. But what's there makes my heart ache. I help Nick stuff clothes into his old duffel bag, the one we used for swim team when we were kids. Each t-shirt, each pair of jeans represents another piece of our life together falling away. You should take my blue sweater. I pull it from my dresser. But Mom knitted it for your graduation. His brow furrows. I can't. And a stime. You need warm clothes. I press the sweater into his arms. And it's a piece of her. Anyway, he nods, fingers tracing the uneven pattern where Mom dropped a stitch. The sound of fabric rustling fills the silence between us. The metallic sound of the zipper on the bag feels so final, like sealing away our childhood, our family, everything we were supposed to be. I grip the strap of Nick's duffel bag, the worn fabric grounding me as I force out the hardest part. There's one more condition. My throat tightens. No contact with anyone here, including me. As a man, Nick drops the sweater he's folding. What? No. That's insane. You're all I have left. And Grown. Nice. Didn't remember this when you were arranging the funerals. Boyana's voice is dry. It's non-negotiable. I turn away, unable to bear the hurt in his eyes. Clean break. New start. End quote. But why? The debt's paid. Why can't we at least talk? Because I don't trust Alexei. I want to scream. Because the way he looked at me, touched me, claimed me it wasn't just about the money. It's safer this way. I keep my voice steady. For both of us. Rester. Safer? What aren't you telling me about this guy? Nick grabs my arm, forcing me to face him. What really happened when you delivered that money? The memory of Alexei's possessive kiss floods back. I pull away from Nick's grip. Nothing happened. But these people, they're dangerous. The further you are from their world, the better. Doan. And what about you? If they're so dangerous, why are you staying? I swallow hard. I have nothing they want. You're the one who crossed them. Well, the lie hangs between us. But Nick can never know how Alexei looked at me like I belonged to him. How his touch branded me. How uncertain I am that he'll keep his word about Nick's safety. This doesn't make sense. Nick rakes his fingers through his hair. There has to be another way. End quote. I shake my head. This is the only way to keep you safe. There's over. I wrap my arms around Nick, breathing in his familiar scent. My little brother. My only family left. I love you. Knucklehead. My voice cracks despite my efforts to stay strong. Nick's arms tighten around me. Love you too. Stells. His shoulders shake slightly. I'm so sorry. For everything. It is not. I press my face into his shoulder, memorizing this moment. The texture of his worn t-shirt. The way his chin rests on top of my head, reminding me when he first got taller than me at 14. The slight tremor in his breathing that matches my own. Stay safe. I pull back, gripping his shoulders. Promise me. I have bid. I promise. He wipes roughly at his eyes. You too. Okay? I nod, not trusting my voice. Nick hefts his duffel bag. The old swim team logo faded almost beyond recognition. He takes one step back, then another. Bye. Sis. His voice is hoarse. I press my lips together, fighting the urge to call him back, to tell him to stay, despite Alexei's warning, to keep my little brother close where I can protect him. But that's not protection anymore. That's selfishness. Nick turns, his shoulders hunched under the weight of more than just his bag. His footsteps echo down the hallway, each one driving home the finality of this moment. The lock clicks with devastating finality. My hand lingers on the doorknob, as if holding on to this last connection with my brother. Empty silence presses against my eardrums. I turn, facing the apartment. The space feels wrong, distorted, too big and too small at the same time. Leaning back against the door, I slide down until I hit the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees. It's just us now, I whisper to Boyana. You mean just you? She corrects. I'm not real. Remember? A laugh bubbles up in my throat, edged with hysteria. Right. Even my imaginary sister is reminding me how alone I am. Everyone I love keeps disappearing. First Gianni turning out to be not the man I thought he was. Then, Dad's accident. Then Mom's suicide. Now Nick, forced to run because I made a deal with a devil in an expensive suit. The silence rings in my ears, broken only by my ragged breathing. How did my world come to this?
Chapter 23. Alexei. My phone vibrates against the desk. Bobek's name lighting up the screen. Work can wait. Papa! His excitement burst through the speaker. The new controls arrived for my chair. They're incredible. The edge of my mouth lifts. Show me. His, through video. I watch him demonstrate the voice commands. His dark eyes sparkling as the chair responds to each instruction. His small hands gesture animatedly while explaining the technical specifications. The neural interface adapts to my thought patterns. Soon I won't need voice commands at all. If we bed, Molodets. Pride wells in my chest. At Zesh. He already understands technology better than most adults. I'll come see it in person. In Morazide. Really? When? I check the time. Give me an hour. They be say. His grin mirrors his mother's, the only thing Olga ever gave him besides life itself. The call ends, and I grab my keys, already dreading what I'll find at the house. The drive gives me too much time to think. Olga's appearance at our last meeting haunts me hollow cheeks. Sallow skin, far too thin. She brushed off my questions about doctors. But there's something wrong. I know it. I scowl as I think about it. Bobek needs his mother. Damaged spine or not. The thought of him losing her. I press harder on the accelerator. The Bentley's engine purring as I weave through traffic. Numbers scroll through my head, doctors to call. Specialists to fly in. Whatever it takes. Olga won't accept help easily. Her stubborn pride matching mine. But for Bobek's sake, I'll find a way. The familiar streets of Olga's affluent neighborhood approach. Here, away from the Bratva's eyes. I can be just a father visiting his son. No weapons. No business. No blood. Just my son's smile and his endless curiosity about the world. I go through the security gates and reach the front door. It opens before I can knock. Olga's gaunt frame fills the doorway, and my stomach clenches. Dark circles ring her eyes, her cheekbones sharp enough to cast shadows. Hello, Alexei. She tugs her cardigan tighter, but it only emphasizes her bony shoulders. What's wrong? I step closer, scanning her face. You look, it's just early menopause. She waves off my concern with a thin hand. The doctor says it's normal to feel tired. Hey, bullshit. I've seen enough lies to recognize this one. Her eyes drop away too quickly. Her shoulders too tense. Whatever's wrong, she's hiding it deliberately. Witch doctor, Alexei. Please. She sighs. I don't need you interrogating. Papa, come see. Bobek's voice rings out from inside, bright with excitement. Olga seizes the interruption, stepping back to let me pass. He's been practicing with the controls all morning. It's a discum. I want to grab her arm. Force answers about her health, but Bobek's wheelchair hums as he maneuvers into view. His face lights up at the sight of me. And for now, I let Olga's secrets slide. My son needs this moment more than I need answers. But I won't let it go. Whatever's going on with Olga's, I'll find out. If she won't tell me willingly. There are other ways to get medical information. I follow Bobek into his room, taking in the familiar sight of science textbooks stacked on every surface. His latest obsession, quantum mechanics, fills an entire shelf. Not typical reading for a 10-year-old. But my son has never been typical. Look what I learned. Papa. Bobek wheels to his desk, picking up a model of DNA. His small fingers trace the double helix. Did you know our genes can be modified using CRISPR technology? The applications for medical treatment are fascinating. Well, my chest tightens as he launches into a detailed explanation of genetic manipulation. The words flow effortlessly, terms and descriptions that go straight over my head. His mind works at a level that makes me both proud and ache for what could have been. Want to play chess? He sets aside the model, already reaching for the board. I've been studying new strategies. Head Bill, I pull up a chair as he arranges the pieces. His movements are precise, methodical, just like his approach to everything else. Queen's Gambit? He raises an eyebrow, making his first move with confidence. I study the board, recognizing the complex opening he's chosen. Most children his age would go for simple attacks, but Bobek thinks 5 moves ahead. As we trade pieces, he explains the mathematical probability of each potential outcome. When he takes my bishop with a subtle move I didn't see coming, his eyes light up, not with triumph, but with pure satisfaction at getting it right. My king falls into his carefully laid trap, leaving no escape. Checkmate. Papa. He beams with happiness. Pride swells in my chest as I tip over my king. Most fathers might feel stung losing to their little kid. But watching Bobek's mind work, it's better than any victory. Pretty good. Malish. I lean back, studying the final position. You saw the whole combination from the start? He nods, already setting up the pieces again. The probability of success increased by 47% once you moved your knight to f3. It opened the diagonal I needed. Bozamoy. This kid. A knock at the door interrupts his explanation. A security guard puts his head in. Doc's here. Boss. With the stew in it. I frown, not expecting the interruption. Send him in. Hazar mine, doctor. Malhotra enters. His presence immediately shifting the energy in the room. Bobik's excitement about chess fades, replaced by the familiar tension that comes with medical discussions. Mr. Tarasov. Malhotra nods respectfully. I was in the area and thought I'd come by. It's time for Bobik's 3-month checkup. Go ahead. I tell him. I lean back in my chair, watching Malhotra's hands move with practiced efficiency over Bobik's spine. Every touch, every measurement carries weight. The doctor's expression remains neutral, but I catch the slight furrow of his brow when testing the lower vertebrae. Olga hovers nearby, her bony fingers twisting the hem of her cardigan. Our eyes meet briefly, her worry mirrors my own, though neither of us speaks it aloud. Bobik chatters through the examination, explaining black hole theory to Malhotra, who responds with appropriate interest while continuing his work. Can you feel this? Malhotra presses various points along Bobik's legs. No change from last time. Bobik reports clinically, as if discussing someone else's body. Sensation stops at the L4 vertebra. His talfers. My jaw clenches. He shouldn't know these terms. Shouldn't discuss his condition with such detachment. But that's my son processing everything through the lens of science. Even his own paralysis. Good flexibility in the upper body. Malhotra notes, helping Bobik sit up straight. The new chair is helping with posture. To do where? Relief washes over Olga's face, her shoulders dropping slightly. But I notice how Malhotra avoids my direct gaze. He's found something he doesn't want to discuss in front of Bobik. All finished, Malhotra announces with forced cheerfulness. You're doing very well. Bobik. The words should comfort me. Instead, they set off warning bells, the kind that have kept me alive in this business. Doctors, like criminals, have tells when they're hiding something. I straighten in my chair, already planning how to get Malhotra alone. Whatever he's not saying, I need to know, no matter how bad it might be. I catch Malhotra's subtle head tilt toward the door. After ruffling Bobik's hair and promising to return soon, I follow the doctor outside. The walk to his car feels endless. Each step increases the weight in my gut, that familiar sensation before bad news drops. Malhotra's shoulders are too stiff, his pace too measured. The doctor's usual Oxford-educated confidence has vanished. What aren't you telling me? My voice comes out harsh in the quiet street. Malhotra turns, his dark eyes meeting mine briefly before dropping away. Mr. Tarasov. Perhaps we should. Here. Now. I'm mad. He swallows hard, tugging at his collar. Most men would piss themselves facing my tone, but Malhotra's known me long enough to push past the fear. Bliad, I spit. Tell me. For fuck's sake. His Bobik. It's not Bobik. His jaw works. I went over the test results the oncologist sent through. Olga's. They said, she did the tests? I'm surprised. She's been so set against cooperating in any way. He nods. It doesn't look good. Sir. The blood samples. Malhotra pulls in a breath. Her white cell count is severely elevated. I good know. My teeth grind together. Stop dancing around it. May dose. Stage 4 lymphoma. Aggressive. It's spread to her. The rest of his words fade into white noise. Lymphoma. Cancer. Stage 4. A fucking death sentence. My little boy is about to lose his mama. How long? The words scrape my throat. Without treatment? Not long. Days? Weeks? Malhotra's clinical tone cracks. With aggressive chemotherapy. We might arrange it. whatever it costs. And Free said, "Sir, she's refusing treatment. Says she doesn't want Bobek to see her suffer through." My fist connects with the car door. The dull thud echoing down the quiet street. Stubborn Suka, always putting Bobek first. Even now. "You bet. Why the fuck didn't she tell me? Make her understand." I grab Malhotra's collar, yanking him closer. "You're her doctor. Convince her." Quote, "I've tried." He doesn't flinch. Used to my outbursts after years of treating Bobek. She's made her choice. Mace. Choice. What fucking choice is there when Bobek needs his mother? The familiar rage builds the kind that usually ends in blood. But violence won't fix this. Can't beat cancer into submission or threaten it away. For the first time since taking control of the Bratva, I feel utterly powerless.
Chapter 24. Stella. The bile rises before I can fully process being awake. I barely make it to the bathroom, my knees hitting the cold tile as I heave into the toilet. This is the third morning in a row, but I keep blaming bad takeout or stress. "Stell?" Hannah's voice comes through the door, tinged with that mix of concern and knowing that makes my stomach clench for entirely different reasons. "You sure you're okay? I can pick up a test on my way back if you—" "No!" I rest my forehead against the porcelain, trying to steady my breathing. "It's just a stomach bug. And it's spick. 3 days in a row? At exactly the same time each morning?" Her footsteps pace outside. "Come on. You're usually the logical one here." Logical. Right. I've done some pretty irrational things these past weeks. And now, I'm beginning to wonder. I think back, counting days, trying to remember. The charity event. Alexei. Then Gianni's setup, and that night at the manor. My mind skitters away from the memories, even as my body remembers with uncomfortable clarity. I can't be. I whisper, more to myself than Hannah. But even as I say it, I notice how tender my breasts feel, how certain smells have been making me queasy. There's an easy way to find out. Hannah's voice is gentler now. I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting the wave of panic rising in my chest. A baby. Alexei's baby. The thought is impossible. Just give me a minute. I manage to say, though my voice shakes. Wish I could. Hun. But I got a presentation this morning, and I'm already running late. Her voice is tinged with regret. I don't mean to bail on you, but we can talk about this later. Okay, sure. I mumble, standing and washing my face in the basin. I brush my teeth and then head to my room, dressing and getting ready for work in a daze. My head still hasn't cleared by the time I get into the flow of work for the day. Hours drag by with me barely getting anything done. My fingers hover over my keyboard, but the quarterly budget numbers blur into meaningless shapes. A baby? No. I can't believe that could be true. I have too much else on my plate. Nick's terrified face keeps flashing through my mind, followed by Alexei's dark, possessive stare. The memory of his hands on my body makes my skin tingle even now. Focus. These projections need to be done by noon. I type a few numbers into the spreadsheet, but my mind drifts to Nick again. Is he safe? Has he actually left the city? The thought of him alone and scared twists my stomach into knots. Stella. Jack's sharp voice cuts through my spiral. Those numbers were due an hour ago. Idazer. I straighten in my chair, forcing myself to meet my supervisor's irritated gaze. His perfectly pressed suit and judgmental frown remind me that I'm on thin ice after missing work for my parents' funerals. Sorry. I'll have them to you in 15 minutes. I must make it 10. He taps his watch. The board meeting starts at 1. And I need time to review your report. Yes, the criticism in his tone snaps me back to reality. I can't afford to lose this job. It's all I have left. Taking a deep breath, I focus on the screen and start entering data with renewed determination. 10-minute. You can do this. Stells. One number at a time. The familiar rhythm of financial calculations finally pushes thoughts of dangerous Russian men and runaway brothers to the background. At least temporarily. The scent hits me before I see Martin walking past with his afternoon coffee. Rish. Dark roast that normally makes my mouth water, but today my stomach lurches violently. I bolt from my cubicle. One hand clamped over my mouth. The bathroom seems miles away as I weave through the maze of desks. Sarah calls out something about the quarterly report, but I can't stop. I barely make it into a stall before losing my lunch. The tile is cold against my knees as I heave, tears streaming down my face. When the nausea finally subsides, I sit back against the stall wall, my hands trembling. That's when it hits me I'm late. Really late. With everything that happened with Nick and Alexei, I hadn't even noticed. But now, counting back the weeks since my last period, the truth is impossible to deny because I'm always like clockwork. Hannah was right. My fingers press against my still flat stomach. The morning sickness, the tender breasts, the missed period, it all adds up to one terrifying conclusion. You're pregnant. With Alexei Tarasov's baby. Shut up! Boyana, I hiss. I manage to get through the rest of the workday on autopilot, my mind racing with possibilities I'm not ready to face. The pharmacy near my apartment feels too close to home. Someone might recognize me, so I drive across town. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as I stare at the rows of pregnancy tests. I grab 3 different brands, unable to trust just one result. The middle-aged cashier's knowing look makes my cheeks burn. Paper or plastic? She asks. And I nearly cry at the normalcy of the question. Plastic? I croak, shoving cash across the counter. The rustling of the bag feels deafening in the quiet store. The drive home takes forever. Each red light, an eternity. I keep checking my phone, hoping Hannah will be home early. But her text confirms she's working late on a case. Our apartment feels too quiet when I unlock the door. The bathroom light flickers as I set the tests on the counter, their cheerful pink packaging mocking me. I pick up one box, reading the instructions 3 times before setting it back down. The thought of doing this alone makes my chest tight. I can't. I whisper to my reflection. Not tonight. Oko. I leave the tests lined up on the bathroom counter like little soldiers and crawl into bed fully dressed. Sleep feels impossible, but I can't face those plastic sticks right now. Morning will come soon enough. But I'm wrong. The ceiling becomes a movie screen for my racing thoughts as I lie there, each minute dragging by like molasses. Even Boyana stays quiet tonight, leaving me alone with my fears. Sleep takes forever to come. The next morning, my pulse feels like it's thundering as I stare at the plastic stick on the bathroom counter. 2 lines, clear as day. The second test shows the same result. So does the third. Breathe. Still. Hannah's arm wraps around my shoulders, steadying me as my knees threaten to give out. Just breathe. And he nice. I can't be pregnant. The words come out in a whisper. This isn't... I'm not... Here. Sit down before you fall down. Hannah guides me to the closed toilet lid. She crouches in front of me, her bright red curls falling into her face as she takes my trembling hands in hers. Talk to me. It is M. What am I going to do? My voice cracks. I can't have a baby. Not now. Not with everything that's happened. I'm sorted. First, we're going to make you an appointment with Dr. Reynolds to confirm. Hannah's practical tone anchors me. Then we'll figure out your options. You don't have to decide anything right this second. She squeezes my hand. You're sure it's his? Her lips pinch together. This Tarasov guy? Hannah had flipped out when I told her that the guy I'd had the one-night stand with was a notorious Russian mobster. But she seems to have recovered from the shock. I can't tell him. The words tumble out before I can stop them. He's dangerous. Han, the things Nick told me about him. Hey. Hannah squeezes my hands. One step at a time. Okay? Right now. Let's just focus on getting you to a doctor. With her one, I nod, clinging to her steady presence like a lifeline. She's right. I need medical confirmation before I spiral completely. But as I stare at those 2 pink lines, I know in my gut that the tests aren't wrong. I'll call Dr. Reynolds right now. Hannah pulls out her phone. She usually keeps some emergency slots open. You do. I sit numbly as she goes through the motions of booking me an appointment. How can this be happening? 3 o'clock this afternoon, she says as she ends the call. I swallow hard. God, my boss is going to be so pissed. I rub my eyes with one hand. I'm on thin ice, as it is with all the time I've taken off lately. Okay, it'll be all right. Still, Hannah plays the voice of reason. What if I lose my job? Hannah? I feel my eyes go wide. I'm on my feet and starting to pace. I'll be unemployed with a baby. What ofnest? Let's not immediately assume the worst. Okay? Hannah still has her phone in her hand. Besides, this guy is loaded. Right? He needs to cough up. I halved. I give a small, humorless laugh. Sure. I bet he'll be thrilled to learn he knocked me up and now has a kid to look after. I was. Girl. It takes 2 to tango. He's a big boy. He knows how babies are made. This is as much his responsibility as it is yours. I don't think it works that way. Han. I sigh. Hannah snorts. Well, it should. Do you know how to reach him? Aside from walking up to his front gate, I pull a face. I'll get his number. I know a guy who knows a guy, if you know what I mean. She winks at me before looking down at her phone again. No, I don't know what she means. All I know is that I can't stop moving. My feet trace the same path between the living room and kitchen while Hannah taps away on her phone, muttering about security clearances and database access. The apartment feels too small, like the walls are closing in with each circuit. My stomach growls, a welcome distraction from the anxiety churning inside. I yank open the fridge door, scanning its contents. Last night's Chinese takeout catches my eye. The container feels cool in my hands as I fish out cold noodles with my fingers. You know, we have forks. Right? Hannah doesn't look up from her phone. And a microwave. Ace. I ignore her, shoving another tangle of lo mein into my mouth. The salt and oil coat my tongue, providing momentary relief from the panic. I spot the leftover chocolate cake from Sarah's birthday party and grab that too. Got something. Hannah announces just as I'm licking frosting off my thumb. His private number's heavily protected, but I manage to get it with a little digging. and the cake turns to sawdust in my mouth. I swallow hard, setting the container down with trembling hands. The temporary comfort from the food evaporates as reality crashes back. Maybe we should wait, I say, wiping my hands on my pajama pants. You know, until after the doctor confirms. Hannah gives me her patented, "Don't be stupid" look. And then what? You'll find another excuse not to tell him? She's right. But I can't admit it. Instead, I grab the cake again, focusing on the rich chocolate rather than the growing terror in my chest. Each bite is a shield against having to make a decision. "Do you want some time alone?" she asks when I've been silent for too long. I nod. Would you mind? I need to clear my head a little. And all good. Hun, I gotta get to work. Will you be okay? Yeah, I say. I just need a moment. I give a tight smile. I'll head out to the office in a bit, too. Just need to pull myself together. He is by. Just promise you'll call me if you need anything. Okay? She squeezes my shoulder before heading to grab her purse. Anytime. Sure. I smile again. It's not much better than the last one. Hannah blows a kiss as she walks out the door. Shutting it behind her, I curl up on the couch, pulling my knees to my chest as the sugar rush from the cake fades. The quiet apartment amplifies the voice in my head. You got jiggy with 2 men in the span of days. Boyana's voice whispers. What would Mama say? Shut up. I mutter, pressing my forehead against my knees. I did what I had to do. For Nick. I think Ozer. Did you? Or did you want Alexei that night at the manor? Johnny was different. I argue with my imaginary sister. That was survival. Is Claude, but Alexei was a mistake. The words taste bitter. You wanted him. Still want him. Doe. I press my palms against my eyes until stars burst behind my lids. She's right. Even now. Remembering the way he claimed me. Possessed me. It doesn't matter what I want. I whisper. He's dangerous. You heard what Nick said about him. If would, yet, you're carrying his child. Days glow. My hand drifts to my stomach. The reality of it hits me again. There's a life growing inside me. Alexei's baby. The thought sends equal waves of terror and something else. Something warmer. He needs to know. I know. The words come out barely audible. But how do I tell a freaking Bratva boss that I'm pregnant after one night? Hannah's note with his number sits on the coffee table, taunting me. One call could change everything. Or end everything. You can't hide this forever. In it, watch me. I mutter. But I know that's not reasonable. I stare at Hannah's hastily scribbled number, my thumb grazing over my phone's keypad. How do you even start that conversation? Hey, remember that night at your manor? Surprise! God. No. I delete the draft message. We need to talk. It's important. Too dramatic. Delete. I have some news that affects both of us. Delete again. My fingers tap restlessly against the phone case as I pace the living room. A text feels so impersonal. But the thought of hearing his voice or seeing those dark eyes in person makes my knees weak. I type again. Medical situation requires discussion. That sounds like I have an STD. Delete. Maybe an email would be better, more professional, less immediate. But what if he never checks that account, or his assistant screens it? Regarding our encounter at Blackwood Manor, the cursor blinks accusingly as I trail off. Everything I type sounds either too casual or too formal. How do you strike the right tone when telling a dangerous man you're carrying his child? A text is safer than showing up at his gate. At least this way. I can't see his reaction. Won't have to watch his face change when he realizes what I'm telling him. Won't have to deal with his anger in person. I need to discuss something private with you. Can we meet? My thumb hovers over the send button. The words blur as I stare at them. My heart pounding so hard, I can feel it in my throat. Just press send. Just do it. I can't. The phone slips from my trembling fingers onto the couch cushions. Maybe after the doctor confirms. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe never. Coward. Bojana whispers. I know. I whisper back, curling into myself as fear wins again. You have to tell him. Bojana says. I know. Damn it, I blurt. Just not now. In 12th. Then when? A week. I cup my belly as 1,000 scenarios swirl through my head. The dominant one being me, facing single motherhood. I'll wait a week. Weiss.
Chapter 25. Alexei. Diana's fingers brush my shoulder as she stands behind my desk chair. The familiar scent of my sister's perfume, the same one our mother wore, fills my office. Neither of us speaks. What is there to say about Olga's sudden departure? Sashenka. She whispers, using our mother's pet name for me. We'll figure this out. Dekaldane. I grunt, shrugging off her touch. The leather of my chair creaks as I lean forward, bracing my elbows on the desk. Bobek needs stability, structure, and Istuark, he has that with you. I read it. She was. The words scrape my throat. She was his stability. The term mother sticks in my mouth. Diana moves to perch on the edge of my desk, her linen skirt rustling. Have you noticed the changes? How quiet he's become? My jaw clenches. Of course I've noticed. The way he picks at his food now. How his enthusiastic science explanations trail off mid-sentence. The dark circles under his eyes matching Olga's. Blyad. I rub my beard, the familiar gesture grounding me. He can't be alone. He can't grow up without a mother like we did. Izig. Diana's sharp intake of breath tells me I've said too much. We never discuss our mother's disappearance. Never acknowledge that raw wound we share. You're not, Papa, she says firmly. You won't let Bobek face this alone. Hizbarist. The comparison to our father hits hard. I push back from the desk, needing space. Movement. The window offers a view of the Los Angeles skyline, but all I see is Bobek's face reflected in the glass. I'm doing what I can. I rub the back of my neck. And it's a good start, Diana says. You've worked wonders with his new rooms. Thank you. The construction crew worked nights, keeping Bobek's presence hidden even from my own staff. I specified each detail, the intricate security systems, the soundproofed walls, every possible type of medical equipment, and things to keep him from feeling so isolated. A library, a science lab, everything he needs, everything to keep him safe. And still, it doesn't feel like enough. How could any of it possibly replace his mother? Yesterday we stood at her graveside, his narrow shoulders shaking with his sobs as the casket sank into the earth. Diana and I flanked him, trying to console him. But what can anyone say to a child that will make them understand the loss of the most important person in their world? Diana and I know that better than anyone. I heave a sigh, rubbing my temples. The security feeds flicker on my monitors. 3 angles of Bobek's empty room. I check them obsessively since moving him here. an old habit from watching over Diana when we were children. Those night watches bring back memories I'd rather forget huddling with Diana in our closet, listening to Papa's drunken rages, the sound of breaking glass, Mama's silence the next morning. I roll my shoulders against the tension. The left wing represents everything I couldn't have, then safety, security, control. No one will ever hurt my son the way our father hurt us. No one will make him feel powerless. Alexei, my head snaps up as I realize Diana is watching me. Mizal. Sorry. I mutter. You know you're going to have to do something about this. She says. I'm already doing everything I can. I snap. Are you finding him another mother? I narrow my eyes on her. What the fuck are you talking about? Diana, you can't look after him alone. The boy needs a woman in his life. Delfoud, you'll be that woman. I say bluntly. Your sweets are below his. He loves you. End quote. I can't take on that responsibility alone. Brett. My business keeps me occupied. He needs someone who can be around for him. Izzer, he'll be fine. He won't, and you know that. She says firmly. Then adds, you need a wife. What is work? Blyad. Don't start that now. I'm not in the mood. Is in, but Sophia. Sophia? I bark out a harsh laugh. Are you fucking kidding? The woman has the maternal instincts of a piranha. But Sam, you haven't given her a chance. She insists. And all this talk of a breakup, it's not just talk. Woman, I will meet with her father and tell him the engagement is off. If it hadn't been for everything that's happened with Bobik and Olga, I would have done it already. It is, but you don't need to, she says. She's still ready to go ahead. The holiday you gave her has smoothed her feathers, and I didn't give her a holiday. I sent her to the Bahamas to get her out of my life so I could figure things out without her fucking bullshit. As this quiet, the Bahamas sends a very different kind of message. Brat. She disagrees. What did you want me to do? Lock her up? It was the easiest solution at the time. I wasn't going to waste energy trying to convince her to stay away. I needed to take care of my son. And the store, well, she's back now. She purses her lips. I don't care. I'm done with her. Is that? Don't do it. She presses. Please. Alexei. We need this. You need this. I don't fucking need anything. His no. The Bratva needs it. She sets her jaw. What the fuck are you talking about? Diana's perfectly manicured nails tap against my desk as she outlines her betrayal. The invitations went out last week. 300 guests, including every major Bratva family on the West Coast. Is friended. My fingers curl into fists. Chato? What the fuck did you do? I did what was necessary. She straightens her spine, meeting my glare. The other families are getting restless. They question your commitment without a proper marriage alliance. You had no right. I had every right as your sister and advisor. Her voice carries the steel she learned from our mother. The Novikov connection legitimizes your position. Their old money washing our new. You know this. I'm as blood pounds in my temples. She's crossed a line. But the political implications are undeniable. Canceling now would insult not just the Novikovs, but every family planning to attend. It would signal weakness. Invite challenges. AudioBook. Sophia's father has already announced the date to his associates. Diana continues, twisting the knife. He's leveraged significant resources on this union. Tens, pizdits. I slam my palm against the desk. You manipulative suka. His fire. Call me what you want. But you know I'm right. She stands, smoothing her skirt. The invitations say next week. Everything is arranged. It isn't. I rise to tower over her. Rage radiating from every muscle. But she doesn't flinch. She never has. We both know she's outmaneuvered me. I should exile you for this. I growl. You won't. She touches my cheek. The gesture so like our mother's. It makes my chest ache. Because you know I did this for you. For us. For Bobik. That's so. The mention of my son deflates my rage. She's right. Maintaining power means keeping him safe. And power in our world requires alliances, appearances, compromise. Get out, I mutter, turning away. Just get out. I might. Her heels click across the floor, pausing at the door. The tailor comes tomorrow for your fitting. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. The door clicks shut behind her, leaving me alone with my fury. 1 week. 7 fucking days until I'm shackled to Sofia Novikova. My fist connects with the wall, pain shooting through my knuckles. Diana knows exactly what she's done. The timing, the guest list, the political implications. She's woven a web I can't escape without destabilizing everything I've built. Sergei Novikov's smug face flashes in my mind. That old money Mudak has been pushing for this alliance for years, dangling his connections and legitimacy like bait. Now he'll have his victory. His Ice Queen daughter installed in my home, in my life. Blyad, I snarl. Unbidden. An image of Stella surfaces. The memory of her soft skin under my hands makes my chest tight. Those moments with her felt more real than a decade of Sofia's calculated advances. She's everything Sofia lacks. Everything I can't have. Suka. I mutter, unsure if I'm cursing Diana, Sofia, or myself. That connection is impossible now. Diana's trap is complete, the invitations sent, the arrangements made. The political consequences of backing out too severe. I can't risk the instability. Not with Bobik depending on my protection. The ghost of Stella's touch haunts my skin as I contemplate my upcoming marriage. I may have fought my way through blood and bone to get to where I am, but suddenly I am powerless to control my own destiny. The world I've carved for myself has become my prison. Chapter 26. Alexei. Sofia's shrill voice pierces through my skull as she screeches down the phone line, rattling on about place settings and flower arrangements. Are you even listening? She snaps. This is our wedding. Alexei, the least you could do is pretend to care. End quote. I glare at the custom-made tux that's hanging in my dressing room. Fucking monkey suit. I should probably start dressing. I glance at my watch. 1 hour until I face the preacher. Might as well be an executioner for the way I'm feeling. The flowers need to match the table settings. But this revolting hotel doesn't have anything in porcelain white. She's still babbling. Not that anyone will notice. The food will be inedible. Do you know that they couldn't bring in salmon from the Faroe Islands? What kind of 5-star hotel can't get that right? I don't care. Sofia. The words come out clipped, each syllable sharp enough to cut. Shouldn't you be dressing? Or something? I'm waiting for the makeup artist to touch up my tan lines. She huffs a breath. Whatever made you think a week in the Bahamas was a good idea? She's right. I didn't. But since a year in Siberia was out of the question, I'm really not interested. I mutter front, pouring myself another vodka. If I have to do this, I may as well be drunk. Sofia huffs a breath. But darling, These decisions affect both of us. As husband and wife, this is business. I drain my glass and set it down. Nothing more. Hode dies. She snorts. How dare you? After everything your father's support comes with contracts and terms. I drain my glass and pour another. Don't pretend this is about anything more. I was sowed. You're being cruel. Her voice cracks, but I'm not buying it. It's calculated. Like everything else about her. I'm being honest. I bite out. Plan whatever spectacle you want. Just leave me out of it. Wazite, the Bratva expects. I know what they expect. I start unbuttoning my shirt. May as well get this over with. The wedding will happen. That's all that matters. Problem dong. I ignore her squawks and end the call. Heading to the dressing room to get into my tux. Fuck. If only Diana knew how murderous I'm feeling right now. Actually, she does. And she doesn't give a fuck. I take my time dressing, willing my temper to settle a little. It isn't easy. Fucking Sophia has played on my last nerve. Luckily, the staff have the good sense to stay out of my way when I stalk through the manor and get into the car that's waiting to take me to the ceremony. I take my place at the front of the church, adjusting my cuffs for the 100th time. The vodka isn't helping like it should. My phone buzzes in my pocket, probably Sophia with another crisis about the flowers or table settings. I pull it out, ready to silence the damn thing, when an unknown number catches my eye. The message preview makes my blood run cold. Alexei. This is Stella, Nico's sister. I need to tell you something important. It really Tim. I pause. Stella. The name immediately conjures up sultry eyes and a body made for sin. I open the message to read the rest of it. I'm pregnant. Mesk. My fingers go numb. The phone nearly slips from my grip as I stare at those 2 words. The church spins around me. Blood rushes in my ears, drowning out the murmur of gathered Bratva families. I grip the back of the nearest pew, steadying myself. Pregnant. The word echoes through my mind like a gunshot. Another message appears. I understand if you don't want to be involved, but I thought you should know. Wheelbicked. My jaw clenches. The thought of my child growing up without a father. Memories of Rodian's abuse flash through my mind. I feel my nostrils flare as I pull in a breath and force myself to stand tall. Pregnant? Bozhemoy. The wedding march starts playing. Sophia will be walking down that aisle any second. The Novikov alliance. The Bratva's expectations. Everything I've built, it all hangs on the next few minutes. But Stella, pregnant with my child, I stare at the phone again. Her messages burning into my retinas. The organ music swells. Guests rise to their feet. My mind is racing as I try to process this. Alexei. My sister's voice snaps my head up. What's going on? She's frowning at me. I give a sharp shake of my head in response. What the fuck do I say to her right now? The heavy church doors swing open. Sophia appears in a cloud of white, her father's arm linked with hers. The guests collectively sigh at the sight. I barely register any of it. Pregnant. The word keeps hammering through my skull with each step Sophia takes down the aisle. Stella's carrying my child. My hands clench at my sides as memories of Bobik's birth crash over me. The joy, the terror, the rage when I learned what that drunk doctor had done. Sophia floats closer, her smile radiant behind her veil. I force my face to remain expressionless even as my mind spins with possibilities. Another child, one that could have a normal life. Play sports, run free. Be a companion to Bobik. Unless, my throat tightens. Unless something goes wrong again. The thought of another child suffering like my boy. The organ music seems to fade as Sophia reaches the altar. Her father places her hand in mine. Her fingers are ice cold. She leans close, her expensive perfume choking me. "What's wrong?" "Darling," she whispers. I stare straight ahead, my jaw locked. The priest begins speaking, but his words wash over me like static. All I can think about is Stella, alone somewhere, with my child growing inside her. The thought of her facing this without me. Sophia squeezes my hand, trying to get my attention. I don't squeeze back. My mind races with possibilities. I'm thinking about a child who I could take better care of this time. I'd ensure the best medical care from the start, specialists, private hospitals, constant monitoring. No drunk doctor would ever touch Stella or our baby. Stella. The image of her carrying my child leaves my head spinning. Her green eyes, that gentle smile, the way she'd looked at me that night. No fear or calculation in her gaze, just pure desire. And now I could move her into the manor, keep her safe, protected, watch her belly grow round with my child. The thought stirs something primal in my chest. A real heir. One born from passion rather than arrangement. One who could bridge the gap between my worlds, legitimate enough for the bratva through marriage, yet free from the toxic Novikov influence. Dearly beloved, the priest's droning voice breaks through my planning. Sophia's hand feels like a shackle in mine. Her fingers squeeze again, more insistent this time. I stare at the ancient crucifix hanging above the altar, its golden surface catching the light. In my mind's eye, I see Stella in that same golden glow, her hand resting protectively over her stomach. Our child, my chance at something real. We are gathered here today. The words echo through the church, each syllable like another nail in my coffin. Unless, do you, Sofia Novikova, take this man, Alexei Tarashov, to be your lawful wedded husband? I watch Sophia's painted lips curve into a triumphant smile as she delivers her "I do" with practiced perfection. Her voice rings clear through the church, dripping with satisfaction. The diamond on her finger catches the light, throwing sparkles across her white gown. The priest turns to me, his weathered face expectant. "And do you, Alexei Tarasov, take Sofia Novikova to be your lawfully wedded wife?" My phone burns in my pocket where I've tucked it away. 2 words flash through my mind. I'm pregnant. Sophia's fingers tighten around mine, her manicured nails digging into my skin. The pressure feels like handcuffs clicking shut. I look past the priest to the gathered crowd. Bratva families fill the pews, their expectations heavy in the air. Diana stands in the front row, her face carefully impassive. She knows me too well she can sense something's wrong. The silence stretches. Sophia's grip becomes tighter. "Alexei?" the priest prompts, his brow furrowing. I think of Bobek, hidden away in the manor's left wing. Of all my promises to protect him, to give him a better life than I had. Of this new child, already growing in Stella's womb. A chance to do things right from the start. Sophia leans closer, her voice a venomous whisper. "Say it. Darling, now." The seas. I meet her cold gray eyes. All pretense of warmth has vanished from them. The priest clears his throat. "Shall we continue?" I stare at his weathered face, letting the silence stretch. The weight of every eye in this church presses against my skin. Let them watch. Let them see exactly what this moment means. No. And 40. The word rings through the church like a gunshot. Sophia's fingers go slack in shock. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. "What did you say?" Sophia's voice trembles. I turn to face her fully, observing the color drain from her face. I said no. But murmurs break out among the guests. The priest fumbles with his Bible, clearly unprepared for this deviation from script. Diana takes a half step forward but stops when I raise my hand slightly. "You can't do this." Sophia's perfect mask cracks. Her voice rises, shrill and desperate. "The alliance is terminated." The words taste like freedom on my tongue, along with any other arrangements between our families. Zarius, the church erupts in chaos. Novikov's men surge to their feet. My own security responds instantly, hands moving to concealed weapons. But I keep my eyes locked on Sophia, savoring the moment her victory crumbles. "You'll regret this." She hisses, backing away from me. Her designer dress rustles against the church floor. "My father will. Your father will do nothing." My voice carries over the growing commotion. "Unless he wants certain documents about his business practices reaching the FSB. In first, Sophia's mouth opens and closes, but no sound comes out. Tears smear her perfect makeup. Good. Let everyone see her true face. I straighten my tie and turn to address the stunned congregation. "The wedding is canceled. Please enjoy the reception without us." And I stand my ground while scanning the increasingly agitated crowd. Novikov's men are pushing forward, their faces twisted with rage. My security team forms a barrier, weapons at the ready. "Blyad," Diana mutters beside me. "You couldn't have warned me." I adjust my cuffs, deliberately casual. Would it have changed anything? No, but I could have brought popcorn. She eyes Sophia's crumpling form. The church fills with shouting accusations, threats, demands for explanation. I ignore them all. Let them rage. The Bratva's expectations. The carefully arranged alliances. The years of political maneuvering, none of it matters anymore. My phone burns in my pocket. Those 2 words from Stella giving me strength. I'm pregnant. Sergei Novikov storms up the aisle, his face purple with fury. Tai Che. Blyad? You dare humiliate my daughter like this? Your daughter humiliates herself. I meet his glare steadily. The arrangement is over. I'm worries. The consequences are mine to deal with. I cut him off with a sharp gesture. "Unless you'd prefer we discuss your Iranian connections? I'm sure the Americans would be very interested." I mass. He pales, taking an involuntary step back. Smart man. The folder of evidence I've collected over the years would bury his entire operation. Sophia's theatrical sobs echo through the church as her bridesmaids cluster around her. The sound grates on my nerves, but I keep my face impassive. This display is exactly why I could never bind myself to her. There's not an authentic bone in her body. My security chief appears at my shoulder. "Car's ready." "Boss." "Read-eye." I nod, already moving toward the side exit. Diana falls into step beside me. Behind us, the chaos continues to unfold exactly as I knew it would. But for the first time in years, I feel truly free.
Chapter 27. Stella. The words on my tablet blur together as I stare at them without comprehension. Something about neurotransmitters and synaptic connections. But my mind keeps drifting to the unanswered text I sent 3 hours ago. My fingers trace the edge of my tablet, following the same nervous pattern they've been repeating since I hit send. The scientific terms that usually fascinate me: dopamine, serotonin, Oxytocin mock me with their relevance to my current situation. Chemical reactions in the brain leading to attachment, to poor decision-making. 2. My eyes drift back to the phone for the 100th time. Still no response. I force myself to look at the tablet again, determined to at least feel productive. The paragraph about neural pathways swims before my eyes. The mechanism by which neurons communicate involves the release of chemical messengers across a synapse. The sudden blaring ring of my phone makes me jump. Tablet clattering to the floor. My heart pounds as I grab for it. Hands trembling as I see the caller ID. Alexei Tarasov. Shit. Holy shit. I'd sent the message without truly anticipating a response. Now what do I do? Answer it. Stupid, says Boyana. My trembling finger hits accept. But instead of Alexei's voice, I hear what sounds like a riot shouts. Screams. The crash of something breaking. Hello? I press the phone harder against my ear, straining to make sense of the chaos. More crashes. A woman's hysterical voice rises above the din, followed by rapid-fire Russian that I can barely follow. Something about humiliation and family honor. Guys, I pull the phone away, checking to make sure I didn't imagine his name on the caller ID. The call is still connected, but all I can hear is more shouting and what sounds like running footsteps. Hello? Is anyone? Where are you? Alexei's voice suddenly cuts through the mayhem. Sharp and commanding. The background noise seems to recede, as if he's moved somewhere quieter. I'm at home. I stammer, caught off guard by his tone. It's not a question so much as a demand. Address. Now. Is time... My mouth goes dry at the authority in those two words. This isn't the passionate stranger from that night, or even the controlled Bratva boss from his office. This is something else entirely. I can't just... Your address. Stella. His voice drops lower. More dangerous. Don't make me ask again. Every 4,510 Sycamore Avenue. Apartment 3B. I manage to get out. The words feel strange on my tongue, like I'm giving away a secret I shouldn't. The line goes dead. I pull the phone away from my ear and stare at the screen. The call duration mocking me. 47 seconds. Less than a minute to completely upend my world. My hands won't stop shaking as I set the phone down. The background noise, during that call, the screaming, the chaos replays in my mind. What have I done? What was I thinking? Sending that text? You weren't thinking. Boyana, chimesin. That's the problem. And serve it. Shut up. I mutter, pacing to my window. The street below looks ordinary. Peaceful. Cars parked along the curb. Mrs. Carter walking her Pomeranian. Everything exactly as it always is. Yet nothing feels normal. I check my phone again. No new messages. No missed calls. Just the silence after his demand for my address. Time stretches out, each minute lasting an hour. I straighten the pillows on my couch, then mess them up again. Pick up my tablet from where it fell. Set it on the coffee table. Move it to the kitchen counter instead. He's coming, Boyana says unnecessarily. The Bratva boss you slept with is coming to your apartment. Where? My stomach lurches at her words. Morning sickness or nerves? Both. I press my forehead against the cool glass of my window, trying to slow my racing thoughts. The insanity I heard in that call, what did I just invite into my life? The sharp rap at my door makes me jump, even though I've been anticipating it. 3 hard knocks, that echo through my apartment like gunshots. I force myself to move forward. Through the peephole, I see him, Alexei Tarasov, in what looks like formal wear, though his tie is loosened and his jacket is wrinkled. His jaw is clenched, shoulders rigid with tension. My fingers fumble with the locks. The door opens before I'm ready, before I can compose myself or figure out what to say. He fills the doorframe, radiating contained violence. His dark eyes scan my face, then drop to my midsection. The intensity of his gaze makes me want to cross my arms protectively over my stomach. Proof. The word comes out clipped. Demanding. His accent is thicker than I remember. Like his anger is affecting his English. What? Show me the test. He steps into my apartment without waiting for an invitation, closing the door behind him with controlled precision that somehow feels more threatening than if he'd slammed it. My hands start trembling again. It's in my purse. I know. His eyes narrow. Get it. I diverse. The command in his voice makes me bristle despite my fear. You don't get to just now. The word cuts through my protest like a knife. I fumble through my purse with shaking hands, painfully aware of Alexei's intense stare. The doctor's report crinkles as I pull it out. The official letterhead, making this all feel suddenly, terrifyingly real. Here. I hold it out, hating how my voice wavers. Alexei snatches the paper, his eyes scanning the medical terminology. I watch his face, catching each micro-expression, the slight widening of his eyes at the hormone levels, the tightening of his jaw at the estimated conception date. 3 weeks. His accent wraps around the words like silk over steel. Yes. I resist the urge to step back as he moves closer, his presence filling my small living room. Pack what you need. He folds the paper with precise movements. You're moving to the manor tonight. No. What? The word comes out as a squeak. I can't just... This is not a discussion. His brow furrows. My child will not be raised in this. His gaze sweeps dismissively around my apartment. This place. Where one? Your child? Heat rises in my cheeks. Don't I get a say in? No. He steps closer, forcing me to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. You lost that right when you waited so long to tell me. The accusation stings, especially because he's right. I had delayed, hoping, what? That the situation would somehow resolve itself? It wasn't that long, I object sharply. It was only a couple of days. Too long. Get your things. But I have a job. I protest weakly. A life here. His correction feels like a door slamming shut. Your new life begins tonight. He turns his attention to his phone and starts making calls. Unger begins to rise. Hey! I say sharply. When he doesn't respond, I shove his arm. It's rock hard. He turns to face me, ending his call. What? You can't just do this. I say, hands on my hips. You can't just walk in here and tell me to turn my whole world upside down. I can do anything I want. His tone is infuriating. Not to me. I stick my jaw out. Stella, you've been to my house, seen into my world. Do you think you could ever escape me? What are you talking about? There's a cold sensation building in my gut. You are having my child. If you think for 1 second that I will allow you to do this without me, you are wrong. I'm not going with you. You can't make me. I hate the fact that I sound like a rebellious teen. I can make you. It's so fit, then I'll leave. You'd have to lock me up. Do you think I wouldn't? He tilts his head. I gasp. No. I exhale the word, woman. You will stay in my home until you have this baby. If you try to leave, I will hunt you down, take you back, and shackle you in my cellar. Was action. I stare at him in abject horror. You wouldn't. I choke. He lifts one dark eyebrow in a gesture that says, try me. Endeavor Scrowind, when I take a step away. He puts his phone to his ear and makes another call as calmly, as if he didn't just threaten to turn me into his prisoner. I sink onto my couch, legs shaking as Alexei paces my small living room. His rapid-fire Russian fills the space, each sharp command making me flinch. Through the fog of shock, I catch fragments, something about cars, security teams, immediate relocation. This can't be happening. My hand drifts to my stomach instinctively. Not too long ago, I was just an event planner with normal problems. Now, I'm pregnant with a Bratva boss's baby. And he's... What? Kidnapping me? 20 minutes. Alexei snaps into his phone. Not 1 minute later. It is not. I open my mouth to object, to assert some control over my own life. But the words die in my throat as he turns those dark eyes on me. The intensity of his stare pins me in place. He barks another order in Russian, his free hand running through his hair in a gesture that somehow makes him look more dangerous rather than frustrated. The movement draws my attention to his disheveled formal wear. He's in a tuxedo. What happened before he came here? The chaos I heard during that phone call echoes in my memory. Screaming. Crashes. Accusation about honor. Alexei's voice cuts through my thoughts. Switching to English. Full security detail. Level 1 protocols. His eyes lock onto me again before he continues. Something about clearing the left wing. Immediate staff reassignment. My apartment feels smaller with each passing second, shrinking under the weight of his authority. The familiar walls that once represented my independence now feel like they're closing in. This is really happening. Boyana whispers. He's taking control of everything. Aris, I want to argue, to fight back. But the words stick in my throat. The determined set of his jaw. The rigid line of his shoulders, everything about him radiates an absolute certainty that resistance is futile. His eyes fasten on me again, and I resist the urge to shrink back. Why aren't you packing? Because I don't have an answer. Actually, I do. But I'm pretty sure that go to hell is going to get me in shit. Now, he barks, and I give a small jump. Coward! Boyana laughs. But I'm not listening because I'm already halfway to my bedroom. My hands shake as I pull open dresser drawers, trying to focus on what I actually need versus what I want to take. Alexei's presence behind me feels heated, his impatience radiating across the small space of my bedroom. 5 minutes. His voice carries that same commanding tone that makes my spine stiffen. I grab handfuls of underwear and socks, shoving them into my overnight bag. I can't just throw everything in without. 3 minutes now. Now, the urge to throw something at him wars with my instinct for self-preservation. Instead, I yank open my closet, the hangers scraping against the rod as I pull out work clothes. Leave those. Alexei steps closer, his cologne mixing with the familiar scent of my laundry detergent in a way that makes my head spin. You won't need them. Here. Kreisen, I still have a job. I grit out. His laugh holds no humor. Not anymore. Is he fucking kidding me? I grab the clothes anyway. My small act of defiance, making my hands steadier as I fold them into the bag. The sound of his footsteps pacing behind me sets my teeth on edge. My fingers brush against the soft material of my favorite sweater, the one I wear when I need comfort. The urge to curl up in it and pretend none of this is happening nearly overwhelms me. 2 minutes. I did. Stop counting! I spin to face him, clutching the sweater to my chest. I can't think with you. The words die in my throat as I take in his expression, dark eyes focused entirely on me. Jaw clenched in barely contained frustration. His presence seems to fill every corner of my small bedroom, making it hard to breathe. 1 minute. His accent thickens with each word. Or I tell security to pack for you. I turn back to my closet, shoving clothes into the bag without looking at what I'm grabbing. There's a knock at the door, and he turns away, leaving me dithering in front of my closet. The pressure is making me indecisive. He returns a moment later, impatiently taking the bag from me. Zakon shi etol. Pack what she needs, he says to someone behind me. My cheeks burn as 2 men in black suits methodically move through my bedroom, efficiently packing my most private possessions. One opens my underwear drawer without hesitation, transferring everything into a suitcase while I stand frozen in horror. The books. 2. Alexei commands from the doorway. All of them. 9. I watch helplessly as they strip my bookshelves bare. My precious neuroscience texts and medical journals disappearing into boxes. Years of carefully organized research notes and margin annotations, handled like they're just more items on a checklist. The bathroom. Alexei directs, and a third man appears with my toiletry bag. He moves through my personal space with clinical detachment, sweeping my medications, vitamins, and feminine products into the bag without pause. Thank God there's no need for sanitary towels. Boyana is remorseless. Stop, I whisper, but no one acknowledges me. They continue their efficient invasion of my privacy, following Alexei's rapid-fire instructions in Russian. Finally, he turns to face me. Come, he says, then heads to the door without looking back to see if I'm behind him. He simply expects that I'll do as I'm told. And for some reason, I do. I follow Alexei down the stairs, my legs moving on autopilot while my mind races to catch up with the last 20 minutes. 2 security men flank us, carrying my hastily packed belongings like they're transporting classified documents instead of my underwear and books. The evening air hits my face as we exit the building. Mrs. Carter stands frozen on the sidewalk, her Pomeranian straining at the leash while she gapes at the line of black SUVs blocking the street. Inside, Alexei's hand on my lower back guides me toward the nearest vehicle. The touch sends electricity through my spine despite my confusion and anger. I slide into the leather interior, the new car smell mixing with Alexei's cologne as he settles into the seat next to me. Through the tinted windows, I watch his security loading my belongings into another SUV. The driver pulls away from the curb, and I press my hand against the window. My apartment building shrinks in the side mirror. Years of independence, of building a life, disappearing behind us as we turn off my street. Alexei's phone buzzes constantly beside me, but he ignores it. His presence fills the back seat, making breathing feel like a strenuous effort. I want to demand answers, to assert some control over this situation, but I don't. It's like this man, this force of nature, has just swirled into my world and taken full control, and I've let him. Chapter 28. Stella. The leather seat feels cold against my cheek as tears stream down my face. Through blurred vision, I watch my neighborhood disappear. each turn taking me further from the life I've built. My stomach clenches from pregnancy or panic. I'm not sure anymore. The rhythmic motion of the car pulls me back to that night 10 years ago. I was barely 17, cramped in the back seat of a different black car, watching St. Petersburg's lights fade into darkness. Dad's jaw was set, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Mom kept looking over her shoulder, as if expecting pursuit. Nikolai back then, pressed against me, confusion written across his young face. Now I'm running again. No being taken. Alexei's presence beside me radiates authority. He's on his phone now, his in rapid Russian, filling the space between us. The words wash over me. Familiar, yet foreign. Like everything else about this situation. The car slows. Tires crunching on gravel. My chest tightens as massive gates swing open, revealing the sprawling mansion. I wipe my face with my sleeve, a habit Mom always scolded me for. The thought brings fresh tears. She'll never know she was going to be a grandmother. She'll never hold this baby, or sing lullabies, or "We're here." Alexei's voice cuts through my spiral. I stare in astonishment as the place looms before me. I've been here before, but in the cold light of day it seems so much more imposing. The grand foyer swallows me whole as staff members materialize from nowhere, their faces carefully blank. Alexei's voice echoes, each command precise and cold. Left wing, 3rd floor. The blue suite has been made up. Stock the kitchen with. He rattles off a list of specific foods while I wrap my arms around myself, trying to become smaller. Your rooms are ready. He doesn't look at me as he speaks, checking something on his phone. The left wing provides adequate privacy and security. My quarters are in the right wing. Whirly now. The physical distance he's placing between us feels symbolic, like he's making sure I understand this is a business arrangement, not a relationship, because even though he hasn't discussed it with me, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. I have matters to attend to. Alexei announces, already striding away from me. Imelda will take care of you. His footsteps fade, leaving me with strangers in this massive space. This way. Miss Stella, the petite Filipina woman in front of me, dips her head. I follow the housekeeper through corridors that seem to stretch forever, past priceless artwork and antique furniture that blur together. Everything screams old money and power. The kind of wealth that makes my modest apartment feel like a child's playhouse. Imelda's footsteps echo ahead of me as we climb another sweeping staircase. My legs burn from the effort, or maybe it's just the morning sickness making everything feel like a marathon. You have very nice room. Miss. Best view of gardens. Imelda's accent wraps around the words carefully, like she's handling delicate china. Mr. Tarasov say make special for you. There is a stad. I nod, not trusting my voice. The hallway stretches forever, lined with identical dark wood doors. Everything feels too perfect, too polished, like a museum where I'm not allowed to touch anything. Here, Miss. Imelda produces an old-fashioned key, the brass gleaming in the soft lighting. Blue suite. Very private. Nobody disturb. The door swings open, and my breath catches. Sunlight streams through tall windows, shedding gold light across the room. A massive 4-poster bed dominates one wall, draped in silvery blue fabric that catches the light like water. Fresh flowers perfume the air from crystal vases. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's absolutely suffocating. Bathroom, through there. Imelda points to a door of frosted glass. Kitchen, down hall. I bring schedule for meals later. As a schedule. Of course there's a schedule. My hand drifts to my stomach unconsciously. How long am I supposed to be here? Until the baby arrives? No. That's unthinkable. As soon as he comes back, we're going to settle this. Thank you. I manage to whisper. Imelda bobs her head and backs away, leaving me alone in this stunning prison. The door clicks shut with quiet finality. I sink onto a navy blue velvet chaise lounge, the fabric cool against my burning skin. Part of me wants to laugh, but I'm afraid if I start, it'll turn into screaming. Cut it out. Girl, you're being pathetic. Or, thanks, Boyana, for nothing. I mutter, standing again. I approach the French doors. Beyond the glass, an infinity pool stretches toward manicured gardens, its surface mirror smooth in the afternoon light. The water reflects clouds drifting overhead, creating an illusion of endless sky. My fingers trace the cool glass. Pristine hedges frame the pool area, their geometric shapes too perfect to feel natural. Beyond them, towering oak trees form a living wall. The branches sway slightly in the breeze, but the movement only emphasizes how still everything else is. No gardeners, no guests, no signs of life at all. The isolation is overwhelming. I press my forehead against the glass to steady myself. A sob builds in my throat, but I swallow it back. Then another comes, stronger this time. The glass fogs with my ragged breathing. Boyana, I whisper, needing my sister more than ever. What am I going to do? The tears come then, burning my eyelids. My shoulders shake as everything crashes over me at once. The last few months have been a nightmare. How much more could go wrong? The perfect view blurs through my tears. Even the endless sky feels like it's closing in. I pull my phone from my pocket, desperate to contact Hannah, to hear a friendly voice. The no service message mocks me. I try walking around the room, holding the phone higher, even pressing it against the window. Nothing. My fingers move automatically through the settings, checking carrier options and network configurations. The analytical part of my brain takes comfort in the systematic approach, even knowing it's futile. Of course he's thought of this. Of course there's some kind of signal blocker in place. Sinking onto the window seat, I spot a bookshelf tucked into an alcove. The titles catch my attention: medical journals, neuroscience textbooks, quantum physics publications. My fingers trail along their spines, recognizing titles. Introduction to Neural Networks. I murmur, pulling out a familiar volume. No way. I shake my head. These aren't my books. None of my things have been unpacked yet. What are the odds of finding a little treasure trove of science books in this place? But this, at least, makes sense. Neurons firing in predictable patterns. Chemical reactions following established rules. Unlike my life, which seems to have abandoned all logic. Turning from the window, I head to the ridiculously big bed and curl up with the book, letting myself get lost in the complex theories. For a moment, I can pretend I'm back home, before everything went wrong, before I lost everyone. The scientific terminology grounds me, gives my racing thoughts something concrete to focus on. It's almost like having a conversation with Dad again, discussing medicine over dinner. He would have loved these books. As the stress of the day takes its toll, The words begin to blur into one another. The textbook slides from my fingers as exhaustion creeps in. And so does he. Even the familiar comfort of science can't keep my thoughts from drifting to Alexei. My skin burns, remembering his touch. The possessive way he claimed me that night at the party. The same night that created this baby. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the memories. He's dangerous. A Bratva boss who deals in violence and fear. The kind of man I should be running from. But my treacherous body remembers how safe I felt in his arms. How his presence filled every space, making the rest of the world disappear. The way his dark eyes saw straight through my defenses. Stop it, I mutter, rolling onto my side. The silk sheets whisper against my skin, and I imagine his hands instead. My heart races, caught between desire and terror. This man dragged me here without asking. Took control of my life like it belonged to him. I should be furious. I am furious. Yet part of me craves his strength, wants to surrender to that overwhelming force. The same part that melted at his touch, that still burns for him. My eyes grow heavy as conflicting emotions wage war in my chest. The bed cradles me like a cloud, and despite everything, sleep pulls at me with irresistible force. The silk sheets caress my skin as I drift deeper into a restless slumber. In my dreams, strong hands trail down my sides, leaving fire in their wake. Alexei's presence surrounds me. That intoxicating mix of musk and masculine heat. Milaya. His voice rumbles against my neck, the Russian endearment making me shiver. Dream Alexei's touch is both gentle and demanding, his fingers tracing patterns across my heated skin. I arch into his touch, my body responding to his presence even in sleep. The dream shifts and flows, reality blurring at the edges. One moment we're in the blue suite. The next we're back in that private room at his party. Then somewhere entirely new. His tattoos ripple as he moves over me, the black ink seeming to dance in the dim light. I reach up to trace the dagger entwined with roses on his chest, feeling his heart pound beneath my palm. Mine, he growls, capturing my wrists and pinning them above my head. His dark eyes burn with possession, desire, and something deeper that makes my breath catch. The weight of him presses me into silk sheets that feel cool against my feverish skin. His beard scrapes deliciously against my throat as he claims every inch of me with lips and teeth and tongue. I whimper his name, lost in the sensations as dream and memory blur together. Every touch feels amplified. Every kiss, electric. His hands seem to be everywhere at once, drawing responses from my body that I didn't know were possible.